A very good evening to you. I'm Andrew McKenna. Once again, we are bringing you international cricket, but it's going to be slightly delayed, though. That is because, although it's not rained particularly heavily today in St Lucia, over the last couple of days there has been some pretty heavy stuff, and the outfield is a little bit damp in places. The umpire just a few moments ago were inspecting down near the boundary edge, similar kind of positions actually to where they were in Barbados, the trouble areas down sort of long on, long off-ish, and as a result they have delayed the toss for 15 minutes. So the toss is going to happen at 7:45 UK time, 3:45 St Lucian time. What we don't know yet is how that will affect the start time. It is possible that they could still then get going at the top of the hour with 15 minutes notice, as long as they've told both sides in advance that's what they're planning. So we don't have that bit of information yet. What we do know is that the toss has been delayed for 15 minutes or so. Certainly the players were wandering around and having a very close look at it, and were sticking toes and heels into that playing area. As I say, it's the area that's sort of 5 metres away from the boundary edge. So that is the situation of where we are. They did cover the pitch, and now just in case over the last few minutes they have whacked out the full tarpaulins as well. And quite tellingly, the ground staff are also in their yellow sou'westers. So although the weather forecast wasn't for any rain, they have certainly come properly togged up just in case. There has been some light rain coming down in the last few minutes, nothing too heavy, and it's slightly incongruous in the fact that actually the sun is out and there are shadows on the floor, but there is some rain coming down. So that is where we are. Hopefully the toss in 15 minutes time. Although it is worth reminding you that if the wicket is still covered at that point, we will not have a toss, because you can't toss the coin if the wicket is still covered. Delighted to say that the former West Indies batter Phil O'Wallace is back with us in the TalkSport 2 commentary box this evening. Good evening to you, Phil. How the devil are you?
Good evening, Andrew. Good evening to our listeners and followers on the YouTube channel. I'm fine. Obviously, when the sun is out and rain is falling in the Caribbean, we say that the devil and his wife are fighting. So you ask me how the devil am I? I'm not the devil. Certainly I'm not fighting.
Are you his wife, though?
I'm not his wife either. I'm not even fighting. But it's obviously it's sad to see that the rain obviously is falling in St Lucia. November, still in the rainy season, hurricane season in the region. But obviously this would dampen England. England would want to play. But 2-0 up, but 3 to play. You want to try and get this series done and dusted. Obviously momentum is really shifted from the ODI series to the T20 series in England's favour. So obviously West Indies as well, they need to show character, tenacity. They need to show a lot of skills to win 3 straight. They're hoping that they can win 3 straight, but there are twin peaks in St Lucia called the Pitons, and it is raining, and I don't think you can climb a mountain wet. So this is like climbing the Pitons wet. It's a lot of hard work that West Indies need to do to come back into the series, to get back in the series, even win. So this delayed start would obviously even dent them a bit more.
Well, the weather forecast for today was round about 30 degrees. When you add in the humidity, that takes the feels-like temperature to about 32 degrees. That humidity is about 60-odd%. That's hard in anyone's language, isn't it, to play cricket in that kind of condition?
Yes, it's hard to play in those kind of conditions. Obviously, the temperature throughout the region is standard, 30, 32 degrees. But the humidity factor is what's killing us. There's a lot of heat. It's hot all day, even at nights. It's very hot in the Caribbean. And then you get these very intermittent showers. Some could be heavier than others. And St. Lucia is quite mountainous as well. So if you get a lot of rainfall in the mountains and the water comes down, then it's obviously going to impede on the pitch and obviously delay the start what they've done. And you'll see that around the edges of the outfield is which is the concern, not around the playing area, just the edges, the long off, the long on, third man, fine leg area. So they'll be looking obviously to get those areas a little better for the footing, especially. We saw in Barbados, especially when the guys were sliding on that wet outfield. like chunks out of a golf course. So it is important that that outfield is fit for play, and those players, you don't want injuries as well. So the Champions Trophy is just around the corner for some of these guys will be involved in England 50 over squad. So they obviously don't want to leave the Caribbean with injuries. But obviously the humidity is what is going to sap them. But they started in Antigua, which is very hot. Barbados, which is hot. I know there's St. Lucia, which is slightly hotter. So it's okay. They'll get on to the field and enjoy themselves. I believe the players are enjoying it as well. And being out in the Caribbean at this time of the year.
Interesting word from Cameron Ponsonby, our man in St. Lucia, who's just sent me a photo of a very dark cloud that is apparently on its way towards the ground, with a comment of, "I'm not sure that the outfield can take a great deal more." So if it does rather deposit, we may have a problem. You just mentioned there about players potentially getting hurt in these conditions. If we rewind the clock back to the weekend, people will remember Reece Topley in Barbados sliding as he went to deliver what turned out to be the final ball before a 35-minute rain delay, and he twisted his knee and then came back, bowled one ball, went off, and was very unhappy about the whole thing really. And as he went off, smashed a chair over the handrail up to the pavilion at Barbados. And I said at the time in the podcast afterwards that if the ICC fine him for that, then we should crowdfund his fine, because that would be a group of people that didn't really understand what was going on. Reece Topley is a man who's missed an awful lot of cricket due to injuries down the years. Well, guess what? The ICC did fine him. They fined him 15% of his match fee, and they've given him a demerit point as well. So I don't know how we set up a crowdfunder, but I can tell you, having spoken to a couple of people quite close to the situation, he really is quite unhappy about the whole thing. And that's why I think today they will be a great deal more cautious about these playing conditions, because let's face it, if the players are out there and it's not safe, there's an IPL auction in 3 weeks' time. That could be £500,000 lost. You know, you could be talking about someone suing the ICC for lost revenue if they were to pick up an injury in a game like this.
Yeah, well, obviously Reece Topley wants to play cricket, and as you said, the IPL auction is just around the corner, and these guys will want to put in good performances in the international series, so that their names will be on the lips of those franchise owners when it comes to the auction. I think it's going to be in Dubai. But you can see frustration, obviously, in Reece Topley. He doesn't want to get injured. He always misses series because of injuries. He's in the Caribbean. That's the last place he expects to pull an injury. And obviously, frustration going up the steps. He picked up an innocent chair and he smashed it. You know, he could have gone inside the dressing room and could have done that as well. But obviously, ICC has their rules set up and you know, code of conduct which the players have to adhere to. But sometimes you ask yourself, do the people who impose these sanctions understand the frustration of a cricketer? A man wants to play cricket. He wants to go out there and do well for himself and for his country. He wants to perform consistently well so he can get international recognition. And sometimes you just have to, the player just have to temper that. And then you have the match referee, the former cricketers, most of them are former cricketers, and they would have gone through that phase as well. And sometimes you just need to sit down and talk to the player. If the player admits to the breach, then you can adjust accordingly. Yeah. But the rules are there, and you have to adhere to the rules. Rules are laws, and if you break laws, there are consequences. And Reece Topley obviously would have learned from that, and you will see that Josh Butler, whoever else is in charge in England, set up now in St. Lucia, they will make sure that things are a bit more favourable for their players, because you don't want someone to get injured at this stage of a tour. There are Absolutely. 2 other games left, and they're weekend games, Saturday and Sunday, so they're quite close, and you need to get 15 fit men in order to choose from to give yourself a chance to win this series.
Talking of injuries, the West Indies made a couple of changes to their squad. So they named a squad for the first 2 games, and now for games 3, 4 and 5, no Andre Russell, We saw him in the first game on Saturday, didn't see him on Sunday. We told he'd picked up a little bit of an ankle problem. Well, that ankle problem has ruled him out of the rest of the series. So he's been replaced by Shamar Springer, who is Bajan. Well, he was born in Barbados and has played for Barbados, Antigua and Jamaica in their cricket. He is an all-rounder. And Alzari Joseph has returned from suspension for Shamar Joseph. So fast bowler for fast bowler. Now, Roland Butcher, during the first couple of games, said very forcefully on air here on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, he didn't believe Alzari Joseph should have been involved in this series at all after what he did in the one-day internationals, walking off the pitch, disrespecting his captain. But here he is, back in the squad. Philo Wallace, is this one of those situations that if the West Indies were 2-0 up, would this decision with Alzari Joseph have been different? What I'm asking is, because they're 2-0 down, do they need him a bit more, and therefore the suspension was only 2 games, and therefore he's back in the side, or the squad at least at the moment?
I think if they were 2-0 up, West Indies were 2-0 up, they were still picking. I thought that the punishment was a little light. I'm not a big fan of disrespecting the captains. I think a captain runs the team on the field. You might have your differences about field placing, but we are all adults and they are men. Some of them are married with children, so they need to control their aggression. I know frustration would have been part of Alzari's frustration because he's the most unlucky fast bowler that we have now. A lot of drop catches, misfields, all those things build up in you, and then it's just the wrong place at the wrong time that he decided to let his steam off. But obviously CWI decided they're going to sanction him by banning him for the first 2 games in Barbados. And you have to remember that there's no selection panel right now in Cricket West Indies. The selection panel is made up of maybe the director of cricket, Miles Bascom, and Darren Sammy. And Darren Sammy as head coach has the final say on who he wants in that squad. So maybe he said, look, Alzari Joseph is one of the spearheads. They had a big function yesterday in St. Lucia as well for the St. Lucia Kings for winning the CPL. Alzari Joseph played for that franchise, so you wouldn't want to see that you're celebrating the CPL victory and your leading fast bowler is not there. So he's gone into St. Lucia. I hope that he can reintegrate himself back into this side, because I believe that he can deliver what West Indies wants. I think that his managing him is important. He needs to seek out professional help in Antigua. I know the government of Antigua will reach out and help him. You have Sir Andy Roberts, you have Sir Curtly Ambrose. I know Winston Benjamin has been doing some work with him. So he has all the tools there. He needs to reach out to them and just, ask for a little advice and guidance on it. But to me, he can deliver for West Indies, but I just think he needs to be managed well. He has to control that aggression as well and try to make sure that whenever he goes onto that field, because he knows he's going to be a target, he has to go onto that field very calm. I would like to see him smile a bit more and try to enjoy cricket as much as possible, rather than being so angry and uptight. Because if he's going to be angry and uptight, if you really prick him, he's going to explode, and you don't want him to explode at all. Not during this series or even in the future. You try and rein in that anger. We see on the screen, Andrew, the covers now.
Yes, you just used the phrase "rein in." Let me just set the scene a little bit. We came on air at 7:30, ready for a toss very shortly after that. The toss has been officially delayed until 7:45. It is not going to take place in 1 minute's time, because if you imagine a clock face and 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, directly top to bottom of a clock face is entirely covered with a sheet straight down the middle of the playing area. Not just the square, the entire playing area. So that includes the bowlers' run-ups. So we are not going to be getting a toss anytime shortly. And I'm not going to make any comment on this one. 5 minutes ago we were talking about Reece Topley. We've just had an announcement from the ECB. Reece Topley has been ruled out the remainder of this T20 international series with a knee injury. Following further assessment after arriving in St. Lucia, a decision has been made for him to fly home. So Reece Topley's series is over. He bowled 2.4 overs in Barbados in the first game, and because of that rain and the slippery surface, he slips, he damages his knee, and he needs to go home, tore over.
And that is what we were just talking about. You don't want a guy who's been out of international cricket through injury. Now, again, missing another international series, again, because of injury. And that would be more frustration on Reece Topley. I know his father is in Barbados. He's in the region, obviously, touring with his group and watching these T20s. And that would be a big blow to Reece Topley and his family. And obviously, he now has to come back to England and regroup and get all the help that he can in order to get fit again. And there's no cricket for him to play now, because the IPL auction is just around the corner. I believe he would have put his name in the ring to get a contract. So he now has to hope that he can gain a contract in the IPL on past performances, because there's nothing futuristic now for him in terms of bowling. So it's just unfortunate. He has to come home. It's not like you can stay and get rehab there. He has to come back to England and do his rehab. And that means that England now will be one bowler short. So maybe it is good, or it could be bad for England as well, because it's good in that it gives somebody another opportunity. Bad that you miss a quality bowler of Reece Topley's quality up front, especially being a left-hand seamer.
Well, he's the second player heading home, because Jaffa Chauhan has also made his way back from the Caribbean. He's due to be going on the England A tour later on this winter, and so apparently to manage his workload, well, he's only been in the Caribbean for 3 or 4 weeks and has basically been doing a bit of bowling. He's been taken back. So essentially, the impression I get is he was basically taken along so England could actually have a closer look at him, which I think they might need to find another definition, because I'm not sure you should be named in a squad if you basically aren't ever actually going to play, if you're being taken. It sounded like that was a glorified scouting and coaching trip. But look, anyway, that's by the by. So Jaffa Chauhan has gone home already. Reece Topley will be heading that way. As a man of Barbados, can I take you back to those 2 games at the weekend?
Sure.
Lots of talk about the fact, win the toss and win the game, because with 4 p.m. Barbados start times, the first innings was played in the natural light, the second innings was played under floodlight, and once the dew took effect, it completely changed the way the pitch was playing. What did you make of that? Because, yeah, it was quite marked in the way that a pitch can change in 2 hours. I mean, you don't think that's possible.
I just think it's strange. There's global warming as well. But it's very strange, because you would expect in the daytime the pitch to play a lot better. But at the night, now in Barbados, as Shea Hope said as well, it's a chasing ground. So in the night, the pitch, I don't know, because of the dew, how the pitch is prepared, but the ball doesn't swing as much, and the ball comes on a lot better at night than in the daytime. In the daytime, you find the ball hitting and stopping, where at night the ball comes through rather true, where the batters can express themselves by hitting through the line of the ball. It's a strange kind of debate around those pitches in Barbados. There's not a lot of grass. You don't see a lot of grass like what you're seeing in St. Lucia, but yet they still play reasonably well. They might stop a bit in the first couple of overs, but once you get in as a batter, you can score runs. Phil Salt showed us how to approach batting on the surface. You just bide your time, wait until the bad ball comes around, put it away with authority, gain your confidence, and then you express yourself. We saw Josh Butler got out for first ball in the first T20. The second T20 came in and played a gem of an innings. Again, give himself some time and rode his luck, and he got into stride and stroked the ball away. But it's quite unusual to see a pitch performing better or playing better in the second half than in the first half. But the curators, they know what they're doing. I believe that they'll get them even better, where you have consistency. You know, obviously, and the games are starting at 4 p.m., which is even strange to me, because at 4 p.m., the surface should be picture perfect. It's not like a 9:30 start. It is a 4 p.m. start. And then you had a game on Saturday and a completely different pitch on Sunday. And the pitch on Sunday was assisting bowlers even more than on Saturday. And you would expect that those 2 pitches would have been prepared at the same time.
You see, the interesting thing is, I was doing a bit of digging on this one. Am I right in saying that normally a domestic T20 game is a later start than 4 p.m? So is part of the problem here we're starting at 4 o'clock for English broadcast time, for the convenience of it? So I was doing some digging around, as I say, and the West Indies play, is it Bangladesh or Afghanistan, in some T20 games coming up in the next few weeks, and those are going to be an 8 p.m. Barbados time start, because actually that works better for the time zone of the opposition because of the time difference, and therefore it works better there. And actually, because that match will be completely under lights, actually the conditions should be pretty uniform. So is it just a strange quirk that it's happening because we're in that transition from daylight to floodlit conditions because of the English TV market?
It could be. Obviously, when you look at it, you're starting at 4 p.m. in the afternoon in the Caribbean. And obviously that daylight is crucial. And also there is some effect in the pitch preparation and the way how the pitch plays because of the early start at 4 o'clock. Now 8 p.m. is going to be very interesting to see how those pitches behave, because as you say, it's going to be total darkness, and they're playing against Afghanistan, I think. So I think it's going to be a trial and error for the ground staff to see how best they can prepare a pitch that will last the duration of a T20 match in one type of light, because it'll be dark. So it's going to be very interesting, and then they will have to work out how best now they can balance starting early to get the perfect pitch for a T20 game in relation to starting at 8 p.m. at night. So it's going to be a good challenge for the ground staff at the various venues that they will use. But I just think that this is something that they all need to learn from. And we have to remember the World Cup, some of the games started early morning as well. So on pitches that weren't settled, and obviously Bridgetown would have been relayed, but the surfaces I believe have settled. It's just that the preparation, there's something in that preparation that is not quite perfect as yet. Because if you look at Sunday's pitch, you would never expect it to dance around so much, and for such a long time as well. Very true.
It swung for 6 or 7 overs, and you don't normally expect a white ball to do it as much as that. Just to keep you up to date with where we are at the moment here on TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, the covers are starting to come off. The umpires are actually having an inspection, and they obviously need the covers to come off so they can do that. We haven't been given any indication yet as to when a likely toss would happen. We were told at 7:45 UK time, but obviously, as I mentioned earlier, you can't have a toss if the covers are still on. So we're in the process of sorting that out. They are currently walking around, our Dayton Butler and Leslie Reefer. Those are the two men standing for this evening's game. So as soon as there is any information relayed from the middle as to what's going to happen, we will bring that to you. Earlier on today, though, the West Indian all-rounder Romario Shepherd spoke with TalkSport's reporter Cameron Ponsonby ahead of this evening's action.
Romario, 2-0 down in the series. Obviously you need to win 3 on the bounce to win the series outright, but you did beat South Africa 3-0 just earlier this year. How much confidence do you take from that you can win 3 in a row again?
Well, we know England is a big team. You know, they've been playing well, and the batsmen are in form, and the bowler's been executing. So, you know, it's a difficult task, but, you know, like you said before, it's something that, you know, we've done before. So, yeah, obviously, we have to come here and, you know, try and win this game first of all, because we have to take it one game at a time from here.
Then Andre Russell is out for the series. Just how much does that change your own role within the team?
Well, like I said before, you know, Andre is a big asset to any team that he's playing for. So, you know, it make my responsibility even bigger, because I have to, you know, finish the game, I have to bowl more overs and stuff like that. So, it brings a bigger responsibility on myself. You know, I'm up for the challenge too.
Alzari was obviously out for the last 2 matches. What's it been like to welcome him back to the group?
Well, I think he's be needed, because we all know how big an asset he is in the death phase, and also with the new ball for us. He's been taking a lot of wicket, and, you know, we've been short on wickets, so that's something that is important for us today. If Alzari can actually do what he normally does for us.
But is everyone friends again? Everyone's hugged and kissed and made up?
Yeah, man, there is no hard feelings. You know, there was just a one-off situation on the field there, so hopefully everyone put it behind them and, you know, ready to rock and roll today, because it's an important game for us.
And finally, we're here in St Lucia. What can we expect of the conditions in this ground?
Well, normally it's a good batting wicket. You know, the breeze play a big factor, so you know, even bigger than in Barbados. So we all know we can expect some more runs.
Perfect. Romario, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Romario Shepherd in conversation with Cameron earlier on, before it started to drizzle with rain. Interesting though, Philo, I want to pick up what he was talking about there, about the fact that he's going to have to pick up some of the slack with Andre Russell not being in the side anymore because of that ankle injury, and he's going to have to bowl more. In the series so far, 1 for 45 in the first game from 3 overs and 5 balls, 2 for 42 in the second from 2 overs and 5 balls. I mean, Alex Tudor at one point over the weekend was describing it as licorice all sorts he was sending down at one stage. Romario Shepherd, if he's going to pick up that role, has got a lot to pick up there, hasn't he?
I think he needs to bowl better. What you read there, 2 overs for 40 runs in both T20s is not picking up the slack at all from Andre Russell. He has to bowl better, and that is one of the reasons why maybe, the scores that England have been scoring have been so high, because Shepherd, who's supposed to be that guy that comes into the middle and be tight, he's been going for some runs. I think that he's also lost the art again of bowling that Yorker. The Yorker ball, to me, is such an effective bowler. He's one of the few bowlers in that squad who can bowl it. But when pressure is on you, sometimes you just seem to lose your focus. And he just have to refocus and understand that he's not a genuine fast bowler. He's nowhere near fast, but he can utilize his skills better if he just focus on putting the ball in the right areas to create pressure and maybe get wickets. Because he said Alzari is back and they need him. We don't know the 11 yet, but if he's saying that's telling me that he might play today, because obviously you're looking for wicket takers, and wicket takers are important. And again, you're looking at pace. Might be send Shamar Joseph down to Antigua to prepare for a series against Bangladesh, a test series, where I think that we could have tried to pair them here in these final T20 games to try and get them to understand each other and bowling. But that is not the case. And if Alzari plays today, we hope that he goes well and really bring life back to our bowling and pick up those important wickets that is so badly needed. But Shepherd, obviously, again, will have to lift his game. I think another guy as well that he has not mentioned is Rutherford as well. He does a little bowling. He's gone a little pear-shaped. I think he needs also to be the one that can fill in. And I want to touch on Nicholas Pooran, who's played 100 T20 games. I want to congratulate him. He's had a wonderful year thus far. He's been given a very lucrative contract as well at the IPL, so they're showing confidence in him. And we just hope that he can really crown off this year properly for West Indies. And I hope that he can go on. He said he thinks that he can play 100 more T20s. I believe he can play 200 more.
Well, the amount that they play, that'll take him about a week and a half.
Yeah, so I wish him all the very best. And I hope that, that this series finishes on a high for him. It's important for him. He's one of our leading batters in T20 cricket. And I hope that he can really finish on a high to give him confidence going into the latter part of the year and then obviously next year. So congratulations to Nicholas Pooran, and I do hope that you get your dream come true and fulfill your wishes and enjoy playing white ball cricket for West Indies for a very long time.
It is TalkSport 2. It is the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We were hoping that the players would be on the field about now, ready to bowl the first ball of the third T20 International, with the toss having taken place about 25 minutes ago. But we are still waiting. The covers are beginning to come off, although they have slowed down somewhat, as it seems to be that the ground staff are very nervous about the aforementioned cloud that we described to you earlier on. They are getting very nervous that that cloud might deposit more rain, and there is a real concern that the outfield cannot take much more water. So, ladies and gentlemen, we really do need to keep everything crossed at the moment that cloud blows on past and doesn't deposit anything. We still haven't had any kind of indication from the umpires yet as to how long they think a clearing up operation would take. So I'm afraid we are still completely in the dark at the moment, and it really is a case of wait and see. I will just recap the news for you that we brought you about 10-15 minutes or so ago, and that is that unfortunately Reece Topley is going to be on his way home. He's basically had the knee further assessed that he damaged in Barbados on Saturday evening. Since arriving in St Lucia, they've got further assessment on that. The decision has been made for him to fly home. So Reece Topley's series is done and dusted for the time being. So not great news for Reece. We wish him all the very best. Jos Buttler did say at the toss on Sunday that actually he pulled up okay overnight, and they were hoping it wasn't too bad, but I'm afraid that at the moment at least doesn't seem to be the way of things. Right, anyway, got a chance to bring you some more audio, actually, because the England all-rounder Liam Livingstone also spoke earlier with our reporter Cameron Ponsonby.
Liam, 2-0 up in the series, a chance for first away series win in 2 years. How's the group feeling?
Yeah, excited. Yeah, like you said, we haven't won too many series over the last couple of years. So yeah, it'd be great for us as a group to win one. Great opportunity tonight to do that.
What are you expecting from the conditions here?
Yeah, one thing you usually know about this pitch is it's a good cricket wicket. There's a bit more pace and bounce for the bowlers, and which obviously helps the batters. So yeah, it's usually a really good ground. It's usually a good atmosphere as well. They usually get quite good support here, so I'm looking forward to tonight. Then
a word on your own form, particularly with the ball. You got Pooran out with a beautiful off break the other day. Off breaks, correct me if I'm wrong, came after the leggies. Do you feel as comfortable with either kind of skill at the moment?
I wouldn't say as comfortable. I think leg spin's a lot more harder than what off spin is to bowl. I think anybody could just roll out a few off spinners. So leg spin's a little bit more of a harder skill. But yeah, like you say, I really enjoy my cricket. Feel like I can affect the game with both bat and ball, and ultimately as an all-rounder, that's what you want to do. So yeah, another chance to do that tonight. Hopefully put in another performance that helps England win again.
Then you got him out next ball. We'll start there. But on Saturday, Andre Russell hit you for one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen. Then the next ball, you got him out. Can you just talk a little bit about the challenge of bowling to these lads who have that much power and who are standing there looking to knock you out of the park every ball?
Scary. Yeah, it's not ideal. That was a pretty big six, I won't lie. Joss's was bigger. I'll just put that one out there.
Absolutely.
But as he's told me the last 10 times in the last 3 days. But no, I think anybody, with someone like Dre, you'd probably take 3 sixes to get him out. So yeah, that's the thing with the ball. We're just trying to take as many wickets as we possibly can, because we know that's what kills the West Indies, losing wickets. So hopefully keep going with that.
I don't normally. Liam Livingstone speaking with Cameron Ponsonby. Thanks for joining us here on the TalkSport 2 network, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman alongside Jared Kimber and Kath Dalton. Kath's back.
I'm back.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you, John. How are you?
Yeah, good. How's the coaching world? Have you been taking it by storm?
Not quite by storm, but yeah, really good. Obviously went out to the PSL in March this year. Lost on the last ball in the final, which was pretty gutting, to be honest. But, you know, we've got to try again next year. But yeah, busy as ever, and enjoying it.
I remember when we were out in the Caribbean, actually, and Jared was working for the Melbourne Stars or the Renegades. I always used to get
Stars.
And I think you almost allowed yourself the thought that you were going to be part of a Big Bash winning side.
Is that when they were none down chasing 150 in the 12th over? And I stupidly thought with Marcus Stoinis and Ben Dunk at the crease they'd win that game, and they lost by about 30 runs.
I've got a superstition that even if my team's 2-3, 4-0 up, doesn't happen often, I'll never look at, you know how they change the league in football, so it's an as it stands league, right? And superstition will mean, or I won't look at it until the match has been completed, right? So you made the error of thinking that you'd won the game, and it came back to haunt you. It was your fault, essentially.
Yeah, but John, you're a Fulham fan. That's why.
Yeah, well, they two are linked. Yeah, you're right. The two are linked.
That's the difference between being an Australian cricket fan, where you expect to win and then you win.
Apart from when you lose. We've got a bit of a hold-up. I'm not sure if it's a particularly positive memory to have, but I was just looking at one of the ground staff who's out on the outfield, and the attire that he was wearing reminded me of what they make you wear when you go to Niagara Falls. That to me suggests there's a bit of rain in the air, a little bit of moisture.
I was thinking it was a little bit like the people who captured E.T. Because there's a lot
there is a bit about that. The colouring, it's more the colouring, and also the fact that that ground staff, that person, he kind of thinks that big bank of rain is coming this way, and it does seem like if it does hit, we might have bit of trouble getting this game on. Either way, we shall see. Thoughts from the first two T20s, Jared? I mean, nip and tuck, as it always seems to be for the ODIs. If you look back at all the limited over stuff that's been played in the Caribbean between these two sides over the last 5 years, it's gone one way then the other. They've all gone right to the conclusion, but there was actually a bit of daylight between the two sides. it seemed.
Yeah, I think the toss has played a big part.
Yeah, for sure. 2 good tosses for England to win.
And I think in the one-day series, it was probably the other way around, right? I think in the one-day series, it was more to do with the fact that the tosses maybe went in West Indies' favour, and then they've gone in England's favour. But I just think that West Indies almost need to win the tosses for the games to be 50-50. Their bowling lineup is dire. Akil Hassan is bowling on his own. By the way, this is when Reece Topley, they're showing some highlights, when Reece Topley fell over. Look how much rain is being played. If my future is on the line, I don't want to be a fast bowler with an injury history, bowling in that much rain and then slipping over. If I'm Reece Topley, I would be certainly asking some questions of the ECB and ICC about why I was forced to go out there. We've got a bowling coach here. I think she can tell us that your foot moving 3 inches to the left is not a good thing.
Especially not when you're 6'8" and bowling at, high 80s.
Yeah, it doesn't help, does it? The one thing that fast bowlers want is that secure footing. Your front leg taking 6 to 8 times your body weight through it. And the way Topley slipped there, particularly if you keep your front leg straight as well, which is a good thing, by the way, for speed. But yeah, he slid a long way, and I think I would have broken more than a chair if I was him, to be quite honest.
Yeah, he got fined for that. So I hope somewhere out there, benefactor just pays that for him, because it did seem like you're kind of missing the point a little bit.
It was just so wet. But yeah, look, I understand. Someone breaks a chair, you get upset. But I think if you break your knee and you miss out on an IPL or a PSL contract or a Big Bash contract because you were forced to play in wet conditions, and we're just seeing the ball he bowls afterwards, that was about your pace, John.
So you're saying it's fast. Get up there.
It really was when we watched it, because we were like, oh, they'll come back in and they'll just they won't worry about it. And I think Robin Powell went, oh my God, he's bowled a powder puff here, a half volley on off stump. I'm just going to chip this back over his head. But no, look, there's a big difference between the teams. John Turner is going to come back in. Have we got the team for England? Is that official, or is that just we're assuming he's coming back in?
We're assuming. I mean, the fact is that Reece Topley isn't going to play.
Yeah.
So, you'd imagine that Turner will come in if we get any play.
I'm not sure that Turner isn't a better bowler than all the seamers that the West Indies currently have on offer. I do like Matthew Ford, so, maybe I'm being a little bit unfair to him, but he's not useful all the way through the innings, I suppose, is the best way I'd look at Matthew Ford. Akil Hassan has been magnificent in this series, considering what has gone on at the other end. Moti hasn't bowled very well either. And the rest of their seamers have been everywhere. We saw them use a 31-year-old, essentially all-rounder in the last game, who they batted at number 11, who struggled with line and length. Romario Shepherd struggles with line and length. Andre Russell was struggling with line and length. And Alzari Joseph has been busy.
What was interesting, actually, watching the game, was Shepherd went cross-seam in the power play. And that was the only time that England really got that lateral movement. So it was interesting that he went defensive very early on and went to his cutters. And I just felt like that's when you're on the front foot as a batter. If a bowler with a brand new cricket ball in the first 6 overs of a T20 is going crossing.
And I think a big part of that is Romario Shepherd is not a power play bowler.
Correct.
He's a middle overs bowler, and in the middle overs, what you've just said is, you're the coach. That's what you're telling them, right? Like at this point, the ball stopped moving, go cross seam, try some other things. Whereas Romario Shepherd, that's his main weapon, and we were commentating last year saying the same thing. Why is he bowling with a new ball? He's not a new ball bowler.
I think that's lack of role clarity, isn't it? As a coach, you need to make sure that you're putting the right players in the right overs against the right batters. Those matchups are really key in T20 cricket, and they've just got it all wrong with Shepherd. So I do feel for him, but to be honest, I think at international level, you should be able to control a swinging ball.
If you're not a frontline bowler?
I think he should have had more skill than that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's weird because he's in the side partly because he can bat, right? Like he's not, like if that was Reece Topley, I think I'd be completely on your side. I'm not against you with what you're saying, but they're making him do something that they know he's not quite ready for, and we're judging him on it, whereas realistically we should be saying, if you need Akil Hassan to bowl 3 overs in every power play, right? Like, I'm not saying don't bowl Akil Hassan in the power play. He's a beautiful power play bowler, but they need him to bowl 3 overs because they don't have a seamer. Right? Like, realistically, their team would be very, very good if Akil Hassan was bowling with Moti in the middle. They could shut down the middle, and instead they've got guys who should be bowling in the middle, bowling with the new ball. It's just a mess for me, the West Indies bowling lineup. I see they got Shamar Springs. Is he in the squad or?
Yeah, he's been brought back in, hasn't he? Alzaro Joseph is back after the 2-match suspension. Shamar Spring is in as well, and Shamar Joseph, I think, has made way.
You know, he obviously struggled in the last one. So I was watching Spring Bowl in the Super 50 the other day. I'm trying to Google from a distance here because I don't want to be too close to John because he looks like he's...
What have I got to do with you going on your laptop?
I don't know. I don't know why I'm on my laptop. I was trying to bring up his figures from the other day. He took none for 50 in a game versus Barbados, which my memory of that game was it was a low-scoring game. There we go, 239 plays 237. I think he's a good young talent. He's, again, though, someone who seems to be not quite a frontline bowler coming back in. And I was watching their academy team play. They've got some young bowlers, I thought, that you know, could come in as specialists, but they're just a bit young and a bit raw at the moment. But they just keep going back to this sort of Kyle Mayers, Dominic Drakes, Spring, Shepherd, all these sorts of players who are good bowlers and have good bowling skills, but that's not what they get paid to do. It's a part of their overall package. And I think that there's too many guys there that just aren't good at one specific skill in bowling.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think as a bowler, you need to think, what am I good at? And really work at that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of medium pace in the West Indies attack as well. There doesn't seem to be anyone
on medium pace as well.
Running in and bowling with a point of difference. You know, we said Topley, who's unfortunately just gone home, but he is definitely a point of difference with that left arm angle. It just seems like they're just a replica of each other in the West Indies attack, unfortunately, at the moment.
Looking at the England side then, of course, they've welcomed back a very familiar face, Jos Buttler, he's had, I don't know, would it be his worst year in white ball cricket over the last year? Certainly in terms of the criticism that's been levelled at him. He was saying that he feared for his job after Matthew Mott was, of course, jettisoned. Do you think the non-wicket keeping Jos Buttler is going to answer any of the problems? Do you think too much is asked of him? Especially when you consider how few, I mean, talk about experience within a side. You know, he's a bit like the Test side, really, when he kind of came in and then went out of that. It reminds me a bit of Joe Root towards the back end of his Test captaincy, when he's looking around the field and there's not a lot there. There's not a lot of experience. There's not a lot of bankers. Some of the best players are gone, and that's probably one of the reasons why he's still got the gig.
Yeah, I think with Matthew Mott, I know England fans have kind of moved on and emotionally and everything. Matthew Mott was hired to oversee a team that already knew what it was doing and make sure that every box was ticked and things kept going in the right direction. And then what happened was that the complete team had fallen apart sort of underneath, and England hadn't noticed. They can't bowl spin very well, and they can't bat very well against spin. I'm not sure that was Matthew Mott or Jos Buttler's fault, but neither were either of them particularly inspired. You know, McCullum at the very least is going to try some wacky things to try and make it work. He might make it worse, but he might make it better. Buttler in the field maybe just allows him to see the game slightly differently, think about things slightly differently. I've always thought of him as the sort of wicketkeeper who kind of needs the gloves, not from an emotional point of view, but there are some guys like McCullum couldn't wait to get the gloves off, could he? Like McCullum in his last Test matches wicket-keeping was literally taking the gloves off as he was going, passing them to whoever was around. Kumar Sangakkara, I remember hearing him talk about that and being the same sort of thing of just like, I've got this is a terrible job. There must be someone else here who could do this sort of thing. And I don't know if Buttler is one of those players, but, you know, going back to someone like Adam Gilchrist, he was desperate to keep the gloves, all the way through. So players think about this differently. Feels like to me Buttler is okay with the idea of kind of moving on from that a little bit. And if that, you know, it allows him to see the game differently. He hasn't always kept.
No, I think Buttler actually said himself that he had too much on his plate in a couple of interviews, that he felt it was just too much to do, really, and also a very slow over rate from England under his captaincy. So potentially it does alleviate a little bit of pressure from him, but to be honest, if I got told that, you know, you're not taking the gloves anymore and you're going to stand in the outfield, I'm not sure how I'd feel about that.
That probably depends on how your knees and your hamstrings and your back is like. Do you know what I mean? When was the last time you broke your finger as a wicketkeeper? Because there are some days you could be told that and you'd be like, I can't believe you're taking my job away. And there would be other days you'd be like, seriously, do you need me to clean the gloves for the next person? Do you want me to get it ready? I'll bring the roller out so we can throw the ball off the roller for them.
I think you're showing your personality here.
The covers are off, but there is still a very real threat of rain in the air. While we wait for, hopefully, better news of teams and toss, let's hear an interview which took place between Cameron Ponsonby and England's Jacob Bethel.
Jacob, your first England tour, you've been out here in, of course, playing in your home nation. You've also been with Dan Mouser, your great mate. I can't imagine there's been too many more special first tours.
No, it's been really good. It's a bit weird being so close to family and friends, but also playing cricket for England. Yeah, but it's been great. Obviously, Mouse, been playing alongside him, which has been really good. It's something we've said we've wanted to do for a while now.
And Saturday at the Kensington Oval seemed to be the day that the whole island decided to come down and support you. What was that like as an experience, an emotion? How many people do you reckon were in the crowd?
It was a bit surreal, to be honest. I think there was, I don't know, touching on 150 people that came directly to see me in one kind of block of the stand. So they were causing some noise, which was to be expected, but no, it was surreal. And then to play a key part in the game was also unbelievable.
How did that impact the nerves? Because obviously you've played in front of thousands of people before, you've played on big TV matches, but to have 150 people who have come explicitly to see you, was the heart going a bit more?
Yeah, it was a different feeling, that's for sure. I mean, the capacity at Kensington is obviously not as big as some of the other grounds we play at, so you're used to playing in front of quite big crowds, but that's when people are just coming to watch the cricket. They don't really know what you're doing yourself, but to have 150 pairs of eyes on directly me was a bit nerve-wracking. I mean, once I had a catch in the field, which kind of settled me down. I was like, right, cool, we're off. Like, at least I've done something. But then when I walked out the bat, I had a bit more kind of behind me to say, yeah, let's go out and score some runs.
Had you played at the Kensington Oval before? Was that your first game there?
I played one game, I think, as a trial game for Barbados under 15. I think I got like 10 or 12. And then I wasn't off to a great start in the 50 over.
Because I feel like I've heard Phil Salt talks about how special that 100 was for him being at the Kensington Oval. I think Jofra's first game there was across the World Cup. That might be wrong. Yeah. And you could see for both of them how emotional and how special a moment that was. Was that something you shared as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think the ground's obviously cool, but it's just the location of how close it is to where kind of your roots are. And you always hear stories of the great West Indies team or the great games that have been played at Kensington. So to then go and do well at Kensington is obviously very special.
And how would you assess your last couple months? It's been such a fast rise for you. You seem to have just kind of taken to international cricket like no bother at all. I know it's not going to be for you to say there's been hype around you, but there's been people very excited to see you part of this team. How do you feel it's gone yourself?
Yeah, I think it's gone well. The 50 over stuff, obviously, getting the chance to bat up the order would have liked to get a bigger score with the bat and kind of take us through to a bit more of obviously it's a series win. But yeah, in the T20 stuff, I feel like I've gone well. Not change the things to what I had been doing to get me picked. So yeah, I'll just look to continue doing that.
There seems to be a theme about you where good players think you're good, basically. And so I know Glenn Maxwell thinks a lot of you. You've had a relationship when he was at Warwickshire last year. He seemed to really celebrate when he got you out in the Aussie one-dayers, or I think it was the one-dayers over the summer. Like, can you talk a bit about that relationship, how much you two have worked together?
No, Maxie was great. He was a great addition for us at Warwickshire. The way he thinks of the game and stuff is different to what you come across in the county setup, obviously for someone that's done as much as he has. But yeah, I don't really know what he was celebrating about. I think it was just, I don't know what I told him. I told him something, but he said if I get him out, he'll retire. So I think he getting me out, he was like, okay, your turn to retire. But no, it wasn't quite like that. I think it was just a bit of fun.
And now you're obviously here for the white ball. You're going to be on to New Zealand very shortly. It's a very busy kind of time for you. How did the two call-ups feel different from the white ball to the red ball? Because it feels like with the white ball, you earned your spot basically through performances. You're kind of a proven quantity in white ball cricket. Whereas with red ball, you're at the moment, you don't necessarily have such a big background within that side of the game. And they've gone, we think we see something in this kid. let's pick him for this squad. Have you been told at all what your role for that tour is going to be? Are you expecting to play, or is it more of a learning experience?
I've not been told much, to be honest. I'm in the squad, and I don't know what the chances of me actually playing a game are, but I'll be looking to go out there and learn from the guys out there. If I do end up playing, then it'll be time to kind of prove that I can play red ball cricket. And yeah, if I don't, then it'd be a great learning opportunity.
And how did the what was the emotions like when you got that test call up? Did it differ at all from the white ball call up?
A little bit. I mean, I've always wanted to play test cricket, so to get the call up for the squad was unbelievable. I was just and it was cool because I was in Barbados with my dad. Like, whereas before for the other stuff, I was just in England at home, like by myself. So I didn't have anyone around. But yeah, to have family around was pretty special.
And how's your dad been finding all this? From what I've heard, your dad and your granddad were both very, very good cricketers. What's it been like for them to share this moment with your dad, where he's like, his son's finally made it out and he's playing international cricket?
I think he's just struggling a bit with adjustment, to be honest. He's like, I don't really know what to do. It's kind of that point where my whole life I've always wanted to play international cricket, so it's at that point where I am now playing international cricket and just trying to take it all in. I think he's trying to take it all in. My mum's trying to convince him to fly all over the world, New Zealand, come to every game.
They've got to go to New Zealand. New Zealand's amazing.
He's like, no, I can't, got work. But yeah, I think he's super proud, and yeah, I think it's something he would have loved to do. So for me to do it, I think he's really happy.
Yes, we are running late. You haven't got your timings wrong. Yes, we are running late. We were supposed to have tossed the coin 55 minutes ago. It is going to happen in another 5 minutes. And the idea is that the game will then get underway at 9:15 UK, 4:45 St Lucia time. So 15 minutes after the toss, the first ball will go down. According to our calculations at the moment, it will still be 20 overs per side. We haven't reached the stage of playing long enough to having lost any overs yet, because of course there is a bit of make-up time added into the day, and there is also the fact that the interval from the outset is timed at 20 minutes, although very rarely in a T20 game do you get 20 minutes. It normally ends up at about 10 minutes, so we can squeeze that down. The shortest interval you can have is 10 minutes, so don't be surprised if things get condensed a wee bit further than that. So we are waiting on the toss. It will be Nikhilatam Chandani who is on duty for the toss at the moment, and everything is currently being set up and ready for that. And well, let's just say hopefully everything will be in place and ready to go. Philo Wallace has rejoined myself, Andrew McKenna, in the commentary box. Well, we spoke about it earlier, Philo, in the Barbados games, win the toss and win the game. Obviously, with conditions potentially coming into the equation, how much do you think the toss could play a part in this one as well?
Well, it's hard to say, Andrew, what the toss will do in this game in St Lucia. I don't know how much cricket has been played at the Dan Sammy Stadium in St Lucia since the World Cup. Normally the surfaces there are quite good. Crafton, the head curator for CWI, he's the man in charge, and from the looks of it, he has a lot of grass on the surface, so I expect it to be true. I don't see much difference in I don't think I would see a lot of difference in start to finish on this surface. I think this surface will play a lot better than Barbados because of the nature of it, and I just think if you win the toss with the atmosphere as it is, I feel who wins the toss are going to send the opposition into bat and chase. But I can't say if you chase, you're going to win. I believe in cricket matches, you set a target and you defend that target properly, you can win. The T20s in Barbados, West Indies bowling let them down. And obviously England got off to rollicking start of this 5-match series, 2-0 with 3 to play. And this one obviously in St Lucia yet to start. So I think in these 3 games in St Lucia, I just think once you play a good solid T20 cricket, either batting first, or bowling first, chasing runs or defending runs, it's just about how you execute. And once you execute properly, more likely than not, you can win.
I mean, the truth is you've got to do both, so you need to do both properly and well, haven't you? This ground is generally speaking thought of as a batting ground. Just for some numbers for people, average total batting first in T20 cricket at St Lucia 168, and the average power play batting first 49 for 1. Now, interestingly, 24 T20 internationals played on this ground. 13 have been won batting first, 11 won batting second. But of course, what I don't have is the breakdown there of how many of those were day games, how many were day-night, and therefore how many could potentially be affected by things like that.
Yes, understandable. There's even Stevens 11-13. There's a big difference. I just think that the power play scores are quite low for a surface that's supposed to be the best in the Caribbean. 49. So obviously, you said you don't know the times that the game started, but obviously you would think that after 4:30 start, well, it's a delayed start, that there shouldn't be too much moisture. Although the pitch is covered, yes, but this pitch should have been prepared maybe 3-4 weeks in advance. So these pitches for these T20s, I believe, should be good. Despite the rain around and the covering, I still think they'll play good.
It is quite a long hit, though. The straight boundaries are the longer ones. So straight, you're looking around 70 to 73 metres. Square is sort of nearer to the 65. So it's a decent hit always round, really. Now, what we were told that the toss would be at past, and currently we are still waiting on it. Now, interestingly, what they are currently doing is chucking the drying agent, the kitty litter, back down on the parts of the outfield to help it. So they clearly aren't quite happy with the surface just as it stands at the moment. Looks like there is one particular area, sort of from the commentary box, looking at deep square leg to a right-hander is the sort of the one problematic area at the moment. So be interesting. Oh, I tell you what, Philo, Gary, our stats man, is absolutely bang on. I just mentioned I wasn't sure how many of the T20 internationals were day-night games at Darren Sammy. Well, guess what? Gary's done it. Eight T20 internationals are day-night games. 4 batting first wins, 4 chasing wins. So there's no massive advantage, although that's a fairly small sample size, but there's no headline number straight away that makes you leap out and say, oh my God, if we win the toss, we've got to whatever.
No, that's what I'm saying. On a good service like this, I think that the odds are even for batting first and defending or fielding first and chasing. It's just about how well the bowlers can go about their jobs. I think that is going to be the main bugbear for West Indies in this crucial third T20 game. How well are the bowlers going to execute? I know we haven't heard a lot from our bowling coach, James Franklin, the former New Zealand seam bowler, but it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts of how he goes about doing his business and getting the bowlers to understand their roles. Even from a bowling point of view, our main bowler in Moti was struggling in the T20 so far.
Excuse me for butting in, but we need to get over to Nikhil because the toss is now happening.
Joss Buttler, captain of England, and Robman Powell is captain of the West Indies. Robman has got the coin, heads is the call. And it's a heads. Robman is in disbelief. The mic, I have it. Right, Joss, won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
We're going to bowl first again. A little bit of weather around and chasing's been good so far.
Tell me about this series. First of all, let's start with today. You guys were here for the World Cup. What do you remember about conditions and being key?
Yeah, I remember it being a really good cricket wicket. Probably a true service with a bit of pace in it. But yeah, we need to start well again today. Obviously, West Indies are a top side who want to bounce back, so we've got to be right on it.
Given your young team and all that's happening in England cricket, what would a series win mean for you guys?
Yeah, lots. We've had some near misses in the recent past, so but we got to start fresh today. Start from naught for naught and earn the right to play well.
What have you done with your team today?
We just got one change today. Rayan Ahmed comes in for Adil Rashid.
All right, go well.
Thank you.
Joss Buttler. We'll now get Robman Powell. Robman, another toss loss. Have you devised a plan as to how you guys will start a bit better with bat in hand?
Yeah, definitely, and it's something that we have talked about over the last few days. Today provides an opportunity for us to change that.
Right, tell me about the ball. Now, how do you think you guys go about taking more wickets in the middle overs specifically?
I think it's about clarity. If you're coming out the power play as England did 70 for 170 without loss, the middle over is going to always be difficult, because that give them the ammunition that they can come hard at us. So it's us trying to start better, trying to control the power play. The middle overs generally take care of itself.
What have you done with your team today?
We have made a few changes. We have a lot of injury within our group. Shea Whoop comes in for Brandon King. King is feeling some needle. Azari Joseph is back for Matthew Ford. Matthew Ford is also injured. And Shemron Hetmeyer comes back in for Shafin Rutherford.
Okay, and what will Alzari bring to your bowling attack?
He has been the spearhead, the leader of our bowling attack since I became captain. He's a vital part of our unit. So hopefully today he can not just help us to control the power play, but give us those breakthroughs that we sorely need.
All right, go well today.
Thanks, man.
Right then, from the middle, another toss won by Joss Butler, and England will be chasing and bowling first.
Thank you, Nikhil. So one change for England. Rayan Ahmed gets a go. Adil Rashid just simply makes way to give Rayan Ahmed an opportunity to get some games on. 3 changes for the West Indies. Brandon King's got a bit of a problem, so Shea Hope is in for him. Alzari Joseph, as we suspected, is back into the side, but is in for Matthew Ford, who has also picked up a knock. And then Shimron Hetmeyer in for Shafin Rutherford. When the music stops, take a seat, and there's your West Indies side, Philo Wallace.
Thanks, Andrew. Obviously, a lot of injuries, so they left Barbados with injured players. The 2 games coming up Saturday and Sunday, let's hope that the medical staff can get particularly Ford back on the park. But I'm glad to see, obviously, Alzari Joseph back in the setup. Captain Powell said at the toss that he's been the leader of the attack since he took over captaincy. So it's good to have him back. Let's see how well he goes on a decent pitch in St. Lucia. And Shamrock Hetmeyer's come back into the side. Obviously, Rutherford has made way. When you look at Rutherford, I thought that he was carrying a little injury as well. So maybe he's injured as well, and Hetmeyer's come in, and we're hoping that Hetmeyer can last more than 1 ball. He has to try and spend some time at the crease and get some runs for West Indies. It's very important for him as well.
Very interesting. I'm looking at the West Indies official team sheet, and Shea Hope and Nicholas Poran are both listed as wicketkeeper. So maybe they're going to have a tear up in the dressing room to decide who gets the gloves. So the West Indian team: Evan Lewis, Shea Hope, Nicholas Poran, Rovman Powell, Alzari Joseph, Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti, Terence Hind, Roston Chase, and Shimron Hetmeyer. And yes, one of Hope or Poran to keep wicket, whichever one is the one feels like it. Shimron Hetmeyer interests me, Philo, on the grounds that I mentioned this at the weekend, that he didn't have the greatest series of scores against England. He got a first ball duck on Saturday and wasn't picked for the Sunday game. It means that in 7 T20s against England, Shimron Hetmeyer has made 44 runs at an average of 6.3. His best score against England is 14. Some sides you just can't make a run against or whatever, but West Indies need Shimron Hetmeyer to work something out and sharpish, don't they?
Well, the head coach Darren Sammy is the one who picks the squads. And he picks the playing 11, so he obviously has confidence in Hetmeyer. But judging from those numbers, there isn't a lot of confidence at all in Hetmeyer. He has not really scored a lot of runs against England, and his batting to me is just tapered off. He has not really kicked on. I know in the IPL he'll play some brilliant innings, only facing between 15 and 25 balls. But at the West Indies level, you don't need Hetmeyer to bat 15 or 25 balls. You need Hetmeyer to bat at least 40 to 50 balls. And that is what he has to understand when he's playing for West Indies. He has to bat a number of balls. He has to bat longer. He has to give himself some time to get in as well. Once he gets in, there's no doubt that he can hit the ball to any part of the ground, but he needs to give himself a little time at the crease in order to pick up the pace of the ball, the pitch and stuff like that, what the bowlers are doing, and soak in the atmosphere a bit as a batter, and then start to flow. I think sometimes he tries to go too early, and he's not really giving this for producing the runs that is expected of him.
The numbers exactly make your point. So in those 44 runs he scored against England, 5 fours and 1 6. 26 of the 44 runs have been boundaries.
5 fours and 1 6 is 6 balls. That's over.
Yeah.
So he's not really making a contribution. We need more than that from Hetmeyer. I think we really need more than that from him. He himself will know. He's been under the cloud for quite some while, in West Indies colours. We don't think he's really been the player that we expect. Everyone expected him to be the 3 format player. Now he's into just the white ball format. and this is his strong suit, the T20, and he's not really producing, so he's under some pressure to get some runs. And we're hoping that today he can break the shackles and put a decent score on the board for himself, and obviously give West Indies a total that they can defend.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a check on the latest odds with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
It is pretty close in terms of the overall betting. West Indies are evens. England are just odds on at 4-5. So pretty close as far as William Hill are concerned at the moment. For England to win and England to hit more sixes and more fours has now been enhanced, though. Was 3-1. You can now get that at 4-1. And for Jos Buttler to be the England top run scorer and England to win, to do that as a double, that's also been enhanced. It was 9-2. It's now 11-2. So if you fancy England to win and you want to combine it with a couple of other things, well, then you can find some enhanced odds. Those are today's odds with William Hill. It is over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
It is TalkSport 2. It is the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We are getting close to starting the first of the St Lucia leg of the T20 internationals. We are an hour and 10 minutes late already. The ground staff are working. They're basically putting kitty litter down on a part of the outfield to try to mop up some of the moisture. But it looks like the players are going to be with us very shortly. The umpires are down pitch side, along with Richie Richardson, the match referee, which makes me think we might be having national anthems again, as this is the first match in St Lucia, because you wouldn't normally anticipate the match referee to be standing pitch side with the umpires unless he's coming out to be part of a match presentation, if you like. If you are just joining us, the team news, well, first of all, England have won the toss and will bowl. England have made one change. Adil Rashid is being rested to give Rayan Ahmed some game time today. That is the one change for England. For the West Indies, 3 changes, injury enforced. Shai Hope is in for Brandon King at the top of the order. Alzari Joseph is in for Matthew Ford, and Shimron Hetmeyer is in for Shafane Rutherford. So those are the team changes. And, well, how significant is that toss? In Barbados, it pretty much was a case of win the toss, win the game. Will it be here? We will find out shortly. It is widely said that St Lucia is the best batting pitch in the Caribbean. So the West Indies are going to get first use of it. Be interesting to see what batting order they do come out with. But it does appear that we are going to have anthems again today, because the England players and West Indian players are all standing at the side of the pitch, and they all have a mascot with them, looking like they're about to make their way out to the middle for the anthems. Looks like there's a sort of an impromptu presentation ceremony as well, as Rodman Powell is taking some dignitaries down the line of the West Indian players, introducing them. And now Jos Buttler's going to do the same with the England. It's quite interesting that they're doing that actually off the pitch at the moment. Looks like they're all either concerned about the outfield or they're just doing it this way to save time. Either way, they're getting things done and dusted, Philo.
Sports, I'm not certain. I think it is being introduced, obviously, first of all, to West Indies squad and now England squad, which is strange because it's done off the play area with a lot of dry aging, obviously, on the outfield. Now we're going to see the match referee, Sir Richie Richardson, outstanding West Indies, a Leeward Islands player, former captain as well. He was my captain when I first made the West Indies team to a trip to Pakistan and then into the World Series in Australia. And he was quite an inspiration. Nice to see him continue to elevate himself as a match referee. I hope that he continues to grow. He's now also a new commissioner of sports for Antigua and Barbuda. So maybe all of his meetings are virtual.
He must do an awful lot of meetings, is all I'm thinking. With that many hats to wear, and let's face it, Richie Richardson did wear a hat very, very well. Right, we're going to get anthems. I'm presuming it's going to be 3 anthems once again, as we should get the anthem of Antigua, the anthem God Save the King, and then Rally Around the West Indies. So I imagine it'll be 3 lots of anthems once again. All the players are now lining up either side of the match officials. and we will be underway with the action very shortly after the anthems are conducted. All the players are now present and correct.
us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally round the West Indies, now and forevermore.
You're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport's cricket YouTube channel. Myself, John Norman, alongside Jarrod Kimber, the former Ireland international Kath Dalton, and we're just about to get underway for commentary of the third of 5 T20s. England 2-0 up with 3 to play. Can they wrap up a series victory tonight? They will be battling the West Indies, and also the conditions. We should have got underway 50 minutes ago, but we've had the toss. England have won it again, and they will bowl first. One change with Rayan Ahmed coming in for Adil Rashid. 3 changes for West Indies. Shai Hope will open alongside Evan Lewis. Shimron Hetmeyer comes back into the side, and Alzari Joseph, after a couple of matches back in Antigua and Barbuda, just wondering about where it all went a little bit wrong. He is going to bolster a West Indies bowling attack that does need some bolstering.
Needs some bowlers.
It does need a bowler or two, but it's going to be the West Indies batters. We saw Shai Hope score a fine 100, fine century in the ODI series in a losing cause. No Brandon King, he's been left out. The one change for England though, Rayan Ahmed, Jarrod, not someone that we've spoken a huge amount of, but he came out to the Caribbean a couple of years ago, and there was thought that was going to be his chance to stake his place in the team, and it hasn't quite gone as maybe many expected, but back in today.
Yep, so I'm just watching the West Indian batters slow down so the social media person could take a photo of them, which is a nice start to any innings when you're going out to play. Look, I think Rayan Ahmed is obviously very much in England's plans. I don't think he's still quite a frontline bowler, but his best ball is very, very good. So a few left-handers in this West Indies side, and I think his wrong one's probably better than his leg spinner, so there's a couple of reasons why you would try him out, and they're already ahead in this series, are they? How many games have they
had? They are.
I know I've commentated them. They're ahead in the series, so I think it's a good time to try him and have a look, and also he bolsters their batting. I know traditionally Adil Rashid is a very good batter, but not quite the same player as he used to be, is he?
Your thoughts on Rayan Ahmed? Kath Dalton?
Yeah, I think it's, as Jarrod said, it's good to get him back in the side. You want your best bowlers bowling well, although he may not be a frontline spinner. You want to make sure your squad are in good form and good touch. With plenty of cricket, I mean, it feels like cricket never ends, doesn't it? It's 12 months of the year now, but I'm looking forward to seeing Jofra Archer actually bowl with this new ball on what is a bouncy surface. Hopefully it'll be a good start for England.
Yeah, we shall see. It's a smallish crowd in, as you'd expect. There has been some rain and a few doubts about whether the match would even take place. A huge bank of dark cloud hovering around the ground about 40 minutes ago. There's been a lot of water in the pitch as this first delivery, which is on a length, it's quite short actually from Archer. No real pace on show, and Evan Lewis facing up the left-hander. Just gets on his toes and plays this into the offside.
Yeah, a little bit of movement away from the bat, but it kind of died a little bit there, Kath, didn't it? And almost made a squelching sound when it hit the bat. No, you didn't hear the squelch?
I did not hear the squelch. But yeah.
Keep an ear out there. Keep an ear out?
You can.
Keep an ear out. I will do.
Archer again, round the wicket to Lewis. It's dug in and swivels and pulls this. And the ball has just plugged in the outfield. And I tell you what, Saqib Mahmood, who's been running around from the deep point boundary, he's running very gingerly. He did not want to commit to that at all. And you saw as he tried to... But essentially, he was expecting the ball to bounce and kick on. And because it plugged, it meant he had to change direction. And he changed direction in stages.
It was a bizarre delivery that's going to go down as 1. Because the ball wasn't that short. Evan Lewis played the wrong shot, and that sort of tennis ball bounced up, and he got its top edge, and it's ended up, as you said, I don't know, maybe about 3 meters short of the pin. I mean, it looked like it hit a golf green and took a huge divot. I can't remember a ball taking a divot like that before.
Over the wicket this time, and that is sharp in movement. Shai Hope gets an inside edge, and Phil Salt dives to his left, but can't stop the ball from travelling fine and down to the boundary for 4.
That was quite vicious movement off the pitch there, which will be pleasing for Jofra Archer. He's got a great seam presentation. He's nipped that one back in, and that has moved sharply.
I mean, he could have 2 wickets already, because that last one easily could have been caught, and this one coming back could have been dragged onto the stumps as well. Like, he's getting the ball to really move. I say dragged onto the stumps. It would have been elbowed onto the stumps, I think, Kath. The back elbow. Can you have a back elbow? I suppose in cricket you can. We'll discuss that later.
Don't go anywhere, folks. Archer again, and see that movement into the right hand, and there's a shot at the stumps, and Shy Hope has been run out. A direct throw from square leg. Jacob Bethel with one stump to aim at, but what were the West Indies doing?
Pure panic, I think, John. You know, you get a couple of deliveries that just shake you as a batter.
Can we go to side on, please?
We're going to review it, but I do think it's out. They reckon Bethel's one of the best fielders, don't they? They were comparing him to Jonty Rhodes. I think this is a fantastic start by England.
I don't think that
Side on coming up.
Shy Hope had any idea if fielder
Thank
was
you,
there.
I'm satisfied. I'm ready to make my decision for the big
And he
screen.
was sent back way too late.
I think Cass right. What happened was that ball rattled him a little bit. It bounced and it came back in, and he kind of fended it off, didn't he? And he did that thing that you quite often see batters do with that. It's like, oh, what's happening here? And he's taken off, and then obviously it's no good that there was a good fielder there. But any fielder there would have caused some issues, because he was out by about 1.2 meters, 1.25.
We'll have to see a replay of it, but I think he was treading water for a while. It was almost as though he wasn't aware that there was a fielder there. By the time he realised, it was way too late. And so Shy Hope, one of 3 changes for the West Indies, after scoring a fortunate boundary down to fine leg, has been run out for 4. And the West Indies are 5 for 1.
Lots of left-handers at this point as well. So they've got Puran and Evan Lewis, and I don't know if they're going to change the batting order, but Hetmeyer, I think, batted at 4 in the other game. So at the moment, and the reason I point that out is because Jofra is moving the ball massively into the right-handers, so away from the lefties.
Look, Shy Hope it's as though he doesn't realise there's a fielder there. He is just strolling down the track. And I think it's Evan Lewis has just said, "What are you doing?"
It's almost as if he was waiting for the non-strikers call and not even realising where the fielders were.
Okay, left-handed Nicholas Puran, and pushes this into the to the leg side. Not particularly comfortably either. Good pace from Jofra Archer. We've seen some movement as well in his first over. And England have bolstered their fielders accordingly. There's 2 slips. Well, there's 3 slips. The third slip's very wide. Backward point. Fielder in front of point. Mid-off. And 1 ball left of Jofra Archer's first over. West Indies 5 for 1. Archer is in and he swivels, pulls, and at the sound of the bat hitting the ball, I tell you, this is a crisp connection. The ball sails over square leg and away for 6. 11 for 1 at the end of the over.
Just shows you if you get your length slightly wrong, even with the new ball, we've seen it with so much lateral movement in that first over, but slightly wrong length, and you're going to go the distance against Nicholas Puran. That's a fantastic swivel pull shot, classy and elegant. Great shot. Hopefully that gives him a lot of confidence to build into his innings, because it's been a decent start by England, and particularly that seam movement. I think that's the most pleasing thing as a fast bowler, that you want bounce, but if it's doing something off the surface, you can really exploit that, particularly in this power play.
I think the most incredible thing about the start of this game is that it is 11 for 1 off that over, and the bowler hasn't taken the wicket, and the ball's moving everywhere, and he's been whacked for 6 as well. So certainly, usually there's some good runs. It can be tough to bat sometimes at certain times of the day in St Lucia, but at the moment, I think if you do get that length wrong, there's still certainly something there. I think it does look like tennis ball bounce to me, though.
Evan Lewis facing up, and he plays straight to Saqib Mahmood at the start of his over. He's had a decent tour so far for England on his return to the side.
Something he's done really well, John, is he's adjusted his line really well. I've watched him the last 2 T20s, and if he's gone a little bit wide, he's managed to drag his line back really well. He's been very disciplined with the new ball.
You're a bowling coach. How hard is it? He goes between bowling traditional swing and wobble ball from ball to ball. Most bowlers now don't bowl both. So I wondered how hard that was. It seems like not the easiest skill to manage.
Here's Mahmood, touch on width, and Evan Lewis throws his hands at this. The ball again won't reach the boundary. He's hit that portion of the pitch which has had a lot of moisture and has essentially got what resembles cat litter across it. It's just to try and dry it up, and it means that the ball ends up about a couple of yards inside the boundaries, fielded by Jofra Archer. Lewis can take a couple. 13 for 1. West Indies asked to bat first in what looked like pretty tricky conditions.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of boundaries hit along the ground on this surface.
No, I can't see too many classical cover drives. As once again Lewis, he goes across the ball, and Archer running in from the boundary's edge at fine leg. Gets two hands, takes the ball, and Lewis' short stay comes to an end. Mahmood strikes, and the West Indies are 13 for 2.
We know that Lewis doesn't really like the ball coming up and at him. This isn't the ideal pitch for him, but that's just a slog. He's basically decided that that's going to go before it's bowled. I just want to see what Jofra's hands do there, because his hands actually hit the ground, but I think he's got the ball within them, so I don't even think the umpires need to look at that one, but just on the catch. But yeah, he just decided that that was going to go beforehand. I think the moment he played that first pull shot and that ball came up at him a little bit, he was like, oh no, this is not the wicket for me. I'm going to try and hit out. And now they're in all sorts of trouble already. 13 for 2.
Yeah, just a strange shot, to be honest. I don't think Saqib Mahmood did anything particularly special on that delivery. Just bowled it quite straight, maybe a little bit into the surface, but it was just it looked like he gave up on the shot almost. The ball before that plugged in the outfield. I don't know if that was just a bit disheartening for Lewis, but disappointing way to go. I think when he reviews that later, he's not going to be very happy, is he?
He's not going to want to review that. He's going to he's going to go into the analysts' rooms. He's going to work out how to code, and he's going to take that out of the system forever.
Well, he'll have to take the ball before out the system, because he did exactly the same shot.
I think the ball before, did he not try and slog on the offside? Which probably makes more sense with that line, doesn't it? That one, he's trying to drag that from a long way. It's like he's trying to play a pull shot to a full ball outside off stump. It's a remarkable shot when you really have a look at it, and he's, yeah. Decent catch in the end by Jofra Archer. But you see what I mean by his hands? They did end up on the ground, but he completely had the ball wrapped in them. Umpires are looking at that, of course, now. We saw in the last match and a couple of other games I've been watching recently, the umpires are looking at whether the fielder is running the ball on the ground after they take a safe catch.
Mahmood again, 2 slips in place, and Chase plays with a straight bat. Not what a team that are 2-0 down with 3 to play really needs. 2 wickets inside the first 9 deliveries.
I just think, I know we've got this aggressive mindset now in T20 cricket. We need to use the power play, we need to be aggressive. And I do think the power play sets you up as a batting or bowling team. But in these surfaces, with these conditions, got to be playing differently.
Mahmood again. And again, Roston Chase playing with the full face of the bat. Not trying to manoeuvre the strike, just happy just to see off a couple of deliveries perhaps at the start of the over, get himself in. There is plenty of time. Nicholas Puran at the other end, 6 not out. Last ball of the over as Saqib Mahmood is in. It's past the umpire, and again Roston Chase happy to see it through. 3 dot balls. End of the over, West Indies 13 for 2.
I do love the fact that we've gone from someone swinging themselves off their feet to just test match batting. So they just showed something with Saqib Mahmood. So coming into this series, he was averaging 91 with the ball in the power play. That's suboptimal. For those who don't know stats, 91 for a bowler is not good.
Not great, no.
Yeah. And now it's been 8, I think it said, in this series. And the big difference is he's bowling 2 metres fuller. So he was averaging 8 metres before. And he's gone up to 6 metres. I've always thought that Saqib Mahmood at his best is kind of like a slightly slower version of Pat Cummins. in that it just skids on. He can keep it fairly accurate. As you said before, if he gets it a little bit too wide or a little bit in the wrong length, and I think hitting the top of off every ball for him is his best option. Obviously, sometimes in T20 cricket, you've got to do other things, but you start there.
Jofra Archer round the wicket, and Nicholas Pooran will take a single down to third. Rayan Ahmed, one change for England. Fields has got a fielder stationed at short leg. 2 slips in place. Archer didn't pick up a wicket in the first over of play, but we did see Shai Hope depart. Third time he's been run out in T20 cricket, according to a scorer, Gary Morgan, and it was a particularly poor bit of decision making from Shai Hope, who looked pretty aggrieved.
Got a catching short leg in. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's not even a short leg, is it? It's like
No,
a catching half square leg.
Yeah, had him for the left-hander as well. As Jofra Archer nearly picks up the wicket of Roston Chase. No foot movement, and after playing 3 deliveries with the straightest of bats, he tries to slog this delivery on the up over the infield and comes really close to just picking out mid-on.
Yeah, it looks like Archer's actually pulled his length back. If anything, he's not going. Sakib Mahmood was going a little bit fuller. Looks like Archer's going into the surface because he's getting that jag back off the seam. Good tactic here from Archer.
Here is Chase again. This is Yorker length, dug out just outside off stump, fielded at backward point. 5 balls, no runs. 14 for 2, West Indies.
I meant he's also mixing it up with Yorkers.
Pulling his normal length back and then occasionally going with the Yorker. Roston Chase looks completely lost at the moment. That other shot looked more like he was, you know when you get the ice cream and it's really cold and you can't scoop it out? It kind of looked like you put a little bit of extra effort in to scoop it out. That's what it looked like. It did not look like a cricket shot in any normal way. I don't know what he thought he was going to do.
Forward this time, and this is a good looking cover drive actually. It bounces a couple of times. There's a chase on for the fielder Sam Curran. He will catch up with the ball, and again very, very ginger as he goes past the ball and tiptoes almost over the Toblerone before walking back inside it and then fielding, but it's very, very heavy underfoot. There's been a lot of rain, a lot of moisture, and so we've already seen Reece Topley having to depart this series after picking up an injury because of moisture on the well, it wasn't the outfield on that occasion, was it? It was on the follow through, but essentially England's outfielders are just making sure they don't crop themselves. Pooran's gone, pitched up on the ball, and middle stump's been pegged back. England strike for the 3rd time inside 3 overs. West Indies 17 for 3.
Being very friendly, saying that was a pull. I mean, maybe he thought he was pulling it. It's halfway between a sweep shot and a pull and a slog. It was just, he's one of the best T20 players in the world, and that is not a good shot. If he wants to get inside the line and move across and flick it, that's fine. That is just a slog from a straight ball. It's every bit as bad as Evan Lewis's. The only thing I would say in Nicholas Pooran's favour was at least it was under his eye line and not miles away. But what a poor shot from a player like him, especially considering this start. I don't really understand the need to play that shot right at the moment.
I think he's off to see the analysts as well, to be honest, after that.
They might want to burn all the hard drives.
I think so. Yeah, not a good shot. Again, a little bit of pressure from Archer, but we wouldn't say that was amazing bowling from Jofra Archer. It looked like, as Jared said, just a straight ball. And it just looks like if you're going square on this wicket, it's just not a good option. I know we've seen Chase basically playing test match cricket by playing with a straight bat, but in this situation now, 17 for 3, looks like you're just going to have to rebuild a little bit. I know we're in the power play, but just conserve yourself, rebuild, and then go aggressive later.
Well, we started off after a delay. We might be finishing early. And this is poor, really poor from West Indies. Evan Lewis didn't look like he wanted to be out there. Shai Hope, only he can tell you what he was doing as he just walked down the track and they just clipped the ball straight to a fielder. And now Pooran's gone. I mean, his customary strength is over the leg side, but
not that shot, I wouldn't have thought, normally.
Here is Archer again, and Shimron Hetmeyer, the new bat, ducks. And there will be a little look to the umpire. I think that Jofra Archer's got away with that one. 3 overs in, and for the third match in a row, West Indies have lost 3 wickets in the power play, 17 for 3.
So he's got he's got 3 zones that he hits on the leg side. He hits sort of in front of square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. So fairly standard. He doesn't go to fine leg very much unless the ball's down in that area. But when he usually hits the square leg, he usually gets inside the ball and turns it under his eyes and plays a sort of safe flick, but then in the air. The shot that he was playing there, normally he would try and play that to sort of mid-on, but it looked like he was trying to hit to square leg, where I think there was a fielder anyway, so I don't really understand the idea. But also from outside of his eye line. Now, if this was a normal flat wicket, okay, it's not exactly how Nicholas Pooran plays, but I understand it. But it's clearly not a flat wicket. We just saw Shai Hope get the ice cream scoop out. We've had a 3. How many 3s do you see outside of the MCG or Dharamshala? Like, nowhere else in T20 cricket even has 3s. Like, this is a weird pitch, a weird outfield, and we've seen 2 total slogs. You know, we're all for attacking cricket. These have not been good.
No, absolutely not. And with deep square in, as you said, just not good cricket.
Saqib Mahmood, I think those matches have been going on for a long, long time. Beautiful drive on the front foot. Roston Chase opens the face of the bat, steers this past the extra cover, and away for 4. 21 for 3 West Indies. It can be done.
It can be done. It was a beautiful shot through the covers, but just slightly over pitch by Saqib Mahmood. I know he's gone a little bit fuller, and that's what he's trying to do. I suppose risk and reward in that sense. Sometimes you go a bit fuller. You've got to get your line right. You can't go too wide. You've got to make sure it's nice and straight, but a fantastic shot.
Played 2 beautiful cover drives amongst all the carnage.
Mahmood again. Austin Chase edges and is caught at first slip. Saqib Mahmood didn't drag his length back. He threw another one out there. It was even wider than the last delivery. Chase through with the shot. The outside edge has been taken, and West Indies inside 4 overs are 21 for 4.
It's just nipped a bit off the surface, to be fair. It's just gone away from him, but again, as we spoke about earlier, Saqib Mahmood changing his length, trying to go a little bit fuller in T20 cricket. That risk and reward that we just spoke about, and there's the reward for it. You get driven through the covers 1 ball, the next ball you've got a nick straight to slip. So fair play. He stuck to his guns, stuck to what he knew, and it's worked.
I think we thought that was too wide the previous one, but think about what they've just done. They've bowled 3 wide full balls to Roston Chase, 2 of which is cover driven, and 1 he's gone out to. They just went to the change room. They just showed a shot of the change room, and the coach and the analyst, so Marcus Trescothick and Freddie Wild, were sharing a joke as if to say that was the plan. So I've said this before with England, when they come up with an idea, they spam it. So maybe the idea of bowling wide and full to Roston Chase was part of their overall plan. Freddie certainly looked pretty excited for himself. He'll send me a direct message later having a go at me for this. But he looked like he was pretty excited with himself. This ball swings in the air, but the seam is not straight up. It looks like a UFO. Explain that, bowling coach.
I'm not sure. Maybe a little slower ball. Maybe he's taking his fingers off it. Sometimes some deliveries you take your fingers off it and it actually just doesn't rotate in the air, which is a hell of a skill.
You know what I mean, though? It looks like a UFO. It looks like a baseball pitch, the way it's sort of going down, or like a finger spinner coming around the ball. It's very weird. Either way, clearly it did look like that was the plan.
21 for 4 then, and it's Powell who, ball angling into off stump, is driven back to the bowler Mahmood, who half fields. Rodman Powell, who's not had a great run himself. 2 batters yet to get off the mark. Mercurial Shimron Hetmeyer being one of them. And West Indies 21 for 4 inside the 4th over.
And they haven't been bowling very well. Remember, you noticed straight away he bowled that a lot straighter. So I think we were seeing a plan to Roston Chase.
Forward driven and not far from a diving extra cover. Powell will get off the mark with a boundary. But it would have been heart in mouth time just for a second or two, as this ball has whistled past the fielder at cover point.
It looks like Sakeem Mahmood's gone a little bit more wobble seam more than anything else. We've seen him when he's really successful in swinging the ball and his seam up. But it looks like potentially he's gone a little bit more wobble seam, and maybe that's why that one just left Chase outside of stump. But yeah, a bit of power by Powell, and then he's got through extra cover.
Mahmood again, and once again a West Indies batter way too keen to get on the ball. Misses this ball by quite some distance. Does seem in its early stages, try and hit down the ground if you can. As soon as you start going across the ball, you're going to get yourselves in all sorts of trouble.
As soon as you start trying to play pull shots to full balls that are way too full, it's maybe they're just misreading the pitch, the West Indies, because Rodman Powell's come out like he hasn't seen any cricket before now.
That delivery was actually bolt seam upright. He didn't go wobble seam on that delivery, maybe just behaved a little bit differently off the surface.
Last ball of the over then, as Mahmood in again, and there's a leading edge that might just drop, but short of the fielder running around is Jos Buttler. It's stuck in the track, and Rodman Powell has come very, very close there to losing his wicket as well. Buttler can't quite make up the ground. The ball lands in the outfield about a metre before Buttler can make up the ground, running from mid-on or towards mid-off. But a little moment going West Indies way, and boy, 26 for 4 after 4, so they need one.
It feels like they could be 6 down, in all honesty. The amount of chances...
4 half chances?
Yeah,
on top
absolutely.
Of the
and something that we've seen in the West Indies in the first 2 T20s is they've really relied on their lower middle order, and it's disappointing to see that top 4 already gone inside 4 overs. It's going to be a big clawback from here.
The top order kind of looks like an area code. 3477.
Archer's going to get a third over. I was wondering whether maybe the skipper might have just changed things up. I mean, why would you? 26 for 4 after just 4 overs. We're going to be hearing the views of Philo Wallace in about 6 balls time. This is dug in and down the leg side, be called a wide. Do you think Philo is going to be happy or angry?
I actually could hear him raging in the other room through 3 inches of thick glass.
That's because I only got him half a chicken.
Also, my memory of St. Lucia crowd is that they quite often wait a little while before they start to turn up, sometimes checking their phones to see what the scores are. We may not get too many more people in, is all I'm saying.
Archer again, and he's driven him. Rodman Powell, what a shot that is. It's gone square. Sailed over the boundary on the offside. I'm not sure that Rodman Powell was trying to hit it there, but it doesn't really matter. He's muscled it, and he's going to take 6. 32 for 4.
They say the hardest shot in cricket is that lofted drive over extra cover, and he's played that effortlessly. We've seen some really odd shots, some mistimed shots, and then some really timed shots. That was one of them. Fantastic shot by Powell over extra cover.
It's so stupid.
Philo Wallace was mentioning the fact that they brought the boundaries in. Small ground, they're big men. Why do you need to bring the boundaries in? Well, that was a point there, because could have pushed the boundaries back 20 yards and it still would have sailed away for 6. This is straighter from Archer. And Powell just gets up on his toes and knocks it into the offside. Onside, no run.
We've got 2 slips, and I know, let's call it a catching square leg, right? And he's played a cover drive for 6. This whole innings, what have we done? 4.2 overs is like when you're playing a computer game on cricket and no one looks at the field and they just keep trying to hit 6 every ball. That's essentially all we've seen. And there was also the accidental run where you press the wrong button and you don't mean to run.
Very straight set this time from Archer. Fielded a backward point. Rodman Powell sent back by Shimron Hetmeyer. He's only faced a delivery. 33 for 4 West Indies, midway point of the 5th.
It's like a T20 game if David Lynch directed it. None of this makes sense so far, what we're seeing at the moment. It is wide 6, ... attacking fields. Next ball, he's going to try and hit the next ball for 12, isn't he? He's going to try and hit the ball so hard because he hasn't tried one in a little while. The West Indies are counting balls. and England think they're in a test match. Well, not an English test match, a normal one.
Here is Archer, and Rodman Powell just tries to guide this ball through vacant second slip down to third, but there's 2 slips in place and he under edges it, no run.
Do you think there should be 12?
No. Is this the Kevin Peterson argument?
Absolutely not.
If you he's got to think about you measure it. And it's like, Kevin, I'm pretty sure they just make up the measurements for TV. I don't think they're exact. Could be wrong.
Here is Powell. This is on the pads, clips this to mid-wicket and calls Hetmeyer through. So Hetmeyer will face a delivery. 1 ball left of Jofra Archer's third over. He's picked up a wicket.
You're still thinking about the 12s, aren't you?
No, I was going to say, which buttons are you going to press here? 4, 6 or dot?
I would assume that...
Or accidental run.
Yeah, accidental run is possible. I mean, a minute ago, Rodman just went out of his crease halfway down the wicket as well, didn't he? I would assume that Hetmeyer is not going to play a big shot at the moment. But everything I've assumed today has not come true.
Well, we'll find out.
He could be delivered a cheeseburger or write a hit song.
Here is Archer, and Hetmeyer doesn't pick out the big shots. Instead, he just tries to steer this ball past Sam Curran at mid-on, but the Surrey man puts in a good diving effort, and that's the end of the over. A relatively good one for the West Indies. 8 runs coming from it. 34 for 4 then, and for those of you who are interested to find out exactly what Philo Wallace thought about those first 5 overs, which is he ordered 34 runs, but 4 wickets have fallen in them. He's going to be taking over commentary for the next 5 overs or so, alongside Andrew McKenna. Yeah, you can sit there, Philo. Philo sits where Philo wants.
Thank you very much, John. This has been excitement, actually. I had to take a Tums. The West Indies lost a wicket in the first 4 overs. They're 4 wickets down. And the captain said at the toss they don't need to change the batting plan.
Well, Saqib Mahmood has got 2 for 11 so far, and he goes in and bowls right arm over, and Rodman Powell is swinging into the leg side. Takes him high up on the thigh. Appeal for LBW isn't given. It remains 34 for 4 after 5 overs. The good news from the West Indies point of view is, believe it or not, they've had worse. 3 times batting first in T20 internationals. They've been 5 down inside the power play. 3 times.
But there's an improvement.
It's an improvement. So every cloud and all that.
It's very bad batting, I must admit. Very, very poor indeed. A delayed start. Obviously, you know the pitch is going to be offering something. And yet you see your first 4 batters come out and they're batting like if it's day 2 of a test match on a true surface. Not giving any, showing respect to the England bowlers. And the England bowlers hitting their lines and lines quite well. And you must give Josh Butler some credit as well for keeping the attacking fielders in place. Despite some good shots being played, he's still looking for those wickets.
Saqib is on the way for the second time in the over. Right arm over. The left-handed Hetmeyer comes down the pitch to him, hits him up and over mid-off, but it won't get to the boundary. It lands in the drying agent about 10 metres inside the boundary rope at long off, and Josh Butler has skied his way down to the towards the boundary edge, pulls it back in, and they will take 2 runs only.
Yes, a good shot there from Shamrock Hetmeyer, hitting the ball straight, not giving a lot of power, but actually playing the ball where it's going straight and actually picking up runs, which is good. To see him running between the wicket, get his blood flowing and try to build a partnership with Captain Powell.
Saqib is in once again, right arm over. Hetmeyer off the inside half of the bat. Finds Will Jacks at shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. So the question is, have the West Indies been forced into these mistakes because of high-quality bowling, or have they just been too adventurous and poor in their shot selection?
I think the second answer is that they're being too adventurous. There's no force in good bowling. I think they're just being too adventurous and not giving themselves time to get in on the surface, or the surfaces beside the Barbados, and now we're seeing it here repeat in St. Lucia.
Yep, they lost a wicket in every over till the 4th over. In goes Saqib. It's a short ball, swung into the leg side by Hetmeyer, but picks out the fielder. Dan Mosley at deep mid-wicket, and the West Indies are 5 down inside the power play once again. Hetmeyer goes for 2. The West Indies are 37 for 5 after 5 overs and 4 balls. It's a short ball that is over shoulder height as Hetmeyer takes it on and hits it up in the air. Mosley takes that catch 15-20 metres inside the boundary. That's how far inside the rope he's taking that catch. And the West Indies are having brain fade after brain fade after brain fade. 37 for 5.
Now I'm going to give the bowler all the credit here. Hetmeyer has only faced a couple of deliveries. The delivery before that, he chipped down the pitch to the bowler, Mahmood, and hit him over long off. Picked up 2. Mahmood obviously decided he's going to hit a hard length, back of a length, short ball, bumped by his head. Hetmeyer again looking to advance down the wicket. No balance, no power into the shot. Hit high on the bat, and an easy catch in the deep by Dan Mosley. Well bowled to Saqib Mahmood again. Poor batting, poor game execution, not aware of what is going on. Floyd Reid for the batting coach obviously is completely angry. I've played with Floyd, and this is very, very poor indeed. Very, very poor display of batting from the West Indies top half. You don't expect this from an international side who are 2-0 down.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? This is a match that they have to win, and you wonder, has that sort of clouded their judgment a little bit, that they've almost got overexcited and they've just thought, right, we've got to go out and win, we've got to set a big score because we know what England can do, and they've not actually read what's going on in front of them. Saqib's got 3 for 13 as he comes in now to Romario Shepherd, the new man. Shepherd stays behind this one, guides it down to third, and will take a single, so it's 38 for 5.
Well, again, you have to see, you got to see the bigger picture. Obviously, West Indies are clearly showing the world that they cannot bat, that they don't bat properly first. They don't know how to set a target. They more feel comfortable chasing. But if you look at the dismissals, they're all gifted. Nobody has decided I'm going to get a good ball. No real good balls. Just looking to challenge good length deliveries, and this causes them their wickets. Now Romario Shepherd has to try and build something of a partnership with Powell.
Final ball of the power play. Saqib goes in. It's a quick single in towards the leg side. They managed to avoid all the fielders on this occasion and complete the single. So the power play is done and dusted. 39 for 5, the West Indies. Shea Hope run out by Bethel. 4 from only 2 balls faced. Played it to square leg. Thought there was a single there. The non-striker allowed him to get halfway down before he said no. Hope run out 5 for 1. Lewis caught by Jofra Archer. Some sort of uppercuts / throw the bat at the ball off the bowling of Saqib for 3 from 5 deliveries, 13 for 2. Nicholas Poran with one of the ugliest hacks you will ever see at Jofra Archer. 7 from 4 balls, 17 for 3. Rustin Chase hanging his bat out to dry off the bowling of Saqib, caught by Jamie Overton at slip, and Shimron Hetmeyer taking the ball from shoulder height, trying to hit it out to deep mid-wicket, caught by Dan Mosley. 37 for 5. And after the pace and bounce, England immediately turn to spin once we get out the power play. No Adil Rashid today, he's being rested, so Rayan Ahmed is getting his first bowl in this series, and he will be bowling to Rovman Powell, who's 13 not out from 11 balls faced. England aren't overly attacking, just one slip around the batter. He stays deep in his crease and takes the first ball from Rayan Ahmed to long on, where it's fielded by Overton, single taken, 40 for 5.
Good bowling change here by Josh Butler to get the young leg spinner in. And we know that Powell had his difficulty, or has difficulty in picking the leg break and googly bowler. So it's going to be a big challenge for him. Shepherd will try to use his muscle to hit it to the boundary, but that is not required just yet.
Shepherd goes a long way outside of his off stump, gets down low to flick this ball around down to fine leg. Dan Mosley is able to stop it. Dives away to his right hand side, keeps it on the playing surface, and they will come back for 3.
That's a nice little shot there from Mario Shepherd, not really looking to hit the ball hard. Just coming inside his stumps and working the ball down to fine leg. Dan Mosley having a long run all the way from forward square down to almost long leg. I'm picking up the ball just inside the boundary, tapping it back and having to come back, and they got 3, but good shot.
Powell waits as Rayan Ahmed goes in, right arm over, and Powell takes it off round about middle stump actually, out to Bethel at deep mid wicket for a single. So Shepherd's on strike. He's had a decent time actually in these games with the bat. In the first game, 35 from 22. In the second game, 22 from 12. It's with the ball he's had his issues, but West Indies need him to bat a long time. He's coming forward to Rayan Ahmed, clipping to long on to Overton once again. Another single taken, 45 for 5.
Well, he needs about 40 balls today to get West Indies out of trouble here. He has to bat. It's important that Shepherd and Powell realise that they're in some problems and try to build a partnership. Yes, they're getting some singles from Riyad Ahmed, which is good.
Rayan Ahmed in once again, takes Rodman Powell on the pad. That one sliding down the leg side. Stifled appeal therefore. Remains 45 for 5.
But one thing about Powell, he stays back a lot to the slow bowlers, which is I find strange. I don't know if he's picking the length properly, but he needs to be careful here because Ahmed is a good leg break bowler.
Got a good googly as well, and off the back foot is Rodman Powell, punching to long on to Overton. Seems like those three are almost having a game amongst themselves at the moment. Rayan bowling, Rodman Powell punches down the ground, and it's fielded by Overton at long on to complete the over. Rayan Ahmed's first over of the series has gone for 7, a 3 and then 4 singles. After 7 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, West Indies 46 for 5.
One will consider a good over for West Indies. They didn't lose a wicket, but they picked up 7 runs, and 7 runs in that they didn't hit the boundary. The first ball was a single, and then they had a 3, and then 3 dot balls, 3 singles, sorry. So it goes to show that once they rotate the strike and keep the run rate ticking and changing up the right hand combination, because Shepherd and Powell you have to bowl different lengths to them. If you get too full at Shepherd, he's going to nail you, and if you get too short at Powell, he's going to pull you. So this is going to be a good challenge for Riyad Ahmed, how well he can adjust his line and lengths to suit the 2 batters for West Indies.
Jamie Overton now to bowl from the pavilion end, the far end to the commentary boxes. Bowled in the first game, didn't bowl in the second game. 1 for 27 from his 3 overs and 2 balls in the first game. The 2 balls, of course, because he finished off Reece Topley's over when he was injured. He got Nicholas Pooran in the first game. In he comes, right arm over, and he's bowling to Rodman Powell, and the West Indian captain solidly forward, pushing into the covers, and there is no run.
Yes, this is going to be a good challenge for Jamie Overton as well. He hasn't done a lot of bowling in this series so far. We saw that when he does bowl, he looks to hit the ball into the deck and bowl those hard limbs, obviously not allowing the batsman to pull or cut. So it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches his bowling and how the West Indian batters in Shepherd and Powell approach the bowling of Jimmy Overton.
Overton, big man, goes in and bowls right arm over. It's just dribbling out on the leg side towards square leg. Phil Salt will come round and pick up the ball. Shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, as you can tell by the sound through the stump mic. Hits a direct hit, but they've taken the leg by, and they get home safely. 47 for 5.
Yes, West Indies are up against it here. After losing the toss and being inserted by Josh Butler, they find themselves 47 in 7.2 overs, but 5 wickets down. A big repair job here for the captain, who needs runs, who came good in the last T20, but will need to find a partner in Shepherd.
Overton into Shepherd. Oh, he's going a long way across his stumps there and playing with the inside edge. Fraught with danger. It's one of those that bowler, keeper and anyone close to the bat, hands go up in the air as if to say, oh, it's so close. But the scorebook will simply say dots and go back and bowl it again.
And why Shepherd stay back on that delivery, Andrew, because of Jimmy Overton in the previous game hitting the ball short, pounding it into the pitch and get the bunks high. He's looking for short balls. So again, he needs to be very careful here, Shepherd. Don't preempt anything.
Overton in. That one is short. It takes the bat high up on the stickers as it's pulled into the leg side by Shepherd. It only gets about 5 metres outside of the 30-metre circle. There was so little timing on it, but they'll take a single. 48 for 5.
Yes, that ball was hit again hard into the pitch. Jimmy Overton's length but he was stuffed for pace. It's lucky he didn't look to hit the ball up. He just managed to just dribble it out into the leg side and pick up a single. But Shepherd is staying very deep into his crease, and he's low in his stance, so he's looking for short balls.
Rodman Powell almost had a run of ball in his innings, 16 from 17 balls, and he will go to 17 from 18 as Overton is outside of off stump. Powell just opens the face of the blade, guides it down to third, and will take a single. 49 for 5, the West Indies.
Well, if Powell is to come good at any time, it has to be now. They call it captain's responsibility, and he is one of the main batters in this West Indies unit, and he has the perfect opportunity here to really put up a good score for himself and push West Indies towards a decent score. But obviously England be looking to get his wicket. He just got a short ball and he just help it nicely down to third man, and his good common sense batting.
Overton to go in and complete the over. Was there a little bit of shape on that one? Back in at the end, just a little bit of tail maybe. It's Shepherd punching hard back to the bowler. Overton can't gather it in, and a single will be taken. That brings up the 50. That you can just hear the tiniest smattering of applause, and I think that might be polite applause from the England supporters to say, well done for getting there. 50 for 5 after 8 overs in a T20 internationals. The batters dismissed 3, 4, 7, 7, 2. Powell is not out 17, Shepherd not out 7. These are the thoughts of Phil O'Wallace here on TalkSport 2.
And if you're a lottery player, you can buy those numbers. I don't think you can buy 7 twice, but maybe you can throw in 5 in there as well. But obviously England are on top. They've won the power play, 50 runs for West Indies, 5 wickets down. And obviously Powell, who's there, the captain, 17 from 18 balls, have to drill into Shepherd's head. We need to stay here. He's 7 runs from 6 balls, but that is all irrelevant. Those 5 wickets are going to hurt West Indies. As Josh Butler continues to apply pressure, and we're seeing Riyad Ahmed continuing.
So then, the leg is going to continue. Now, no slip in place. Josh Butler has stationed himself as a leg slip for this over. Ryan, like Adil Rashid, likes a googly. So it would be turning into the right-hander. Well, he's gone in and bowled, and Romario Shepherd has just smashed this back over the bowler's head, and it will go away for 4. That one was as cleanly hit as anything that we've seen so far in this game. West Indies 54 for 5.
Very good shot from Shepherd. Ball full length, and he just hit it straight through the line of the ball and down to the boundary for 4. Now that is good batting.
Ryan Ahmed in once again. Shepherd is staying deep in his crease, and he's getting his pads in front of all 3 stumps, but it's the middle of the bat, and he defends on the onside. No run.
Very watchful there. Shepherd just going onto the back foot and pushing it into the leg side.
Ryan Ahmed goes in, he stays deep again, googly. So turn through square leg. It'll be Mosley coming in off the boundary edge, and there is a single taken. West Indies 55 for 5.
Shepherd needs to be careful. Riyad Ahmed then that googly to skid and keep a little low, and he's on the back foot, but just managing to get enough back to get a single in the leg side.
Ryan Ahmed now goes to Rodman Powell. That one bounces a bit more, and Rodman Powell is able to wait on the back foot, stand up tall, punch to mid-off, no run on this occasion. The giggling and excitement you can hear is Phil Salt behind the stumps for England, very much enjoying this. Ryan Ahmed is in. It's a little bit of air, and Rodman Powell has taken full toll of that, over long on for 6. So a 4 and a 6 in the over so far, and the West Indies have said, Ryan Ahmed, you're not Adil Rashid, and therefore we're not going to treat you with the same respect. And so far, the West Indies are enjoying this bowling change.
Yeah, a good length delivery there. Googly on length, coming back in from outside the off. And Powell this time hitting straight through the line of the ball. And the beauty about it is that he hit it over long on for 6. Full back face presented.
Ryan Ahmed goes in. Again, it's a little bit of air on that one. It's clipped down to Overton at wide long on. They will take just 1. I wonder if they were going to think about hustling back for the second, but it is the final ball of the 9th over, so it means that Rodman Powell will be on strike for the first ball of the 10th. West Indies 62 for 5. Powell now has 24 from 21 balls. Romario Shepherd 12 from 9 overs. So 1 more over and we're at the halfway mark, well, at least in terms of the overs. Whether we get to 20 overs with the West Indies 5 down is another matter entirely for Wallace.
And I'm not Houdini, so I can't say that about the 20 overs. I would like them to. But 12 runs coming out of that Riyad Ahmed over, and the beauty about the approach by the 2 batters, from the West Indies, Powell and Shepherd, is that they took no chances. They played the ball, each ball its merit. The full length deliveries they knocked away. Shepherd hit a full length delivery down the ground for 4. Powell get a length delivery, a googly, and hit it straight over mid-on for 6. So that goes to show that once you present the back face to the ball and hit it where it's going, you're going to get runs. I don't think they should be looking to play too many cute shots. Just continue to hit the ball up and down, run the singles, and put away the bad balls.
Liam Livingston into the bowling attack to bowl his leg breaks and off breaks, and he starts Rodman Powell on the back foot with a leg break, punched off the back foot, and they will take a single. 1 for 21 from 2 overs in the first game in Barbados for Liam Livingston. 2 for 16 from 2 overs in the second. He's gone into Shepherd and bowled an off break, and Shepherd's helped himself for 6 over Bethel's head at deep mid wicket. 69 for 5. Shepherd's now got 18 from 10.
It's a very good shot from Mario Shepherd. Livingston thought he had his man. He didn't get a lot of bat on it, but he had a good connection, good power. And he just hit that ball from middle on leg stump and cleared Bethel, who was like 10 metres in, over his head for a well-played 6. So a good shot from Shepherd, put pressure on Liam Livingston.
I said that was an off break. It wasn't. It was a leg break. It was just a very badly directed one. This time he's round about leg stump. Shepherd punches to Overton at long on, and they'll take a single. 70 for 5. Liam Livingston's 2 for 16 in the second game. Is actually his best return against West Indies and his best return in T20s away from home for England. So 2 for 16 from 2 overs in Sunday in Barbados. He's in once again over the wickets. Rodman Powell gets a ball that stands up on him. He's able to punch this down to Overton at long on for a single. 71 for 5.
And it's amazing how these two guys are going about it, hitting boundary again, getting singles. And you expect that should have started at the top of the innings. But we saw guys looking to go for broke early, and now 5 wickets are down. And a replay job, 34 from 24 balls so far.
Livingston in. Shepherd is just trying to play with the softest of hands from the crease, almost letting the ball hit the bat, because all the fielders are on the edge of the 30-metre circle inside it, and so there's the easiest of singles. And he goes to 20 from 12 balls faced the West Indies, 72 for 5.
Yes, good intelligent batting from Mario Shepherd, not taking any chances, just getting his captain back on strike, and that's what you want.
Final ball of the over. Livingston gives it some air. Rodman Powell hammers it over extra cover. 1 bounce, 4. Well, that's an over that's cost Liam Livingston 14. It means at the halfway mark, the West Indies are 76 for 5.
14 good runs. No chances taken at all by Rodman Powell and Shepherd. That last delivery was just a float outside the off stump, and Powell executing a lofted extra cover drive and getting to the boundary. Again, controlled batting, just picking off the singles when the bad ball comes, hitting it with power to the boundary, and that is called common sense batting. How long can this pair do it? It's left to be seen.
So halfway mark, 5 wickets down. Lewis for 3, Hope for 4, Poran for 7, Chase for 7, Hetmeyer for 2. The not out men. Rodman Powell 30 from 24 balls. Romario Shepherd 20 from 12. Philo Wallace is moving out. Kath Dalton and Jared Kimber are moving back in. As we take the drinks break, by the way, so that's why there's a slight pause in this one. Kath, I'll bring you in first. Well, from a horrific first 5 or 6 overs, I'm not saying they're in a great place, the West Indies now, but they're at least in a better place than where they were. Okay, so Kath Mike's not on at the moment.
Kath is so shocked she can't give you an answer.
Try again, Kath.
I was very shocked. Yeah, completely different place. It seems like as soon as spins come on, Power's, woken up a little bit. He hit a lovely extra cover drive over the top. I think it was against Jofra Archer, but since then, spins come on and it's been a different ball game, and well assisted by Shepherd as well.
Right, you have to continue a conversation with Jared, because I'm going to get out of the way, because John Norman's going to pick up the ball by ball once we restart.
Yeah, it's interesting. The spin does seem to a completely different game. Are we seeing almost all the overs of spin we're going to see in this part of the game, do you think, Gav? I mean, it's a chance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you see your spinners go the distance, potentially you then want to change it up a little bit. I mean, they were so successful at the start of this innings, England, with their wobble seam and, as we were discussing off air, actually wobble seam deliveries and getting it to hit the surface and do something off it. Soon as spins come on, looks like West Indies have just worked their way a little bit back into the game. I'm not saying they're entirely back in the game because there's a hell of a mountain to climb, but they definitely have worked their way back into it a little bit.
Yeah, I think Curran hasn't bowled yet. Am I right? So they've got one more seamer that they can bowl, and obviously they've got one more over a spin that they need to bowl if they want to go down that. I mean, they can bowl more, of course, but at the moment, you know, doing the maths, it does feel like it's a little bit easier to hit the spinners. That said, they weren't far away from being caught at deep mid-wicket there, and a couple of chances as well. But some good shots off the spin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of Livingston's overs there just went for 14 runs, so quite costly.
Shepherd, his first delivery, the start of the 11th over. It looks like he's targeting that mid-wicket boundary, but that doesn't get anything near the amount of purchase on the delivery. Comes through for a single though. Partnership much needed for the West Indies. 40 runs from 27 deliveries. 77 for 5. When we went off comms duties, I wonder whether we'd be back. Well, I knew we'd be back, but I thought maybe England would be batting. It was kind of bizarre, to be honest. We waited a while for the match to get underway. This is crunched through the covers by Rovman Powell, seized on the length. And this has really been powered past the fielder in the covers, and Sam Curran on the boundary. Again, none of the outfielders are tearing their way around the boundary's edge. They cannot trust the ground underneath their feet. So he lets this ball go through and away for 4.
Wide cutter there, wrong length maybe as well, but incredible that he's managed to hit a ball along the sand pit to go for 4 with deep cover out there. How hard must Rovman Powell have hit that? And is Overton injured, or does he need... he needs new what do they call it with the horses when you put the new... No one knows. There's no horsey people here.
Hooves? No, I don't know.
Hooves, yeah. Reshodding? Is it reshodding? He needs some reshodding. Just having a look here. He's got the problem. I actually don't know if you guys feel this way as well, but cricket spikes are not made for any sort of damp grass. Have you ever noticed this?
Correct.
And like, you play cricket in England, cricket spikes are the worst thing possible. You just end up with ice skates. And it's obviously a little bit moist out there at the moment, which might be why they're attacking the spinners as well. The ball might be a little bit more moist. You can see some of the grass glistening a little bit, and it's just sticking to his spikes, and he's slipping. I don't think he hurt himself, or I certainly didn't see... Oh, no, you wouldn't see him slip there, Kath.
He's gone a long way there, actually. You're quite lucky as a fast bowler if you come off unscathed when your foot slips that distance. He's actually completely changed the style of shoe as well that he's having.
He's measured. He actually got his spike out of the ground, and you're right. He might have been. Is he changing different? No, it's another New Balance. He's not going to have 2 different shoes on, is he? Have we ever had this in world cricket before? 2 different shoes being worn at the same time.
I've never heard you sound more excited.
Yes. This is history in the making. You'll be telling your grandkids about this. Do you remember that time Jamie Overton bowled with 2 different shoes?
And they'll be like, of course. It's part of the Constitution. We have to watch that every morning before school. From a more serious, and I was wondering how long it would take the TV director to show the replay of Reece Topley injuring himself, and that's kind of the serious side of this, isn't it? Because much like Reece Topley, Jamie Overton's foot, he's had his own injury problems, by the way, over the last couple of years. Did slide a good 4 or 5 inches at exactly the moment you need it to be grounded, but thankfully he's okay to continue. West Indies 81 for 5. This is a full toss on the pads and clipped away down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Rayan Ahmed, and Overton got away with one there. 82 for 5 West Indies.
That's a delivery where you're still unsure of your footing, isn't it? You know, you're coming up to bowl. As a big tall man as he is, you want to make sure that front foot is going to be solid and secure, and you just don't trust it. So hopefully after this delivery, his different shoes will work.
It'd be great if they were 2 different brands.
Romario Shepherd, 21 from 13. And there's a shout for caught behind. This
LBW maybe?
Well, it was so full, York length, but clearly down the leg side. And Phil Salt collects the ball. And I guess it has come off the pads because no wide's been called. And Jamie Overton's making his way back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it? I think it was just a slow ball down the leg side that might have flicked the pad on the way through. Probably hits the pad and then hits the ground and bounces up. But it looked a bit odd. And then also there was the 2 appeals. One was delayed.
Overton again. This is short. And Romario Shepherd climbs into this attempted pull shot. He'll take a single to mid-wicket. 83 for 5.
I don't think that's a bad tactic, that last delivery from Overton. He looks like he's just going to roll his fingers over the ball, bowl some cutters into the surface. It's not really racing on, so it's sort of sticking in the surface, and that's going to make it difficult to get through those pull shots with that protection on the leg side. So quite like that delivery from Overton.
Last ball of the over. Overton is in, and he is trapped. Rodman foul. Bang in front of the stumps. The umpire has taken a while to put his finger in the air. It looked a good shout. And Powell is just having a chat with Shepherd. Such is the premium on his wicket, even though it looks like a forlorn request. He is going to review this decision, but that looked good, Jared.
I think all three of us gave that out to the
director. There's a player's review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we move to front on, please?
There's a long delay before Rovman decided. It's a cutter, and I just don't think it's bouncing. So big off cutter. It's not spinning on the surface. He hasn't hit it. It's hit him on the knee roll.
Very close to the bat. Can we go to ultra edge to confirm if there's any bat involved? Thank you.
There's no bat, is there?
It doesn't look like any bat to me, but you
Ultra
never
edge
know
coming
until
up.
ultra edge. Oh,
he has hit it. Well, that's interesting.
Take it back for me.
Rodman Powell's walking off.
Thank you.
Rodman
There's a
Powell's
spike as the
walking
ball
off
is
the
next
field.
to the back.
And he's
Can
looked,
you take me
he's
back to
looked up.
Dayton on field?
He cannot believe he's hit this.
He had
he's
no
walking,
idea.
He's walking his way back to the
from
middle.
out to not out. You're on screen. Make the signal.
The umpire's like, are we sure?
And that wasn't a little butterfly.
According to that, it was the world's biggest edge. Rodman Powell, I reckon it was about 9 seconds before he went for that review, and we barely saw his hands even come up. There looks like there's a gap between bat and pad for me. I'm not saying there's not a noise.
It looks like that noise is before the ball hits the...
I just don't think he's hit that. I could be wrong. Darren Sammy's laughing. Everyone's shocked.
I mean, that is... It's as though the San Andreas fault has just finally gone. That's a huge, huge spike. And there's no way in the world Rodman Powell thought he'd hit it because he was halfway off the field.
And he didn't want to review it in the first place. There was a long discussion. Sam Curran's going to come on to bowl. Look, we see that this is why we should have ultra edge and hotspot. Because I still don't think he hit that. I mean, I know it's possible for a batter to not know if they've hit it, and we've had that discussion completely changed. But anyway, they got away with it. You should do that in the PSL. Maybe get them to go out with a little rattle when there's a close LB shout.
That's it.
This balmy game of T20 cricket continues. Sam Curran is going to bowl his first over from the pavilion end with Romario Shepherd facing out 22 from 15, and Shepherd plays this respectfully on the front foot with a straight blaze, no run.
I think if anything what the last over showed us, other than the ball where Overton slipped over, I think it definitely showed us that seam bowling is just a lot harder to get away on here, and so this is a good move going with Sam Curran here. Probably I'm not having a go at Josh Butley. Probably went one over too far with the spinners before.
Forward this time, and on the bounce it's fielded by Josh Butler. At extra cover, short cover, no run. 83 for 5 then, with West Indies rebuilding. 21 for 4 at one stage. 37 for 5. I mean, if you were to list the worst shots today, there's 2 or 3 in there that you could have a good half an hour debate over. Curran again, and this just sticks in the pitch a little bit. Shepherd is squared up a touch, the ball aerial, but no one close to the wicket on the leg side. So another run to the score, 84 for 5.
Yeah, you do feel like this sort of surface is going to suit Sam Curran actually, with his cutters and his three-quarter seam deliveries, his wobble seam. Also good on the Yorker. I don't think he's had the most amazing T20 series so far. Having said that, he hasn't had to, has he, for this England side, but you feel like this surface might just suit him. It's a little bit slower, it's a little bit harder to get away, and I do agree. I think that England potentially went one over too many with the spinners and potentially should have bowled seamers a little bit earlier.
Here is Curran again over the wicket to the right-handed Rovman Powell, who comes forward and recovers the line of off stump. Plays straight, fielded at long off by Liam Livingstone. Another single. 85 for 5 now, West Indies.
That's the thing with Curran. If he just keeps hitting that area, that length, nice and tight to the stumps, nothing too wide, don't offer any width on this surface, just keep that consistent area, bowl your cutters, bowl your three-quarter seam deliveries.
Close to the wicket is Curran. And this is clubbed somewhat by Shepherd. Down the track and fielded by a sprawling Jamie Overton.
I tell you what, I think if I'm the England players, I'm contacting the ICC after the last couple of games and saying, you've made us play twice now in unsafe conditions. Jamie Overton just went down to field a ball, which would have been 4 in any other ground in the world had it not been caught in the bunker out by the boundary of the sandpit, and he's put his knee about 8 inches into the ground. How is that a safe international surface? It's terrible.
It's rare you see fielders just jogging as well to the ball. That's something that's been quite unusual this evening.
At what point do the umpires not make a call short? And Powell lets this go. 86 to 5 at the end of the 12th. I mean,
they have made the call. Once they've decided to go out there, they've kind of made the call. But yeah, I think we've seen some things before. I can't think, Kath, of how many times you've ever seen an international game where the ball's gone into the outfield and it's taken like a 4 or 5 inch divot out of the surface. What was that, the first ball of the game, second ball of the game?
Looks like me playing bad golf, to be quite honest.
Or just someone else playing good golf.
No, it's highly unsafe. You know, these people, this is their career, this is their livelihood. You have to be very safe, very careful. I wouldn't want to be playing cricket with an outfield like that, to be honest. And we've seen Overton slide as well on his front foot contact when he's been bowling, so it doesn't look the safest conditions.
Does it surprise you that England don't seem to be complaining more?
A little bit. I'm still surprised that Reece Topley is paying his fine after being asked to go out on a wet game and slip. Another over of spin here.
There's Rayan Ahmed, and this just bounces a touch more. Shepherd pushes the ball into the offside, just a run. 50-run partnership up for West Indies, 87 for 5.
I mean, Overton did show the umpire, not only had he slipped, he showed him exactly how far he slipped, and he could do that because his spike was still stuck in the surface.
This is clubbed by Rovman Powell. Takes the pitch out the equation, just rocks back and pulls this straight back over the bowler and away for 6. 93 for 5, West Indies.
Yeah, just use his feet there. Fantastic shot. He's such a powerful guy when he hits down the ground and anywhere for that matter. That was a wonderful cricket shot. He's really held this innings together. Fair play to Powell. It's not been easy. He came out, it was seaming, it was bouncing, it wasn't very nice, and he's stuck in there. He's played a pretty gutsy knock.
He's really improved his play against spin over the years because he trialled with IPL teams when he was very young and everyone thought he was going to be a big star, and then they got him in the nets to the Indian spinners and he just couldn't hit them. And he worked and he's worked his way. He's still not a great player of spin, but because he can do that every now and again, you're always feeling a little bit nervous. He's just throwing the ball back. Is that just because it's damaged and gone for 6? No, yeah. I was wondering if there was something wrong with it.
Here's Ahmed again. This is tossed up and clipped. Square the wicket, and well, there should have been a comfortable 2 there, but instead Romario Shepherd, turning back for that second, has just slipped himself.
It's just not safe out there, is it? Sorry to harp on about it, but I really worry about this, especially with what happened with Reece Topley in the last game. Not to mention there is about 8 bunkers out on the ground. Have you seen how many sand traps we have?
Yeah, well, there's some big guys there as well, right? I mean, these aren't, little slips. As Ryan Ahmed does so well there. This is driven really hard. I'm not sure if it's even a catch there from Ahmed. He gets down to his right and actually deflects the ball back onto the stumps. If Rodman Powell had strayed out of the crease, then he would have gone.
Hand, chest, nipple, maybe? Back onto the stumps. And Rodman Powell did really well, actually. I'm not sure he ever put his bat out there. It's really good batting from him. A huge hit, though. Was it Romario Shepherd that almost hit the umpire earlier as well? It was certainly another one of Rayan Ahmed, I think, from before. Are we now seeing some dew, perhaps?
It does look like that, doesn't it? Unless it's actual rain.
Well, it's also sweat, because Rayan Ahmed is wet at the moment.
He's in again. And Shepherd comes forward, punches this really. He's trying to split the gap between the fielder at point and cover, but goes straight to Will Jacks. So no run. Seeing a replay of this attempted caught and bowled, it was absolutely drilled back to the right. Ahmed did well. This is a touch of flight, and Romario Shepherd needs no excuse but to try and thrash it through the offside. But once again, Sam Curran fields but does not look comfortable stepping across that outfield. 96 for 5 at the end of the 13th over.
That's a 4 in any ground in the world as well. The only reason it wasn't is because it hit the sand again.
Yeah, it was, and again, as we said, Curran just jogging around the boundary is something I don't think I've ever seen in international cricket. Normally you're throwing your body on the line for the team, you're sprinting around the boundary, but they're really not trusting this outfield, England. Having said that, just in terms of the game, Shepherd is playing a very good knock here, supporting Powell. Powell's obviously being the aggressor. Shepherd here is just, knocking it around. I know that shot possibly should have gone for a boundary on a normal surface, but he's playing a really nice cameo here for his team.
They're really getting the towels to work on the ball now, so it would not surprise me if the dew has come in just a little bit. We saw a couple of full tosses from Overton, and we know it's also the surface, them not feeling comfortable on the surface, but I do think that ball's just got a lot wetter. And it usually doesn't. It usually stays wet throughout the innings from here on in. If that's the case.
Mahmood to bowl his final over. He's bowled really well within the power play. He's going to have another 6 deliveries to see if he can pick up wicket number 4.
Yeah, he's been really consistent, hasn't he, in the power play? It's something that he's obviously worked on. That line and length that we spoke about earlier, he's been pretty consistent with. Back into the innings is a slightly different feel to it, so probably go to his Yorker and his cutters here on this surface.
A bit of breaking news from New Zealand that we can tell you about after this delivery from Mahmood. So he's played back to the bowler by Romario Shepherd, who's 27. 97 for 5, start the 14th over. And the news is that Tim Southey, no huge surprise, has decided that he will call it a day after the 3rd test match for New Zealand against England.
Probably not guaranteed
month.
to play in every test either, is he?
I don't know. I think the injury to Ben Sears and also the existing one to Kyle Jamieson and the fact that they're not going to bowl a lot of spin probably means that pulled away. No timing from the bat of Shepherd. He'll take a single to Sam Curran, who again almost runs in like he's wearing high heels.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, Southeast. He'd probably have to really lose form to not be playing in all those test matches. But he stepped down from the captaincy. We know that he's been, thinking about this for a while now. So it does make sense.
Yeah, there's a symmetry to it. He made his debut, didn't he, all those years ago against England back in 2008. So he'll sign off against the same opposition. As this is dug in, and Powell on the pull. He misses the ball. Phil Salt celebrates like he's caught the ball. Mahmood's actually turned around. He didn't think he'd hit it.
I think it was glove. No, am I the only one here who saw it? It's me and Phil Salt and against the world here. I thought that was clear glove.
Well, Joss Butler, with 1 second remaining, is going to review.
Phil Salt here about to look very dopey. In fact, and Rodman's walked out to go no. But we can't trust Rodman anymore because a minute ago he didn't think he'd hit one.
Well, exactly. He was halfway off the field.
Umpire to director. There's a player's review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Front on coming up.
Let's go.
Ball is passing very close to the gloves. Can we get Ultra Edge to confirm if there's any bat involved?
It doesn't look like it hit pad or anything, though. The umpire didn't give that as a wide, did he?
I don't know, because they had to wait for the decision. Here we go. Ultra Edge says...
Flat line. Flat line. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Thank you. There's a flat line as the ball passes the bat. Can you take me back to Leslie on field? Leslie, I'll have you stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen. Make the signal.
No, nothing given. England lose a review. And in fairness, Saqib Mahmood didn't fancy it. It was just Phil Salt who must have heard something or seen something.
What happened to the wide then?
Well, yeah,
it's a wide, isn't it? It's just down leg side. We just saw it didn't hit anything, Kath.
I know.
That was another bizarre moment in this match. 98 for 5 then. Rodman Powell 44 from 33. And again, he's on the pole, misses the ball, and it bounces just before the keeper, Phil Salt, anyway. I don't think there was any connection there. Just 2 runs from this Saqib Mahmood over. Whatever happens, he's certainly bowled a good 4 today.
Yeah, he's been brilliant today, hasn't he? That one just kept a little bit lower. Although it was a bit more back of a length, it just seemed to skid through. Potentially something the dew factor might be involved with. Starts to skid on a little bit more under lights.
What's he going to do here? Final ball of the spell. Target the stumps. No, it's short again. And for the 3rd ball in a row, Powell cannot lay bat on ball. 14 overs done. West Indies have recovered of sorts. 21 for 4 has become 98 for 5.
Since we've got a bowling coach on, I want to ask you this. Dew is generally horrific for the bowling team. And once it gets really, really bad, there's nothing you do. You can't bowl your spinners. Fast bowlers can't bowl cutters anymore or slow balls anymore. And it becomes very, very one-dimensional. There are some times when a little bit of dew actually makes the wicket play differently and it can cause problems. This ball is suddenly coming off at a different speed. I'm not saying it is the dew, it could just be anything else, but clearly they're putting the ball in the towel quite a bit. He's just missed, this is a set bat who's batted beautifully, he's just missed 3 balls in a row. 3 balls in a row? Yeah, 3 balls in a row.
Yeah, it can have an effect, it can skid on a little bit more under lights. Obviously, as you said, makes it a lot more difficult to grip, particularly for the spinners. It is more of a risk to bowl your cutters. So you might go cross seam and hopefully it hits either the seam and jumps, or it hits the leather and skids on even more. So there are risks with it, but you know, it's just part of playing cricket, isn't it? You know, you're going to have the dew factor in certain parts of the world and you just have to get better in those conditions.
Sam Curran to bowl his 2nd over. And Manohar Shepherd again really trying to smash this ball out the ground, doesn't get anything on it. And just take a single. 99 for 5 West Indies. What would be a good score here? Anything when you're 21 for 4. But what now? 6 overs remaining.
I'm not too... I don't think if I'm the West Indies, I'm too worried about being 99 runs after 14 overs here, because you have to hit 6s. Very hard to hit boundaries. And so there is an element of that. My only worry is if it's a little bit dewy now, sometimes in St. Lucia it can get more and more dew comes in, and then by the end of the game it's impossible. That doesn't always happen, of course, but...
As that Curran is in, and this has been deposited. Finally, Rodman Powell gets the ball in his arc, one that he connect with. 50 up for the West Indian, 100 to the team, and Powell reaches 50 with 6.
Yeah, and that 50 coming off just 36 deliveries, and this is not an easy surface to bat on. We saw that early on with the new ball. And then the spinners went a little bit the distance in the middle phase, but he's batted beautifully, and this was a fantastic 6. Bit back of a length from Curran. He was going for another cutter, but finally we've got a pulled shot square of the wicket. We haven't had one of those many times today, and that was a wonderful hit by Powell.
His 7th T20 50. And the second one he's hit against England. I'm getting a message from Gary Morgan saying the humidity is currently 86%.
I mean, it's just Romario Shepherd is sweating like he's Daryl Mitchell out there.
For those of you who didn't witness the Daryl Mitchell innings in, where was it? Was it Pune or Mumbai? I can't.
Well, you'll see.
Wide of the crease from Curran, and this is going to be signalled a wide.
That is not a wide. That was definitely inside the line. Well, that's payback for the other one that they should have called. Daryl Mitchell did it. It was definitely in Mumbai, and it was also he did one in Southampton, didn't he? At the Bowl, whatever the current sponsor's name of the Bowl is, where he sweated through. Daryl Mitchell's a very sweaty man. Well, Romario Shepherd's on that wavelength at the moment, and Rodman Powell has had glistening arms all the way through. The best kind of arms.
It's the best kind of inning so far. 50 not out, and again really wide, and Rodman Powell tries to launch this delivery up and over, long off. It's fielded by Jofra Archer running around on the boundary, but not before Powell can come back for a second. 108 for 5 West Indies.
Just want to say fair play to Jofra Archer there, because everyone else has just jogged round. He actually got
it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He got the accelerator on and managed to stop a boundary, which I think is going to be vital here. I mean, you don't know what it's going to be like batting second on this surface, so England are going to want to reduce Powell's innings as much as possible and try and get him out in the next couple of deliveries. Curran possibly got his tactic a little bit wrong in this over so far.
Yeah, expensive over so far. Curran will go again. Again, he's bowling very wide of the crease. This time he's digging the ball in. Powell will take a single to long on. 109 for 5.
I don't think going wide is a bad option, because obviously he's trying to get out of Powell's arc. He's trying to get away from his hitting zone, but we know he's also very strong over extra cover, so there's a bit of a toss of a coin there with him.
But also he bowled a good over, bowling over the wicket at him. Yeah. And I know he got hit for a 6. Sometimes I think with Sam Curran, he kind of overthinks it. It's like, I've been hit for a 6 here, but maybe I got my length wrong, whereas he starts to think I need to come up with a new plan. To answer your question from before, I think 140 would be interesting on this surface.
Wide again by Curran, and Jofra Archer fields this ball at wide, long off. I mean, it's one of those, you can't trust the bounce in the outfield. You know, it can rear up, it can just zip straight through. Either way, it's just a single, but Archer does well.
Yeah, I think 140 would be interesting if you had a better bowling lineup than the West Indies. So I can't imagine the West Indies putting too much pressure on England if they're short of 160. But a good bowling lineup who is confident, I think would be, as long as the ball's not due, you'd be looking at this wicket going, we get a couple of early ones, and they know they're going to have to run or hit 6s.
Well, if these two are still there in 5 overs time, then they will hit 160, 170, but a lot of work to be done yet. Last ball of the over, left alone by Rodman Powell, and that's a good end to the over for Sam Curran. So 15 overs in, Rodman Powell, Romario Shepherd's recovery continues. 30 to Shepherd, 53 to Powell. 5 overs remaining in the innings. West Indies 108 for 5. And to talk you through those last 5 overs will be former West Indies international Philo Wallace and the returning Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, John. Wow, what a different game this is. 5 overs and 4 balls in. The West Indies were 37 for 5. They're now 110 for 5 after 15. It's a game that hasn't made a great deal of sense. But then there are a great many people who would argue that cricket doesn't make a great deal of sense at the best of times. Right, Jamie Overton to bowl over number 16, right arm over. It's a full toss that Romario Shepherd's missed completely, and he's out LBW. Now that's the breakthrough that England needed. Shepherd has reviewed this, purely because the West Indies have 2 reviews left. That is stone cold LBW. He's been beaten by a slower ball.
LBW.
And to me, that looks all ends up out.
Check the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Can we move the front on, please?
Andrew, I think that obviously Shepherd is reviewing because he believes he hit this ball.
Front on coming
but
up.
It only goes to show that proper batting can bring runs.
Ball is passing very close to the bat.
Properly.
Can we get Ultra Edge to
Good
confirm if
delivery
there's
for
any
Jimmy
batting ball?
Overton. Again, Shepherd caught looking for a short ball, got the full length delivery. I don't think a player in the bat, and if it didn't touch the bat, I think he'll be given his marching orders. But very good bowling from Jimmy Overton. Shepherd seems to be leaving the field now and looking at that review. So he's LBW
walking.
for 30.
He's walking for an LBW.
Yeah, but he reviewed it, so he has to stay. Now, obviously, he looked at the big screen and realized that he did not hit it, and then he has to go off. He's been out giving out LBW. So there's a good innings from Shepherd. Unfortunately, against a run-off player, West Indies have lost their 6th wicket, and they'll have been hoping that he would have stayed around for another 5 to give that support to Powell.
But they haven't actually put the DRS fully yet. They've said he's not hit it, but we haven't had the second part yet.
Ultra Edge is coming up.
We're still waiting for
Thank you.
the ball tracking.
Forward.
Well, they're still on the Ultra Edge. He's not got close to hitting.
Ball is passing the bat, no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when available?
That was why I was saying he's walking, because he's not actually waiting.
He should
yet.
walk, he should wait.
Yeah.
Powell was doing the same thing the other over.
Here we go.
It's over.
Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Thank you. Can you take me back to Leslie on field? Leslie, I'll have you stay with your original decision of out. You're on screen. Make the signal.
So, Romario Shepherd is out for 30. The West Indies are 110 for 6. And Shepherd can leave. That was one of those. This is one of, and I'll keep saying this, there are too many reviews available, because if you only had one review, you wouldn't risk wasting it on that. He only reviewed that because the West Indies are 5 down, and they've got Moti, they've got Akil Hussain to come. Shepherd is trying to hope the technology finds something to save him, and there was nothing to save him there. That was stone cold LBW.
But if you miss the ball, the technology can't save you for LBW, and the ball hit you in front. Obviously, he reviewed. He thought he hit it.
No, he was trying it on because they had 2 reviews.
But that's a bad review then.
Yes, it's a terrible review.
It's a wasted review. That's what you want to
yes,
say. Okay.
It is why I believe for a review like that there should be a run penalty. Because that's a waste of everyone's time and effort. In goes Jamie Overton to the left-handed Moti. Moti is beaten outside of off stump. It's through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, Moti is no slouch at the bat. He can hit some boundaries. He has batting ability. He just needs to obviously try to get in here as quickly as possible and help his captain. His captain is obviously batted well. 2 games now he's gotten some runs, and he will obviously look to finish big. But again, Shepherd defeated because the ball was full and slow, and it's Yorker length delivery, missed it. Looking at working into that leg side, a favourite side for him. That was out LBW.
Moti's second delivery is slightly shorter than the first from Overton. He guides it to point where Bethel is fielding and there's no run. Moti made 33 from 14 balls in the first game. That's his highest score in T20 internationals. He followed it up on Sunday with 9 from 11.
Yeah, he's had a first-class 100 as well, Gudakesh Modi, and his batting has improved at the international level, particularly in the white ball. And obviously he'll be looking to try and lend some support to Rothman Powell, who's batted really well, hit the ball with a lot of power, a lot of authority, and it's good to see the captain coming into form.
Moti waits, backs away to Overton, carves it up in the air, will be caught at mid-off. Jacks takes the catch. Moti might have improved his batting, and to be fair, in this series his strike rate's been pretty good as well, but unfortunately he's walking off now with a 3-ball duck, and the West Indies are 110 for 7, and this topsy-turvy roller coaster of an innings continues. 5 down in the blink of an eye, then a recovery, and now the wheels are coming off the recovery once again.
It's a poor shot from Gudakesh Moti. Back of a length delivery from Overton, holding the ball cross seam, ball skidding onto Moti. Moti backing away, not getting any power at all. Ball hitting very high on the stickers of that bat, and just giving Jackson a simple catch at mid-off. That would be a soft dismissal. He'd be disappointed, Moti, knowing that he could not add any further damage to the West Indies batting. He wanted to bat deeper into those overs with the captain, but unfortunately he has to go because Overton again hitting that hard length and causing the West Indian batters trouble in getting the ball away.
2 wickets in 4 balls for Overton brings Alzari Joseph to the middle, back after a 2-match suspension for flouncing off during the one-day internationals. And you just heard, I just picked up there on the effects microphones, the slightly sarcastic cheer from some of the England supporters as his name was announced. But he can swing a bat here, and he's a dangerous customer. England will want shot of Alzari Joseph as quick as they can.
Yeah, he's a target now because of what happened in Barbados, but he has to dismiss all of those things, get it out of his head, and realize he's playing in a T20 game, a very crucial game for West Indies. West Indies need to win this to stay in the series, and he's out there with his captain, who has given him the support. The captain said he's an important man in this side, and he has to go out there and support the captain.
His first ball will be from Overton, right arm over, shortish, and Alzari Joseph guides this to Rayan Ahmed at backward point, and there is no run. 15 overs and 5 balls have gone down, so 25 balls left of the innings. It's now about what the West Indies can get out of this to what they can set England, and actually that will largely depend on how many balls Rovman Powell gets to bat. So effectively this ball's a free swing for Alzari Joseph. It's the final ball of the over. It's got to be an even number. Overton is in. It's a defensive shot. Well, he's pushed it to mid-on and taken a single. So that means Rovman Powell won't be on strike for the first ball of the 17th over. And I think England will be pretty happy with that. 111 for 7 after 16. Alzari Joseph 1 from 2. Rovman Powell 53 from 39. And Craig Overton has 2 for 11.
Well, Andrew, every batter likes to get off the mark.
But sometimes it's about the team, not yourself.
No, this is being talking about Alzari Joseph here. He wants to get off the mark. He gets off the mark, and obviously he's now going to face the 16th over. It's going to be important to see how he approaches the 16th over, if he's going to look to rotate straight on first delivery or go for a big shot, because he needs to allow Powell to bat majority of these deliveries or balls. If West Indies are supposed to get it to 140, 150, Powell has to be the man.
Absolutely. And he's facing Jofra Archer. Archer to bowl his final over goes in. Whipped off of middle stumpish by Alzari Joseph. It's Josh Butler, who's just in front of square on the leg side, about 15 metres away from the bat for that clip off the toes. No run on this occasion. So that's the first ball of the over that Alzari Joseph hasn't been able to get Powell back on strike.
It's a good move here by Josh Butler to bring back his frontline fast bowler in Jofra Archer to bowl to Alzari Joseph.
In he comes, tearing in once again from the media box end. Alzari Joseph is in behind this. Push and run. They take the single, throw in from extra cover. I think hit the bat of Alzari Joseph as he made his ground from Liam Livingston. Single taken though, so Rovman Powell will get potentially 4 balls of this over. 112 for 7.
Yes, a good single there from Alzari Joseph. A length ball and off, so I'm just pushing it into the offside to the left of Liam Livingston. And Alzari coming through for a very easy single. Powell now has 4 deliveries. Is he going to go for broke quite early, or he's going to look to rotate the strike with Alzari and then go later rather than early? Left to be seen.
Would you go early or not?
I will go late.
Okay. Archer in, past the umpire, right arm over. Good full straight ball. They can work it into the leg side. It will be just a single. Bethel comes in and gets the throw. God, that ball, when it pitched to Phil Salt, scooted along the floor. It didn't bounce on a pitch. It bounced on a piece of grass to the side of the square and then just squirted through ankle height. And Phil Salt had to jam the pads together to stop it. But Phil Salt's would not have been overly impressed with that, the keeper. Right, Alzari Joseph on strike to Archer. Shortish ball, quick ball. Drops it into the offside, sets off for a single that isn't there in a month of Sundays. And in his follow through, Jofra Archer just goes and picks it up and looks at Alzari and said, "Really? You want to take me on from there?"
You describe it quite nicely. If he'd gone there, Bob would be his uncle. He'd be running for all calls. But again, good awareness from Rovman Powell to send Alzari Joseph back. I mean, seeing Alzari Joseph looking to get Powell on strike, which is common sense batting. Because you don't, obviously Josh Butler's brought back Jofra Archer to get a wicket. So you need not to allow Jofra Archer to get that wicket.
Even if Powell was coming from the non-strikers, he wouldn't have crossed. Short ball from Archer on this occasion. Alzari Joseph tucks underneath it. 5 balls of the over now gone. 2 singles from it. And now we're in the same situation as the previous over. Final ball of the over. Alzari Joseph is on strike. England will now want Alzari Joseph to find a single, if they can, to keep him on strike.
Or get the wicket of Alzari Joseph.
Or, I mean, look, or you could, but that would put Rodman Powell back on strike.
But the wicket is more important, I think. Then Powell will have to readjust his
There's potentially
batting.
1 ball less for Powell to hit for 6. Jofra Archer goes in, goes short ball. Elects to go the Philo Wallace route and say, right, OK, we'll end the over. Alzari Joseph's looking at the square leg umpire saying, that's not a wide for height. And now he's having a second look and a third look, and the umpires are changing ends. 17 gone, 113 for 7.
That's the end of the over. Alzari Joseph needs to understand that there are 3 more overs left. Short ball, duck under it. Keeper catches it, ran down the pitch. Umpire calls over. You need to go down the pitch and say, listen, Captain, we only have another 18 legal balls left. We're 113. What is the target score that you're looking at? I'm here to help you get to that target score, even beyond. What the umpires do has nothing to do with Alzari Joseph at this time. He's a target, Andrew, and he needs to pull himself out of that range.
So we've got 18 balls left of the innings. You've got to be looking at 9 and over, so that's 1.5 a ball minimum. Overton is going to start this next over, and Rodman Powell has gone high into the leg side, but not got enough of it. Jacob Bethel takes the catch, and England get the best of both worlds. They didn't get a run off the end of the last over, and they get Rodman Powell, the first ball of the 18th. Overton goes in, and Rodman Powell, it hits really low down on the toe of the bat, and Rodman Powell knew instantly. He got it high, but he got no distance on it. Bethel takes the catch. Powell goes for 54 from 41 deliveries. The West Indies are 113 for 8.
Yes, Rodman Powell looking to go hard into that leg side. He only got height, but not distance, and Jacob Bethel coming up with a very easy catch. Powell will be disappointed there to miss out. Looking to go early in the 18th over for a boundary, where I think he could have sat back a little bit longer and look to maybe go in the 18th over. I know sometimes they say we wait too late to challenge runs, but sometimes with this batting that West Indies have, Akil Hussain, yes, he's no slouch to the bat, but he's been inconsistent. But Powell took the chance, and unfortunately, he lost his wicket.
Well, Akil Hussain's top score in T20 internationals is 44 not out, and he made that against England in January of 2022 in Barbados, when he made 44 not out from just 16 deliveries. The West Indies will be hoping that it's that version of Akil Hussain that's walking out at the moment.
Well, Shea Hope is out early in the first over. It's no hoping. He has to bat and try to get some runs. Akil Hussain, he has the ability to score runs, but I think sometimes his shot selection is what let him down. He's in with Alzari Joseph, who is also capable. And these two will have to tell themselves, listen, we need to bat all the deliveries that are left in this innings.
3 for 3 in the last 13 balls for West Indies. That's now 14 balls, because Akil Hussain is covering up and defending, and there is no run to Craig Overton.
You have to give Overton a lot of credit here. He's coming and he's bowled some hard lengths at the back end of the innings, and that ball obviously has been soaked with the outfield of water, and he's still causing some problems for the batters to get away. So he's bowling obviously with pace, and what we consider in cricket language a heavy ball.
Also worth remembering that he's still coming back from injury. He's not bowling every game. Overton goes in, shortish ball. Akil Hussain rides the bounce, guides it down to Jofra Archer at third, and will take the single. 114 for 8. Alzari Joseph, over to you with 3 balls of the 18th over remaining.
Yes, good batting there from Akil Hussain again, looking to get off the mark. Short ball, just riding it down to third man, picking up the single. Alzari Joseph, the senior partner, despite missing the first 2 T20s, still the senior partner here, and he will see how he negotiates these final 3 balls from Jamie Overton, who is into a very good spell. 3 overs and 3 balls, 3 wickets for 12 runs.
Overton 3 for 1 in 7 balls, wicket to wicket. Overton goes in. Now Alzari Joseph has played a lovely shot, clears the front leg out the way and slaps it back past the bowler, wide of mid-off, and it goes for 4, the 7th boundary of the West Indian innings, 118 for 8.
Yes, a good shot from Alzari Joseph, just holding his position quite nicely and just swinging through a length ball. Mid-off obviously is wide, and there's no man on the boundary at long off, and the ball went down to the boundary for 4. They said the outfield is slow, but he got a lot of bat onto that, and that is a welcome boundary for West Indies.
It was a slower ball, sort of an off-cutter delivery, but Alzarri it was like a golf swing. It was sort of slow and long, and he hit all the way through it. Where's Overton going this time? Shorter ball, swing and miss from Alzarri Joseph through to the keeper, and they've given it as a wide. I presume for height. It was slightly leg-side-ish, but I think it was more for height than direction. 119 for 8.
But that was expected from Jimmy Overton. Obviously, the slap down through mid-off for 4. The follow-up ball would have been a short ball, which it was, but the ball was badly lined, and a white signal by the umpire.
Jamie Overton, with the players' pavilion behind him, makes his way in once again. Bowls right arm over Alzarri Joseph, swings him high and hard into the leg side, and it just clears the fielder Will Jacks, who is doing deep mid-on. He's not at long on, so was running out towards the boundary. He sort of dived away from himself, if you like, trying to almost Superman style take the catch, but he's not able to, and they'll come back for a couple.
Again, Alzarri Joe looking at the ball over long on, just getting the toe of the back, and Jack's making a very good attempt at taking that catch running back from mid-on, but the ball just eluded his right hand, and Alzarri Joseph kept coming back for 2 runs. But again, Alzarri Joseph taking the opportunity to free his arms, but not getting a lot of bat onto the ball, although Overton looking to hit that hard length.
8 from the over so far, including the wide. There's 1 ball left of this over. It's Overton's final ball of the night. In he goes. Oh, it's a slower ball that Alzarri Joseph is looking to work leg side. He's actually chipped into the offside, but they'll take a single. So Jamie Overton will finish with 3 for 20 from his 4 overs. 18 are gone. The West Indies 122 for 8. Alzarri Joseph has 9 from 10. Akhil Hussain 1 from 2. And only 2 bowlers have... No, it's now 3 bowlers have bowled out, because Jofra, of course, has bowled out as well. So England's bowling options. Let's see. Jofra's got bowled 4 overs, 1 for 25. Sakiba's taken 3 for 17 from his 4. I don't think we'll see Rayan Ahmed. 3 overs, 0 for 29 so far. So it's either Liam Livingston and Sam Curran, presumably, then to finish things off.
And the surprise thing tonight is that we haven't seen Dan Mosley.
Yes.
Which is, and obviously Jacob Bethel has not done a lot of bowling in this T20 series so far. So
we want to see some quick darts. Come on. Quick darts.
Well, he's a medium pace bowler from by the stumps. Yeah. He's not an off-break bowler at all.
Sam Curran to get the penultimate over then. Around the wicket to Alzarri Joseph. Swing and a miss. Was it wide enough to call wide? No, says the standing umpire. Sam Curran was flirting with the guideline, but Dayton Butler, our umpire, wasn't moved to raise his arms.
Yes, Sam Curran has been given the opportunity to pull the 19th over. Started with a slow ball, wide of the off stump. Alzarri Joseph swinging hard, but defeated on pace and through to keeper Phil Salt.
Curran is on his way once again. Alzarri Joseph comes a long way across his stumps. He's swinging hard into the leg side, gets an under edge that just dribbles to the edge of the 30-metre circle. Bethel will do the fielding. It's just a single, 123 for 8.
Slower short ball there from Sam Curran. He could hear Jofra Archer moaning in the stump microphones. Obviously looking to get more bat than that, but because of the slowness of the ball, just dribble it out to deep mid-wicket. Bethel again charging in and limiting them to a single. It's going to be important to see how Akhil Hussain face up to Sam Curran. He's a left-handed batter. Curran obviously a left-handed bowler. It's going to be interesting to see how Akhil Hussain negotiates Curran.
Well, he's just marked his guard in the Shivnarine Chanderpaul style, taking off the bail and hammering it into the ground. Very nearly couldn't get it back out again, actually. Curran over the wicket to the left-hander. He's gone across his stumps, taken on the pad. It's going through fine leg, and it'll go away for 4. Well, it doesn't matter how it gets to the boundary at the moment from a West Indies point of view, because all runs are gratefully received. It's 4-leg buys, 127 for 8.
Yes, Curran coming over the wicket to the left-handed. Akhil Hussain will try to turn that ball, hit his pad, but the ball ran rather quickly across the middle field. and beating Mahmood down to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary for West Indies, pushing that total up to 127, so they're getting closer to 135.
Saqib Mahmood looked like he was walking on eggshells as he was making his way down to the boundary edge. He did not look a man who was confident in his footing. Curran is in. Oh, Akil Hussain gets it high, down towards long on, but it hasn't got enough of it, and actually manages to cloth it so it'll land 20 metres inside the boundary, and Jofra Archer coming in from deep mid-wicket, it lands in front of him and they'll take a single. It was one of those that immediately off the bat thought, oh hello, where could this be going? And it then just plopped about 10 metres outside the 30-metre circle.
Again, a slow delivery there from Sam Curran, defeating the swing of Akil Hussain. Ball hit at the toe end of the bat, going very, very high. And Jofra Archer ran in from deep mid-wicket. Could not get close to taking the catch, and they threw for a single, and Akil was signaling to Alzari, slower balls, be careful.
Sam Curran back around the wicket. Oh, that's a beauty of a delivery, homing in towards middle and leg, and Alzari Joseph had taken a big stride, so he was almost playing that, his legs miles apart, gets the inside half of the bat out to deep mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. 129 for 8.
Good thinking by Sam Curran. Obviously, Alzari Joseph moving to the offside where Sam Curran was bowling his previous deliveries, but he watched the batter's feet and aimed the Yorker at them, and Alzari Joseph got enough bat on it to get a single. But good bowling by Sam Curran. 3 runs off the bat and 4 leg byes. Not a bad over, but 7 runs all the same.
Yeah. It's almost like Sam Curran was sort of setting them up there, wasn't it? Go out, out, out. Right, he's then going to go across. Right, now I'll go into his feet. Akil Hussain backs away to the leg side on this occasion and has gone over extra cover for 6. Now that's a finish to the over. That's a beautiful cricket shot. The 7th 6 of the innings. And Sam Curran's final ball of the evening was a fairly scrambled seam delivery as it went down there. And Akil Hussain backed away and played a lofted extra cover drive that landed 1.5 meters over the boundary for the maximum.
A very good shot there from Akil Hussain, giving himself room outside the leg stump. I thought Curran would have followed him, but he did not. He just kept bowling length on off stump, allowing Akil Hussain to extend his arms and middling that ball and hitting it clean over extra cover for 6. A good way to finish the 19th over for West Indies.
And good news, everybody. Dan Mosley's bowling the last over. We thought we might not see him. Jos Buttler was just teasing everybody. We're going to have potentially 6 deliveries of fast spin. Beautiful stuff. He's been a revelation in this series.
Is he a spin bowler?
No, of course he's not. That's not a spin bowler. He's bowling darts.
It was medium pace. It's going to be interesting to see how Alzari Joseph, who gets the first T20s, going to shape up to Dan Mosley. It's a different type of bowler, and Josh Buttler again has given him the responsibility of finishing off the innings, the bowling innings for England.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Right, 6 balls then. Here he comes around the wicket. But oh my goodness, first ball is a bell tie, full toss. And Alzari Joseph has slapped it. Oh, it lands 10 metres inside the rope and only just touches the boundary sponge. It will start with a 4. And I think that one just slipped out of his hand a bit there. And it ended up as a waist-high full toss. And Alzari Joseph will be disappointed he's not hit that for the maximum.
There's no long off. There's only but yes, there's a long off straight. He hit that wide, like a wide long off to his left. He got enough bat on it to get it to the ropes for a welcome boundary. So it's a good boundary in the first ball of the 20th over. Pressure on Mosley. How would he respond?
Around the wicket he goes. Fired in it is. Alzari Joseph is down playing a Caribbean drive with the back knee on the floor, but it takes the under edge and trickles to Jofra Archer at short fine leg, and there's no run.
A typical reply from Dan Mosley. A wide Yorker length delivery. Looking to hit it through the offside and want to get an inside edge to short fine leg. Jofra Archer was there, no run. But a good comeback from Dan Mosley. So Alzari Joseph has to be aware that he's going to be bowling a lot of wide Yorker deliveries.
That ball is wet. Mosley is working on it to get it dry so he can get his fingers on it. It's another Yorker played into the onside. Mosley will field in his follow through. He's thrown a terrible ball back to Phil Salt. And I say back to Phil Salt. It's gone 15 metres away from him. They'll take an overthrow as it goes behind the keeper. Then the throw back to Salt for a second time, goes over the keeper's head by about 4 metres. Thankfully, from an England point of view, someone was backing up at long on, because that would have been 2 sets of overthrows, because Sakib missed Salt by an absolute mile.
The fielding coach will always say, throw the ball when you're balanced. Dan Mosley, no balance at all, and just whipped the ball across his body, wide of the target, which was full of Salt. Jofra Archer couldn't get around from short fine leg, and resulted in the second run to put Alzarri Joseph back on strike. Not good cricket at all.
6 runs from 3 balls of this over. It's been quite comedic. Oh, Mosley's in. Joseph is down the pitch, misses the ball, and it hits Salt on the pads. It was so full, Salt wasn't able to take it cleanly. That's the only problem from a keeper's point of view with someone bowling Yorkers like that, is it's really low down. Salt probably should have taken that cleanly. Stumping opportunity missed. Mosley is in once again. Hammered back to him by Alzarri Joseph, no run.
Mosley is quite cool. I like him. First ball went for 4, but then he's on target. 114 kilometres, that ball was 116.
And he comes once again. It's hit by Alzarri Joseph. It goes for 4. The cry was from Dan Mosley because he just got too wide on that one, and it allowed Alzarri Joseph to free his arm. He hits the final ball of the innings for 4. It means the West Indies have posted 145 for 8 from their 20 overs. And when they were 37 for 5, 145 would have looked like a ship in the distance. But they've managed to get there. Lewis 3, Hope 4, Poran 7, Chase 7, Hetmeyer 2, as the West Indies were 5 down in 5 overs and 4 balls. But Rodman Powell and Romario Shepherd got things back on track. Shepherd 30 from 28. Powell 54 from 41. Moti was a 3-ball duck. And then Joseph finishes 8 not out. Alzarri Joseph finishes 21 not out. Akil Hussain finishes 8 not out. And the West Indies, as I say, post 145 for 8. 1 for 25 from Jofra Archer. 3 for 17 from 4 for Sakib Mahmood. Rayan Ahmed's 3 overs, 0 for 29. Jamie Overton, 4 overs, 3 for 20. 1 over of Liam Livingston cost 14. Sam Curran's 3 overs went for 24, and 1 over from Dan Mosley, 0 for 10. So 145 for 8. Philo, they always say give your bowlers something to bowl at. 145 isn't great, but it's something, isn't it?
It's a target of 146 that England has to make. If England don't get it to 146, West Indies win the game. Obviously, the West Indies got it to 145 thanks to Shepherd and Captain Powell for rescuing them after losing 5 quick wickets. But again, good batting from Shepherd and Powell. Obviously, they thought that would have gone a little deeper, but to get it to 145 it's not bad. Alzarri Joseph coming in at the bottom there and getting 21 from 19. How effective that will be is left to be seen. But it's a total that I think that if they bowl well and take their catches, then they'll be in with a chance. Because England obviously are in a lot of confidence. The batters in good form coming out of Barbados, and they will think that this 145 is just a stroll in the park. But they still have to go there and apply themselves on a surface. Obviously, they're still playing well. An outfield that is wet, so the chances of hitting the ball in the ear and being caught are very great. But obviously, they need to bat properly in order to overhaul this target. The target has been set 146. England have to go and bat properly to make it.
One question though, because Akil Hussain has taken the first over of the bowling innings for the West Indies in both games. In the first game, Andre Russell took the second over. In the second game, Matthew Ford took the second over. Neither of those two are in this side. You need wickets to win this game. Does Alzarri Joseph therefore have to take the second over after Akil Hussain?
Alzarri Joseph has to bowl a new ball. If it is the first over or the second over, he has to bowl a new ball. He has to be told he needs to get wickets up front, hit that hard length up front, and look to push the England batters back. If they pick up 3 wickets in the power play, then they end with a shout. If there are no wickets that they pick up, they're going to find themselves struggling to defend this total. But Alzarri Joseph has to be the man that they're going to go to get wickets in this innings. We know Aki Hussain is a very good left arm spinner. He darts the ball back in the air, very good arm ball. He has good control, but he still needs the support at the other end. And that support has to come from Alzarri Joseph and the other bowlers in their setup. The Ruston Chase, the Terrence Hines, Romario Shepherd. Those guys have to raise their game, their bowling game, in order for West Indies to stand a chance to win this third T20 game.
So it's 146 for England to win. That's 7.3 and over.
Romario Shepherd is in, and the first ball is defended uncomfortably, actually, by Phil Salt. And no run. So we'll see whether the gamble plays off or not.
Well, Phil Salt, he kept wicket for England in 20 overs, so he would know how this pitch is playing better than anybody else out there. And that first delivery, obviously Shepherd bang on target, inward movement, a little bounce, and Salt just releasing the bottom hand and playing the ball into the offside. But a good start from Shepherd.
Let's see if he can follow it up here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Romario Shepherd is in, and Phil Salt will take a run to that fielder at short third, just running the ball down the ground. And it was doing a lot, wasn't it, in that first 4 or 5 overs when West Indies were just losing wickets with pretty much every shot attempted wasn't coming off. There was that run out as well of Shai Hope.
Yeah, Shai Hope obviously would be around up there, mix up with Evan Lewis, but they consistently lose wickets. The first 5 wickets went in the first 5 overs, and you thought that you were asking yourself, are they going to get up to 10 overs? But again, it's a run against player forcing deliveries that they didn't have to force. And it's going to be interesting to see how England set about this chase.
Here's Will Jacks about to face his first delivery, and he pushes this to Shimron. No, not Shimron Hitmeyer. He pushes this to point where it's fielded by Shai Hope, and it gets off the mark. Pressure on Will Jacks, by the way. He's had a string of low scores, still to really stake a claim to his place within the 20 over or 50 over side. Bundles of talent, seen that for Surrey over the last few years. He scored 1 innings of note against Australia in September, but since then it's been lean pickings, and of course some big names to come back into this side at some point. This is pitched up a touch, driven by Phil Salt, and there's a one-handed stop at cover, but not enough to prevent the single. 3 without loss England.
Yeah, Phil Jacks obviously is a talent, but he has to produce. And what I like about him is that he has the ability to knock the ball away, but he doesn't do it often. That's a lovely off drive there by Phil Salt. Hope diving to his right and pushing the ball past the young Terrence Hines to his right and getting off the single. Again, good rotation of strike, and that is important at the start of the innings. We didn't see that for West Indies.
No, we didn't, as Jacks just takes a step down the track in this ball from Romario Shepherd, which is bowled on good length. Takes the outside edge from the bat, but Jacks comes through for a couple. He moves to 3, the score 5 without loss.
Yeah, Jacks looking a little tentative there, just opening the bat face on contact of the ball. And Ruston Chase had to run from a third man to the forward point, and the batters came back for 2 runs, and he was disappointed. Why didn't you chase the ball? But again, we're seeing the urgency from the English batters to rotate the strike. Good 2 runs there from Jacks.
Last ball of the first over, the target 146, and Shepherd is in past the umpire and defended by Jacks. So a decent power play over, just 5 runs coming from it, but of course this is a smaller target than the West Indies would have hoped for. 146, the floodlights on in the Darren Sammy grounds in St Lucia. England up and underway, 5 without loss. Philo wants.
Yes, 5 good runs from England, no chances, no boundaries, just pushing the ball into the outfield and picking up the 1s and the 2s, rotating the strike between Jack and Salt. Phil Salt learning from his mistake in Barbados, looking to go early big and holding out for a duck, and we see him just looking to get into on this pitch. I think that once you get in on this surface, you stand a chance to score runs, as Alzarri Joseph now is going to bowl the second over. So it's good to see Alzarri Joseph with that lovely new white ball in his hand.
And he is a lovely bowler to watch, isn't he?
He's a good talent. I'm a believer in him. I believe that once he's managed better, John, in West Indies cricket, that we'll see the best of him. He's still a young man. He has the experience of playing a lot of cricket around the world, and he needs to rely on that experience and some guidance from the seniors in the team outside of West Indies cricket. Those former greats from Antigua will help him.
First ball of his spell, and Phil Salt will take a single to mid-wicket. One of the things that impresses me about Alzari is he does play the T20 franchise cricket, but he seems, to me anyway, to always be available when West Indies want him, whether it's Test, 50 over or 20 over cricket.
Yeah, I think he has West Indies at heart. And I think he'll be looking for better returns from West Indies cricket. He's very unlucky too. A lot of drop catches, missed fields, and those things hurt you as a fast bowler who's giving you all. And I believe that he can. What happened in Barbados would have turned the corner, I believe, and we're going to see a better Alzari going forward for West Indies cricket. And as you said, he's always available. He hardly shirks away from playing for West Indies.
Joseph back in the side, and this is a back of a length delivery to Will Jacks, who again just rides the bounce, opens the face of the bat, places the ball down to that short third fielder, and again it's very comfortable, but England certainly aren't trying to get on top of West Indies at the start of their run chase.
No, they realise the importance of having a good start. West Indies did not have that and struggled up to 145. If England realises that and said, look, once we have a good power play, not losing more than 2 wickets, we know we're in with a shout to win the game. But Alzari Joseph started well so far.
Here's Joseph again, and this is on the pads of Phil Salt. It's fielded at short fine, either side of the fielder, that would have raced away. So the bowler will feel like he possibly got away with one there. 7 without loss, England, chasing 146.
He did get a bit of one. That fine leg is in the circle. Left or right of him is going to be 4. But again, you will see a good field placing by Rovman Powell. Alzari Joseph looking to tuck Phil Salt in, not give him any room to use his arms outside the off stump. So a good delivery from Alzari Joseph, a dot ball, very important.
Salt again, beaten this time, expansive, flat-footed drive. We've seen a couple of times earlier today, the ball just did not get up as high as the batter expected. Cross-batted shots, full of peril. This wasn't a cross-batted shot. It's trying to smash this down the ground, but missed the ball by quite some distance.
Very lucky. Phil Salt has a left delivery on off stump, and the ball hitting hard into the surface and just going over the off stump. Look at the hit down the ground, but defeated on pace and maybe a little bit of bounce, but good bowling from Alzari Joseph.
What's the follow-up here as Joseph is in again, and this time Salt wristily plays this delivery. It's fielded at backward point, and he'll come through for a single. 8 without loss, England, chasing 146 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, Phil Salt is telling Jacks the ball is bouncing high. He's hitting the bat hard as well, Alzari Joseph, which is good to see. He's hitting the splice of the bat of Phil Salt. That ball was short, and Phil Salt just stayed leg side and working it down behind point. She hoped diving to his left, but could not prevent the single. Again, rotation of strike.
Now, Will Jacks has only gone past 20 once in his last 6 T20s. 4 not out now, and he just gives himself a little bit of room, does Jacks. But Joseph, he doesn't really follow him. He bowls a length delivery, gives him that width, but he can only cut it behind square on the offside for a single. So 2 overs in. England have yet to lose a wicket, but they've also yet to score a boundary. 9 without loss.
So I would say good bowling from Alzari Joseph and Mario Shepherd. But that last ball, Jack's giving himself room, and I was sitting here saying, why would you tail away to give yourself room to a fast bowler and expose your 3 stumps? It was just a length ball on off stump, and he eased it down to backward point, which Hetmar was do the fielder, and they got a single. But again, there's no need for Phil Jacks to do that so early in the innings, to tail away and looking to hit the ball. Just about normal. They haven't been a bungery as yet, but they've scored 9 runs from 12 balls, so it's not bad scoring.
Yeah, I mean, that's they're up with the run rate, aren't they? What was it? Acquired run rate, oh no, maybe a little below, but still 7.5. I mean, that's nothing, is it? We're going to see some spin. Akil Hussain is going to come and bowl the 3rd over. So just a 1 over for Mario Shepherd. Just trying to get a cheap one out there. It's a bit old school, isn't it?
Or maybe trying to see how wet the outfield is with the ball. This is crazy. But Akil Hussain is into the attack. He's bowling the 3rd over.
1 over from Liam Livingston, went for 14. 29 runs from Rayan Ahmed's 3 overs. And Akil Hussain is in. And Jacks once again just steps away from the crease to give himself a little bit of room. And this is a really nice shot from the Surrey man, piercing the gap through the covers. And the ball has raced away to the boundary for 4.
It's a wonderful cricket shot, just giving himself some room and going on to the back foot. And the timing on that shot was fantastic. The outfield is supposed to be slow, but the ball rushed across the outfield. Moti chasing, but that's chasing to retrieve. A very good shot from Jacks.
Yeah, it's those kind of shots that show the class of the man.
Yes, it does. He needs to do it more often.
He's a clean hitter, a good timer of the ball. Touch full, there's a shout as Jacks goes on the slog sweep. He's hit on the pads, but that was going down the leg side.
Too full for that shot, Jacks. Best to come onto the front foot to hit the ball down through mid-wicket area. Very full delivery for Aki Hussain, looking to slog sweep. And the ball clearly missing the leg stump on hitting him high up in the tie on the right side. He needs to be careful. Don't try too many fancy shots too early.
Hussain again is in. And this is on off stump and played on the back foot. Too long on 4. A single. Jacks moves to 10. Salt 4 from 7. 14 without loss. England here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Better
shot there from Phil. Just short of a length coming back into him with the arm. And he just drag it down through to long on and pick up a single. So that is what he has to do. Pick up the singles. We saw Rothman, Powell and Shepherd do it successfully in the West Indies when the West Indies batted first. And these two have to do it. You don't want to give your wickets too early to expose that middle order. You need to bat deep, put pressure on West Indies bowlers and see what character they have deep inside of them. They're 2-0 down. And obviously they have to win this third game to stay in the contest. So it's good to see England challenging the West Indies bowlers, forcing them to bowl well.
Akil Hussain just moving a couple of fielders around. Phil Salt readies himself. Hussain has beaten the defences of Phil Salt. He's bowled him via a healthy deflection. He's come in off the pads and then back onto the stumps. West Indies needed an early breakthrough, and they've got one.
It's dangerous to stay leg side of the ball. The ball cannon into his right pad, close to the flap, and then ricocheting onto the stump. Aki Hussain is saying, go off, Mr. Salt. Unfortunately for England, they've lost their first wicket. They've lost the informed batter Salt after scoring 100 in Barbados. He's had 2 low scores, and that will start to bother him. England lost their first wicket at 14. Salt was bowled by ever-present and ever-threatening Hussain. Good bowling, good reward. See Captain Josh Butler walk into the crease. A man who's in form coming out of Barbados with a well-played half-century. Not so much pressure on him tonight, but he will know the importance of trying to stay there now with Phil Jackson. Maybe helping Jacks to get into stride and build a partnership here. But these are 2 dangerous batters for England in this relatively small run chase. But wickets always put pressure on the team when they're batting.
Yep, that's it. It's all about the wickets. Josh Butler, who's had to sit back and watch sometimes misfiring white ball side over the last few months because of that injury he picked up. Back to something approaching his best in the last T20. He's going to have to come and do it all over again tonight.
Okay, we're seeing Phil Salt not getting in line with that delivery at all. Staying very leg side of the ball, missing the front pad, missing the bat, hitting the right pad and ricocheting onto the stump. However they come, Aki Hussain would take them. Salt obviously be very disappointed with himself for missing that delivery that caused him to lose his wicket.
Okay, Josh Butler about to face his first delivery. The score 14 for 1. And Akil Hussain, who has enjoyed success against England in the past, is in now, the slow left armour. Similar looking to Smissel, or rather delivery, but this is just tucked off the pads and Butler gets off the mark first ball.
Yes, and Butler coming onto the front foot for that delivery because he realises that Aki Hussain gets the arm ball to come back in very, very sharply and just nurtured into the forward square leg region and picking up a run in his first delivery to bring Phil Jackson on strike. So it is important that England try to build partnerships to get up to this target of 146.
1 ball left of the third over then. 15 for 1 and Will Jacks facing Akil Hussain. So left armour is in. This is just a touch more fly. And this is a good bit of fielding you ask for the West Indies bowlers to be backed up by their fielders, and this is a good sprawling stop from Evan Lewis.
I hope he's not hurt, because every time he falls, he's hurt, Evan Lewis. But that is what you want. A full-length delivery from Hussain and just drill that's to the left of mid-wicket. Evan Lewis dive into his left and preventing a single. Putting pressure, obviously, on the batters. That is what you want to do. You have to support your bowlers in the field. It's not a big target, 146. England are in good batting form. The West Indies have all to play for. Tomorrow's a rest day. They come back Saturday and Sunday to try to finish this job off in the T20s. But they need to put in the effort tonight if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Most neutrals will be hoping the Windies win, keep the series going. England would love to wrap things up and then be able to rotate, bring in a couple of new players for the 4th and 5th, as they've done today with Rayan Ahmed playing ahead of Adil Rashid.
And if West Indies lose the series, they might rotate too. Give some other players a chance to come back. Obviously, there's no Ford tonight. He's injured. Don't know how serious an injury he has. But once he's fit, I believe he will slot right back into this T20 setup.
Joss Buttler then to face the first delivery of Romario Shepherd's second over. He's going to get 2 overs in the power play. He's going to get 2 overs inside the first 4. Shepherd is in, and this is clipped to mid-wicket. There's shy of the stumps at the non-striker's end. I don't know if Will Jackson's a little slow to get going there, but Evan Lewis, who pulled off a good stop in the last over, smartly down on the ball. It was actually Buttler. It was the skipper who was just daydreaming. He was daydreaming about fish fry.
He's just jogging, but then obviously if the boy hit the stumps, he would be home. But he was just jogging, and Evan Lewis obviously making a very good attempt to throw the stumps down. Missed, not by far. But let's let Josh Buttler know it's not going to be an easy stroll here, Mr. Buttler.
No way. Jacks then, 10 from 9. Slip's been taken out now, and again we've seen this cross-batted shot. Shy hopes behind the stumps wants this. He's appealing for a caught behind decision. Saw Phil Salt do something similar earlier today. Forced the review, but I don't think Rodman Powell's going to ask the umpire to overturn his not out on Phil Court.
Well, that's Puran, and Trinis are normally naughty. There's no way he hit that ball. But looking for wickets, you try a thing, and in Trini parlance, you can say that Puran try a thing, but it didn't work.
Puran, of course, behind the stumps, not Shea Hope. Jacks readies himself again. This is pitched up, and on the pads of Jacks, who again he loses his body shape somewhat. It's a lack of foot movement. He's hit on the pad, a bit leg side. He comes through for a leg by, and the score moves to 16 for 1. That looked like it was there in the slot to be hit.
He meant to sweep him like a spinner. And this is a guy who's bowling the 4-4 for West Indies in the T20 International. Shepherd obviously 106 kilometers per hour, slow delivery there. And Jacks, he tried to seize the opportunity, hit him over backwards square by sweeping, missed the ball and ricocheting to the leg side for a single. Now we're seeing Josh Buttler back on strike. Only 1 boundary has been hit so far in this England run chase, which goes to show that obviously the West Indies bowlers have been bowling good lines and good lengths.
Here is Shepherd again. Buttler moves away to the leg side. Romario Shepherd follows him, and Roston Chase will field at deep square leg. Just a single. 18 for 1 then, England.
Yes, Buttler giving himself room outside the leg stump. Shepherd using the tactic of following Buttler, but he got enough bat on it to get a single. I would have tried to aim at the stumps rather than at Buttler. Wickets are important. Obviously, they've restricted the England scoring by only giving away 1 boundary. But if they try to pick up another wicket here, put some pressure on that England middle order.
Shepherd again. He's been inexpensive so far. As Jacks this time gives himself some room. And it's a thick inside edge, which is fielded at fine leg inside the circle.
As Jacks giving himself room, but Shepherd this time with a Yorker. And Jacks is jamming down on it, the ball in the toe end of the bat, going between his legs and down to short fine leg. Don't know why they keep backing away to the leg side. They want to hit the ball so much through the offside, but it's good bowling from Romario Shepherd to get that Yorker in as well.
Let's see if he can get out the over. Shepherd again, full toss, and it's been clipped away. And Will Jacks will add another boundary. He moves to 14. And that was a poor delivery to end what had been a pretty decent over from Mario Shepherd up until that point. 22 for 1.
Again, Jack's giving himself room. Shepherd looking to follow him. This time got it all around. Wayside full toss. He just helped it behind square for 4. Releasing the pressure of the England batters. Jackson will be quite happy to get that boundary. He's up to 14 from 13 balls. And that boundary would have released the pressure a bit. Not getting any boundaries, just getting singles. But to end that 4-4 over the boundary is significant. Obviously, it gives them that bit of confidence looking to chase down this target of 146. But a good start by West Indies. England not out of the woods there, and they haven't run away with it. They're 22 runs from 4 overs, 1 wicket down. West Indies still have a lot to do. 124, they're required in 96 balls. Game still on.
Akhil Hussain, and down the track comes Butler. There's a slight misfield at cover point, and a little bit of a mix-up between Butler and Jacks, but West Indies can't capitalise. Just for a second there, thought if the throw would come in, one of these batters could have been stranded.
Shepherd trying to back of the arm slow ball, as they show on the screen. The ball was worked very nicely, but again the ball slipping the grass of the field and allowing Butler to get a single and get off strike. You want to be tighter than that in your field. You need to squeeze as many runs as possible, force the English batters to go aerial.
Sane is in, and Jacks might be in trouble here. Oh, the ball has just dropped over the shoulder of Rodman Powell, who was running back from extra cover, but couldn't quite get his fingertips on the ball. And Jacks have come through for a couple.
I thought the captain would have made a better effort there, and that's what you want to do. Force the English batters to hit the ball in the air. Good delivery from Aki Hussain. This one spinning away from the right-handed Jacks, and Powell not getting any near that ball and then knocking it further in front of him with his knee and allowing Jacks to come back for a second round. But good bowling by Aki Hussain.
He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball there. Well, Jacks went through with the shot. He was slightly fortunate to still be there, flatter this time. And a misfield just on the edge of the circle by Shai Hope. And instead of a dot ball, there's another couple. And actually, Butler's almost thinking of a third there. Shai Hope's so late to throw the ball back.
Yeah, this ball just short of a leg, and Jacks again squeezing into the offside. Shai Hope going to his left, not fielding cleanly, and allowing the batters to come through for 2. And if Jacks was aware, Butler was going to come for the third and embarrass him. So Hope, obviously, in a different role tonight, he's fielding rather than keeping. He needs to understand he has to get his back, bend his back, and stay low with the ball.
27 for 1 then, England at the start of their run chase. Will Jacks 80 not out, facing up. And this is a good looking shot from Jacks. He's seized on the length. It's flatter, and he's rocked back and smashed this through mid-wicket and away for 4. That's the best looking shot that we've seen from Jacks in the innings so far.
And why is a good shot? Because he didn't go outside leg stump. He stood in his position, just rocked back, released his left side by opening his left foot and hitting it way over mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. Very good cricket shot and good control from Jacks. He didn't look to overhit the ball.
2 balls left of the 5th over. It's turning into an expensive over for West Indies. This is a touch more fly. It's in on the pads of Jacks, who again just gives himself a little bit of room. Fielded at wide long on by Romario Shepherd, and that will give Jos Buttler the last ball of the over.
Yeah, it's a good shot there from Jacks. Again, a full-length delivery on leg stump, and he drilled it to long on. Shepherd moving to his right and picking up a single. Jacks. Good rotation of strike, boundary, single, Butler and strike. It's a good approach to this run chase.
Still hovering around 7.5 and over, the required rate. Flat, Butler might be in trouble. He's not timed this, and he's been caught. Rodman Powell completes the catch in a similar part of the field that he was unable to execute a catch. Will Jacks given a reprieve, but Butler's going to go.
Yes, Butler not getting near that ball at all. A short ball, opening the back face and just hitting it high in the air. Powell this time running back and taking the ball, going to his left. A very good catch, and the end of the dangerous Josh Butler. Aki Hussain kisses his fingers and says, "Thank you, Lord." A good wicket for West Indies, a bad wicket for England. They've lost their informed captain, and they now find themselves 32 for 2.
Joss Buttler goes for 4 from 5 deliveries. Akeal Hussain, both wickets so far to fall. And it brings Jacob Bethel to the crease. England set 146 for victory, 32 for 2 after 5. Well, it's not done and dusted by any manner of means yet. And if one of these two goes fairly quickly, things could change. Interesting approach from the West Indies so far. Mentioned this earlier that Akeal Hussain had bowled the first over in both of the matches so far. Well, he came on first change, and the West Indies went 1, 2, 3, first, second and third. So Shepherd bowled the first over, Alzari Joseph the second, Akeal Hussain the third. Sort of 1 over spells from them at the moment. Just to, I suppose it's got to be the right decision, bearing in mind that plan A hasn't worked in matches 1 and 2 so far, so they've gone to plan B. Kath Dalton and Jarrod Kimber have moved in alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue. England 32 for 2, Kath.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I think if in the first 2 games your plan's not coming together, sometimes you have to do something a little bit differently. That was a big wicket with Buttler, though. We know he was in form in the last T20, so anything's possible. 32 for 2.
Alzari Joseph is in and bowls, looks like a cutter to Jacks, takes him on the pad. They're going to take a leg by, and they'll get through pretty safely in the end. 33 for 2.
140 looks handy now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look, I do think this is a difficult wicket, and one thing I would say is probably having finger spinners rather than wrist spinners is a big advantage. Until we see Moti bowl, I don't know if we know enough about the West Indies bowling that they can keep the pressure on, but certainly with the seam bowlers, and they've still got Terence Hines to come on later, although I'm not sure this pitch will suit him just because of the lengths that he bowls, but they've certainly got some options available to them. Rodman Powell can bowl as well.
I was going to say, there might be a case that Hines doesn't bowl, or maybe only a token over here or there. Joseph in, right arm over to the left-handed Bethel, who plays a lovely shot. It's a late cut, just wide of gully, and he's off the mark. First ball with a boundary. England 37 for 2.
Yeah, it was beautifully timed, wasn't it? It just guided off the back face. Just used the pace of the ball more than anything. We've seen a lot of shots this evening where people are trying to go over the top of the infield and struggled. That's the first real shot we've seen behind square that's just been timed and guided into that region. Lovely shot.
There's no intent to hit that. It was almost leaving the bat face there and using the pace of the bowler against him.
Not sure bowling short and wide outside offside is the best option. We'll have to talk to a bowling coach to be sure, but as an analyst, I say no.
In goes Joseph and beats the outside edge. No, it's nicked by Bethel, and he's walking off, taking the gloves off. Well, boundary and out. And I just said, if England were to lose a third, it would make things interesting. Well, they're 37 for 3, halfway through the 6th over. And Alzari Joseph goes in and just takes a feather of the outside edge. Only just carries to Poran, but he does catch it. And Alzari Joseph, in his first match of this series after suspension, has 1 for 8, England 37 for 3.
Jacob Bethel with a strike rate of 200 in his 2-ball innings there. That looked to me like it was cross-seam, Kath. I don't think it seemed away at all. He was just a little bit late to sort of decide to play it. We see Sam Curran coming in, which is very confusing with Jacob Bethel going out and Sam Curran coming in, because it looks like all we've seen is one player go into an aging machine and come back out, because they look so identical. The arm guard is the only difference, really, between the two. Sorry, you wanted to talk about the wicket.
No, it just looks like a completely different power play to that of England's bowling power play, where they went seam up, maybe 3/4 seam, and went a lot with their seamers at the start. You remember Jofra Archer shaping it and getting a lot of movement off the surface. West Indies have gone for a completely different approach, changing their bowlers, as you said, Macca. But this is interesting now, 37 for 3 in the power play. Anything's possible when you're taking wickets at crucial times.
After 6 overs, and will be at 6 overs after the next 3 balls. The West Indies were 39 for 5. England are 3 down. If the West Indies could nick another one out this over, I mean, it's as close as, damn it, even Stevens, isn't it?
Well, they need 109 off 87 balls. Does that sound about right, I think?
Yep.
I don't think this is an easy wicket to score 109. So if they lose another wicket now, that puts a lot of pressure on them.
Here's Curran then facing Alzari Joseph, and he's waited on that one and punched it through point for 4. Wow, what a good shot. That was almost like Romario Shepherd in the last game. The 2 best shots he played in the match weren't enormous great swings. They were the punch shots he played with an almost 3/4 swing, and Sam Curran just puts the bat there on this one and pushes it through point for 4.
Yeah, it was exactly that, wasn't it? Just a little punch drive, not much foot movement at all. Didn't need it, played it pretty late under his eyes as well. It was a lovely looking shot.
Isn't he due to be out this ball, though, based on what just happened to Bethel? You don't want to start too well, Macca.
Yeah. 4 wicket, 4 wicket. Sam Curran is due some runs. 9 single-digit scores in his last 15 T20s. In goes Alzari Joseph, swing and a miss. And that was very nearly a top edge through to Poran. That was a flat batted shot, or horizontal batted shot that he's aiming through the covers. And Alzari Joseph bent his back on that one. It wasn't the quickest ball of the over, but it certainly bounced. And it's through to Poran.
I do think he's being told to come in and bowl quite fast, because he's a little bit loose here at the moment, isn't he? We're talking about balls wide of off stump. So I do think there's an element of that. They've just said, come in and hit the deck. And I think Alzari's at his best when he's kind of not thinking and he's just trying to bowl fast. He really does get very good bounce.
On his way in with the players' pavilion behind him. And Sam Curran drops it down to short third. Hines will field. Can't prevent a single being taken. 42 for 3 are England after 6. So that is the power play done. So 42 for 3 England compared to the West Indies 39 for 5. England need 104 more runs from 84 more balls here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel to win this match and therefore win this series. Kath Dalton.
I think Will Jacks has got a real big role to play here. I know he's had some good starts. I think he was massively disappointed in the last T20 when he got out. He's got a big role to play, and it looked a little bit in the first few overs like he had a little bit more license to go, and Buttler was going to be the one that knocked it around a bit more, but he's got a different role and he needs to change his mindset pretty quickly here if England are going to chase this on this surface. As we're saying, it's not easy to play on.
17 from 10 in the first game, Jacks, and then 38 from 29 in the second. So while there's been hundreds made and big scores made, he's not made one so far. Here's a chance to get a nice 50 or 60 odd not out, see it through. Well, we are going to get some Terence Hines.
I'll tell you everything I know about Terence Hines. He's a wicket taker who goes for a ton of runs. So this could be a 16-run over, but he's still also a chance of getting a wicket.
Well, he's right on over. He's a real shoulder bowler, and that one is very full and wide outside of off stump. And Sam Curran can hit it out to Romario Shepherd, who is doing cover boundary sweeping duties. First ball goes for a single, 43 for 3.
Kath Dalton throw down that one. Hey?
Excuse me.
Do you want to
bowl throw downs?
No, and I was saying if you were giving a throw down is what I meant. No, I'm sure.
Digging yourself out the hole.
If you would have come on and bowled a half volley outside off stump first, you would have been upset with yourself.
True.
But that's what he does, Hines. He's not in control of it. He's not particularly fast, but he is very hard to predict where he's going to bowl, because I'm fairly sure he's not sure where he's going to bowl it.
Right. Will Jacks is just waiting for the field to change.
They brought Long off up, I think.
So let's see what Hines' game plan is to Jacks. 23 not out from 18 deliveries. 43 for 3 are England. In he goes. It's a leg side delivery that Jacks can clip through square leg. They take one. Don't take on the Shepherd arm for the second. So it will be just a single.
This pitch is helping you, and he's just over pitched at the moment. Someone just needs to go up to him and say, hit the top of the stumps. Forget about the Yorkers for a little bit. Worry about the Yorkers if they start hitting you for sixes. But right at the moment, hit the top of the stumps, because he could skid one through. He's got that kind of sidearm action. There's no real reason for him to be bowling as full as he is at the moment. You let the facilities help.
Yeah, absolutely. He's quite slingy, isn't he? He bowls fairly wide of the crease as well, so that angle is interesting to the left-hander, but also to the right-hander. He doesn't really change his angle in the crease.
Hines in, and it's Curran punching through point, only just beating the fielder who was there, and it flies away. 2 bounces for 4. Takes England to 48 for 3. Curran's got 10 from 5.
Take nothing away from that shot from Sam Curran, but Hines is so wide of the crease, he's almost bowling a no ball. So his line is almost towards gully. So for him to get that ball back straight with his slingy action, he risks then bowling too far down leg side. So if I was him, I'd probably look to maybe come round the wicket to the left-hander.
That last ball is exactly what he does, though. He does bowl very full, he does bowl very wide, but he almost got a wicket, and he got smashed for 4. That's kind of what you get with him, but he's just bowling too full. This is not the length to be bowling on this wicket.
Hines is in once again, and again it's the same spot, and Sam Curran's done the same thing, and it's a back-to-back boundaries. England's 50 is up. 6 overs and 4 balls to get there. It's 52 for 3.
Did that not go straight through the fielder, Macca? I thought that was a catch. It might not have been. It might have just gone short. He got a better length on that one. Just fine. But again, he's had 2 half chances in a row here, and both of them have gone for 4. It's just the width that he's giving, and occasionally the length, but certainly the width at the moment. And England are playing quite well after that little stutter they'd had for a while, just taking the opportunities. But I think Cass right. I think he just has to come around the wicket here.
Just doesn't look like he's comfortable doing it. In he goes once again, and from roundabout off stump, it'll be dabbed down to short third by Curran, and he'll take a single. 53 for 3. So England 3 down inside the power play. West Indies 5 down inside the power play today. So there's 33 wickets have fallen in the series. 16 of them have come inside the power play. So when you consider that the power play makes up a third of the match, basically half of the wickets are falling in that third. So you really do need to strike early is the message here.
And in 2 different ways. We saw a spinner take them as well, and as we said, West Indies bowled very differently than England. In fact, the wicket's been different for both power plays. It's just not been easy in either of them.
93 needed for England from 79 deliveries. In goes Hines, bowls a slower ball, driven to point by Will Jacks all along the floor, and there is no run. 7 overs gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, very Hines over that. It's gone for 11. Balls sliced in the air. He loves his slower balls as well. He has a very slower ball, Kath, when you I think it puts people off because he's got such a fast arm movement because he's so muscular and slingy that when his slow ball comes out, it really seems to slow down. And it's not that it's beating people in deception, it's that they're actually having to wait for it to come to them.
Sometimes a big drop in pace isn't a bad thing, actually, in a slow ball. Some of your slow ball deliveries might only be a couple of mile an hour different. Some will be a bigger drop in pace. Clearly, he doesn't have both, is what you're saying. He's only got one. But yeah, that can be really challenging as a batter, particularly, as you said, with his slingy action. If he keeps his arm speed the same, and it's difficult to predict if he's bowling a slow ball or pace on, then that's threatening. But yeah, I know I'm coming back to it again, but just his angle in the crease is just very interesting.
Talk about interesting. They've gone with a match-up here, Macca. Roston Chase to the left-handers.
Yep, off spin around the wicket. Oh, it was short and wide and slapped by Sam Curran to the extra cover boundary. Well fielded out there by Evan Lewis, but they will take a couple. Yeah, Roston Chase yanked that one down pretty short by mistake. 91 needed from 77.
That's the length Terence Hines should have been and from the angle he should have been bowling. They do seem to be bowling really wide of off stump to both, and they did it also to Bethel, didn't they, as well? I know they got the wicket, but they're not really attacking the stumps. They're not keeping them under a lot of pressure.
Chase around the wicket to Curran. Curran plays from the crease, beats the man at extra cover inside the circle, and they will take a single out to Moti, who is doing long off duties. 56 for 3.
I think that's the difference in the two bowling attacks. England didn't really give the West Indies much width. It was only when the spinners came on that things started to happen. But yeah, it looks like the West Indies have gone a little bit short and a little bit wide, and Curran is actually enjoying that cut shot, so I'm not sure their plan is working at the moment.
Roston Chase came into the side on Sunday. Didn't have the best of times with the ball, went 0 for 34 from 2 overs. He goes in and bowls this time, and Will Jacks is trying to work this one into the leg side, doesn't get enough on it, and it will go just down past the keeper on the leg side, who will pick it up, no run.
He's just trying to skid the ball through. That you can hear that on the sound effects, how loud that was when it hit the thigh pad. And that was at about 93 kilometres an hour, which is a bit quicker than Roston Chase would normally bowl. I don't know if there's a little bit of dew on the wicket and he's just trying to slide them through, but he's certainly not tossing them up.
Roston Chase in, down the leg side. Jacks will swing this down to deep backward square, straight to Shea Hope, and there'll be just a single. 1 run taken. West Indies making 3 changes today, all of them injury related, bringing in Shea Hope for Brandon King at the top of the order. We weren't sure as to who was going to keep wicket, because Pooran and Shea Hope were both listed on the team sheet as wicket-keeper. I guess it might have been the case of who's the worst outfielder and therefore has got to stay with the gloves. Chase in, around the wicket to the left-handed Curran. Hits to the cover sweeper, they'll take a single 58 for 3.
That's Pooran, is the worst outfielder. But if they're both listed, there is a chance at the drinks break for an under-12 swap.
Did you see what Michael Vaughan put out on that Australian podcast that he does, that Prairie Fire thing?
No.
He suggested that if you've got a keeper who's better standing up and one who's better standing back, just swap mid-innings. And he was... Roston Chase goes in, and Jacks hits to short mid-wicket. Rodman Powell will do the fielding. End of the over, no run, 58 for 3. So 88 needed from 72. So yeah, he was making the point that, well, why not?
Shield Berry wrote a piece, a long time ago, saying if England has multiple wicket-keepers, and we know that wicket-keepers usually have a drop-off in the 4th innings of Test matches with their batting, so we can assume there's a drop-off in wicket-keeping as well, which we don't see in first-class cricket because first-class cricket doesn't go as long, right? That why wouldn't you have a wicket-keeper for the first innings and then one for the second innings so that you can rotate them out? So it's been mentioned before. Also, it's the other way, Kath might remember this, when the Indian wicket-keeper wasn't very good at keeping but could bat. I can't remember who it was in the women's side, and she kept going off concussed from getting hit in the head. I was like, that's a good strategy. Like, I'm not sure I'd want to suggest it at the team meeting. I'll take one in the head, everyone. I've got this for you. But yeah, so there are some elements of changing that around. But it feels like we've gone from being too stringent with wicket keepers to being not stringent enough.
Well, it was interesting because Adam Gilchrist is part of that podcast, and they were sort of talking about why it hasn't happened. And Gilly went, well, there's a very good reason why it's not happened. Gudakesh Moti is in to the bowling for the first time. Left arm around. He's pulled that one a long way down the leg side. Sam Curran will help it to deep backward square for a single, 59 for 3. Gilly said there's a very good reason it doesn't happen, Bonnie, because that idea is absolute. So there you go. Adam Gilchrist wasn't happening it at all.
I mean, it's not. But I don't think I'd want to be the person having the conversation with the wicketkeeper going, we're just going to get the other guys better than this to do this job. And that's where the issue comes in, I think, as much as anything, is like, we're not quite there in cricket, but realistically, the future of cricket is decisions like that. Like, if you can get a small advantage, you take it. The ball's wet, by the way.
Moti, left arm around the wicket. He's left that one pretty wide outside of off stump. Jacks will slap it out to Evan Lewis down at deep cover, and they will take a single. 60 for 3. Yeah, there was a lot of dew on the outfield. Certainly during the innings break, that was the word coming back in, and it's only going to be getting worse. 30-odd degrees during the day. High humidity, over 80% earlier on this evening. And then you throw that in with the rain over the last 2 or 3 days in St Lucia as well. It is going to be very, very wet. Moti, left arm around to Sam Curran, and it's down the leg side, and they're going to take a couple. Rodman Powell can't prevent that, and that's only gone 10 metres outside of the 30-metre circle, but they take a couple. England 62 for 3, trying to make 146 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, brilliant running, wasn't it, between the wickets? That's something we didn't see the West Indies do particularly well. It seemed to be they're dealing with boundaries. I think that's all England need to do at this stage. They've rebuilt because they did have that little bit of a wobble. And running twos hard in this outfield is a good option.
Moti, left arm around to Sam Curran. Curran punches to long on. And it will be a single. 63 for 3, 5 from the over so far from the 4 balls.
Yeah, again, a lovely shot by Curran. He just seems to be quite composed. Hopefully it's not commentator's curse, but very composed. Anything short and wide, he's hitting really well with his cut shot and then just punching down the ground really nicely there.
The required run rate, 7.3 and over to win. And Will Jacks almost pushes it straight back to the bowler in his follow-through. And I was just about to say, I imagine these two Surrey teammates are probably saying to themselves, let's make sure that we're here at the end, let's get ourselves a nice little score each, get ourselves a not out. And Will Jacks almost pushes it back to the bowler in his follow-through. Next delivery, he's pushed it out to Evan Lewis at cover sweeper, and they will take a single. 9 overs gone, 64 for 3, 82 needed from 66.
Moti just mixing up his paces quite well there. When he's bowling well, that's one of the things he does. He can spin it a long way. He's quite tall, got a high action, but he mixes up his pace, and he can skid one through here. But the one that was hit back was the slower one. Yeah. I think it was at mid-80s where he got a few balls up into the high 90s there. And I wonder if they're also now just trying to steal some overs with Chase and Moti in this period of some finger spin while it's skidding through a little bit, because if you keep it a little bit short, if the England go back and try and flat bat one, there's a chance of an LBW or a bowled. So it's interesting tactics that they're going with at the moment, because this is kind of the opposite of what we saw with England. England bowled the spin, and that's when West Indies got back into the game.
Yeah, it feels completely different, doesn't it? But also the dew factor, and Moti being brave enough to bowl the ball without any pace on it and give it a bit more air is quite brave when the dew, and it's harder to grip the ball because it's so wet. But yeah, fantastic over for him there, and unlucky not to get a caught and bowl from Jacks.
9 overs sent down, 6 bowlers used. Roston Chase is about to bowl his second. Bowling to Will Jacks over the wicket. Oh, he's down the leg side again. Jacks helps it around the corner to the deep backward square fielder. Hope is the man down there. It's only a single. That could have quite easily been a boundary.
Do you know what? They've bowled 2 of those because Moti bowled one as well. Those are just boundaries on normal grounds, and it's just because the sweeper can get around to them because of how slow it is. You know, those are long hops that they're getting away with at the moment. Eventually, England, when the batters, well, I say eventually, it's possible eventually England starts to get a couple of boundaries from that and they get away. But the last 13 balls been a bit of a pullback towards the West Indies.
Chase around the wicket, sort of an arm ball to Curran. Carried on. Curran punches to mid-on. They will take a single. The required rate, 7.5 and over. England are going almost 7.1. No need to rush, no need to do anything different. Just keep on going, 66 for 3. Curran's got 24 from 14. Jacks 28 from 27. Not at his fluent best, but he only needs to score at this rate for England to get home. Jacks backs away to Chase and hits it in the air, 2 metres to the left of short cover. They will come back for a couple as Shimron Hetmeyer fields out on the boundary. And I've just said to you, they don't really need to do that. And there's Jacks backing away, and he's only a couple of metres away from getting caught.
It was a big risk for what ended up being a 2. And the problem is, again, that's probably, even though he didn't quite middle that, on a lot of grounds that probably goes away for 4, but that went into the sand trap and just stopped. The fielder almost had to run in front of it.
Chase in. Jacks is pushing back down. Poran, I think, might explode at this rate. He's telling Roston Chase to get down in his follow-through to stop it. He can't, and they will push a single. 69 for 3.
That's clever batting. Just keeping up with the rate, trying to push to the sweepers. Unlike Jacks, who just went for it in the previous ball. I think he needs to learn from this, to play his situation rather than trying to play the run rate. They're up with the rate. They don't need to worry about that. Just keep playing the situation.
The last 2 overs, or 2.5 overs now, just spooked them a little bit because they were finding boundaries so easy before that.
Chase around the wicket to Curran. Pushes to mid-on. Easy single. Take it. Stroll your way down. And they'll do just that. 70 for 3. One more ball till we get to the halfway mark. West Indies at this stage 72 for 5. So again, remarkably similar.
Kicking one up. One of them with us break, boys.
Nicholas Poran's jabbering away at trying to get his fielders and his bowlers motivated. Final ball of the chase over, and Jacks from the crease can't beat Rodman Powell, who is coming across at mid-on, and therefore we have reached the drinks break at the halfway stage of the run chase. England trying to reach 146 from their 20 overs. If they do so, they will win this series because they will be 3-0 up with 2 to play. The West Indies batted first, posted 145 for 8 from their 20 overs. England going along quite nicely. Jack's 31 not out, Curran 25 not out. And so that is the drinks break. Philo Wallace and John Norman are coming in to pick up the commentary.
Well, good afternoon to you, good evening, wherever you're listening in the world. TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Halfway stage of England's run chase. You'd say that you would rather be in England's position than West Indies, but we've seen wickets fall in clumps. 4 or 5 of them in West Indies' first innings at the start of the innings, and another 3 at the end. And England also lost 3 quick wickets at the start of their innings. A rebuild is on. Sam Curran, some of his shots had you absolutely purring, didn't they, Philo?
Yes, John. He played some wonderful shots. He played beautiful shots off of Terrace Hines and left deliveries, and he just didn't stretch the cover with a lot of time and a lot of power, and obviously authoritative shots. And it's good to see Sam Curran not delivering with the ball, but obviously his bat is doing the talking. And he looks like obviously an improved batter. He's a T20 journalist now, not that he writes about it or speaks about it. He's been the journeyman around the world with all these T20 leagues, and he's really showing his class tonight on a good surface in St. Lucia. Obviously, he backed himself as a batter in this white ball unit for England. Josh Butler's given him a marker, Siscover's given him a free license to go out there and bat, and he's really showing some good class and good game awareness as well.
And at the other end is Surrey teammate Will Jacks. He made his way out to the middle. He said he needed a score, did Jacks, and while he hasn't quite got one yet, he's going nicely. Run of all 31.
Yeah, he's 31. Captain Josh Butler is not opening the batting in this series. He's given Jacks the opportunity to open with Phil Salt and try to have that combination going forward. And Jacks obviously is 31 from 30 balls. Looks good. I think he needs to obviously look to bat through the innings and get a decent total. Anything above 50 for Jacks will give him a lot of confidence. Obviously, they have 2 games at the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. England looking to finish up tonight to win this game and win this series. And Jacks obviously be looking to get a good score to keep his obviously international career going and give him confidence, not only from here, but going into 2025. It's going to be a lot of cricket for these guys still.
Okay, so it's going to be Moti who's going to continue, and this is a loopy full toss actually, which is placed along the ground to long on by Sam Curran, who moves to 26. So 75 needed from 59 deliveries, 7 wickets in hand, and you'd say that this is England's game to lose. The series is there for them, but West Indies strike, get a bit of pressure on, maybe a moment the fortune goes their way, and then suddenly England find themselves 5 or 6 down. It could be a very different story. We'll just have to wait and see. Moti, who hasn't bowled anywhere near as well as he has done against England in the past, wide of the crease and angling into off stump, driven back to the bowler by Jacks, who's going at exactly a runnable 31.
Yes, obviously Moti is down on confidence. He hasn't continued from in Sri Lanka at all. He's struggling in the Caribbean.
Moti again, this time riskily played by Jacks, who steps away and pushes this into the offside for a single, comes through. He moves to 32, scores 72 for 3. England chasing 146 here on TalkSport 2.
Yes, I like the way Phil Jackson's going about as an open. He's 32 from 32 balls, but he's playing the situation quite nicely, getting the ball into the outfield. It's wet. The ball going into the outfield is going to be pressure on the spinner, but he's getting the left-handed partner in Curran back on strike, who's 26 from 16 balls and striking the ball quite nicely.
This is flatter from Moti, and it's pulled by Curran, who's certainly going to get a couple. Fielded at deep mid-wicket by Shai Hope. One of 3 changes for the West Indies today, but didn't pay off with bat in hand. He was run out for just 5. The first wicket really set in motion a desperately poor power play, which and one that they may actually not recover from.
Yes, the way how this is going, obviously that power play that West Indies batted so poorly is going to hurt them in the long run. 72 now from 56 balls. You will see that England are obviously set to winning this T20, but it's not over until the Fat Lady sings.
Here's Curran again. He steps away and cuts this through extra cover. Shepherd's fields. 2 cheap overs for him within the power play, but it was that power play, wasn't it? Philo, 39 for 5. It's not often a team recovers from that kind of score after 6 overs to even make a game of things, let alone win a match.
Yes, losing those early wickets would have set West Indies back in a big way. Powell and Shepherd tried to recover the innings, but obviously they didn't do enough. 145, one would say is a decent score after struggling, but England are cruising at 75 for 3.
Here's Jacks, he steps away, and he's been caught at extra cover. It's Rodman Powell diving low to his left, who takes the catch two-handed. You've seen Will Jacks do this throughout his innings, trying to create his own width. He can't get the ball past the fielder, and Jacks has got to go for 32.
Now what freaks me out about the modern day batters, that ball is outside of leg stump. Jacks give himself room outside of leg stump and hit it a short extra cover to the left. Powell took a good catch, but if Jacks had done the traditional thing and come inside his wicket going across the stump, he would have had more power to hit the ball through the leg side even for a 6. So he's gifted his wicket, I believe, Jackson, in playing a very silly shot, just a nothing delivery from Moti. But West Indies will take it. England now have lost their 4th wicket, 75 runs, 71 from 54. And the dangerous Livingston is coming to the crease to join Sam Curran.
Yeah, you were surprised that Livingston didn't come in ahead of Sam Curran. Maybe England wanted to keep that left-hand, right-hand combination, but he's in now. And still a little bit of work to do, Philo.
Yes, obviously I was surprised that Livingston didn't come earlier, but obviously England have their batting plans, and I just said right-hand, left-hand combination is still going to go. He's now there to join Sam Curran in Livingston. He's yet to face a delivery, but we know how dangerous he is. We saw he scored a wonderful 100 in Antigua, and he would like to try and get England up to 146 to win this game tonight. But he has to start, a very good catch by Rothman Powell going to his left. He has to start on a pitch that obviously is still good. And Moti with that wicket will be feeling very happy and confident.
Yeah, get a bit of confidence back. He's been bowling a little bit short of how we've seen him operate.
Yes, and wickets always give a bowler confidence. He's been short of wickets. You saw he's very pleased to pick up that wicket and to pick up an informed batter in Jacks, who was looking good. Will give him a lot of confidence to bowl when he gets the other opportunity. We're going to see Alzarri Joseph bowled 2 overs to 13 runs and taking a wicket. And he caught me with 6.5 runs and over. But you can see that he looks a lot better tonight. He looks calmer, and obviously still not smiling, but at least he looks relaxed.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea as well by Powell. Bring back your strike bowler, your number 1 bowler. This is the moment of the game as Sam Curran will take a single. Stands tall and pulls this length delivery through vacant mid-on for a single. Livingston on strike, and that's who West Indies will want to bowl at for a couple of overs or so. Try and get at the new man after that dismissal of Will Jacks.
Yes, this is a good move from Rothman Powell to get Alzarri Joseph into the attack. And then Livingston is new at the crease. He hasn't faced a ball yet. And Alzarri Joseph have been bowling quite well so far. And this is going to be a good challenge for Liam Livingston. Once Alzarri Joseph continues to hone his line and length and keep his pace up, Livingston will have to challenge him. So this is going to be a good battle here between Alzarri Joseph and Liam Livingston.
Joseph at the top of his mark, just making sure.
And he's allowed to set his field too.
Yeah, it's a different captain tonight, isn't it?
Correct is right.
Joseph is in and beats Livingston with a flat-footed prod. That's a shot full of danger. And fortunate Livingston didn't get a little inside edge onto the ball there.
Very good delivery from Alzari Joseph. Ball on length and coming back into Liam Livingston, not moving his feet, just standing in his stance and just poking at the ball missing the inside edge, and Puran again looking to try a thing but said no, I can't make it 2-2. But a very good delivery from Alzari Joseph. Very tentative from Liam Livingston.
Joseph again flexes the knees from Livingston, who does manage to get back on ball on this occasion, but it's defensively played. Another length delivery. It's been a while since England hit a boundary. 29 deliveries since then. Yes. Livingston, the new batter, yet to get off the mark. 70 runs needed from 51. It just feels now is the time for the West Indies.
Yes. Two good deliveries from Alzari Joseph to Liam Livingston. Tight and off stump. The last delivery is a tad fuller and forcing Livingston to play the defensive prod.
Here is it, Joseph down the track. Livingston swivels, pulls and gets all of this. The ball sailing over mid-wicket boundary for 6. And pressure has been put back on the bowler. 82 for 4 England.
Against the run-off player, Alzari Joseph bowling that short of a length delivery. Livingston advancing down the pitch and just swinging that ball clean over backward square, forward square, and over the boundary for 6. A very good shot. And it wasn't a slow delivery. It was a full-pace delivery from Alzari Joseph, but good awareness from Livingston to get down the pitch and hit the ball on the rise. Very good shot by him.
You'll play that shot, or shot similar, at your peril. Today, at least, it seemed those cross-batted efforts, certainly when West Indies were batting, were just full of danger. But that was a sweet strike. Livingston goes again. Now this time just a little bit more bounce. Square leg umpire is not going to give that as a wide, despite a big smile on the face of Liam Livingston.
He's lucky they hit him in his helmet. He's charging a fast bowler who has his tail up, and that's a very good short ball. He advanced down the pitch and the ball was straight at his head, and he swing and he miss and fly through to Nicholas Pooran. He was very lucky that ball that hit him on his helmet. You can't run down the pitch like that. So obvious the fast ball of Alzari Joseph's pace. And Livingston still has to settle. 64 from 49 balls. You don't want to give your wicket away here, Livingston.
Last ball of Alzari Joseph's third over. Short again. And Liam Livingston has been dropped by the keeper. Oh, what a misfield this is from Pooran. Again he went short. Again the cross-batted shot from the batter. A thick outside edge. And Pooran running back with the ball in the night sky. It was coming over his shoulder, but with the gloves on, he got to it. And somehow the ball has popped in and popped out.
Very good short ball from Alzari Joseph. Liam Livingston trying to pull that ball. Top edge, the ball hit Pooran somewhere on the wrist of the gloves. And the ball bubbled to his right. He could not recover.
I think he overran it.
He floored a chance there by Liam Livingston. How costly will that miss be is left to be seen.
I think he's overran it,
no control,
and it's actually hit his chest.
And into the glove, the flesh. And Alzari Joseph, oh, not again. Another drop catch. A dangerous batter. Man trying to console Pooran, but it's all too late. He's smiling, but Pooran is not going to smile because that is a big miss. How costly it is left to be seen. Liam Livingston again trying to challenge the short ball and being successful. He should have been back in the pavilion.
Well, you say that Alzari Joseph suffers more drops than most, and unfortunately it's come from his bowling again. Well, I'll tell you what, Moti's come in and he's been signalled dead ball, but essentially it looks like either the dew factor has got involved or he's just hit his thigh as he attempted to bowl this, and it's meant that the ball has just squeezed out to the offside, and Livingston shapes to come down the track and smash it, but decides against it. This is a swing and a miss this time from Livingston. Moti does manage to get the ball through, and he's in again. And this is definitely done by Livingston, who's down on one knee and just helps the ball up over his shoulder and comes through for a single. 83 for 4 then. And at the other end, Sam Curran's just been watching it all.
Yeah, 30 from 19, Sam Curran. Then Livingston, fortunes favoured the Braves, just getting a little left delivery, and he just dinked the ball over his left shoulder, pick up with a single, get it off strike. England needs 62 runs for 46 balls. Game still on. A wicket or two here by West Indies can put some pressure on the England lower middle order.
Curran, 30 from 19, is forward and just pushes this ball through wide mid-on for a single. Just seeing a replay of this catch. I think he just misjudged it, didn't he, Puran?
Yeah, the ball drops rather quickly at night, and it caught Puran by surprise, hitting him in his chest and then onto the gloves, and the ball falling through and down to the ground. Alzari Joseph just holding his head up in the air, but he'll live to see another day, Alzari.
Well, the West Indies 2-0 down. They have to win tonight, and now England need just 61 for 45 as Puran has just dropped Liam Livingstone again. Flat-footed drive from Livingstone, outside edge taken, but Puran cannot take the catch. Another one goes down.
And Livingstone getting the second life. Ball hitting Puran gloves, not taking it at all. Going to the ground, Puran holding his helmet. Another miss.
This is wide, left alone, and will be called as such. 86 for 4. Livingstone, his short stay, has been dropped twice.
He's been dropped, yes. Ball hit the edge.
Once again, you see Livingstone coming forward and helping this ball up over his shoulder. Come back for a second.
Yes. Dropped twice in 2 overs. Not good at all. You can't give a guy like Liam Livingstone too many chances. He's a very good striker of the cricket ball, and to give him 2 chances in a small total, I don't think he'll get a third one. And Puran obviously has been the culprit on both occasions.
2 very different opportunities, but both should have been taken, Philo.
I agree. One off the fast bowler and one off the spinner.
Last ball of the over, wide again, and this is cut from Livingstone, and he'll come through for a single. Face first ball of the 14th. So painful passage of play there for West Indies. After getting the breakthrough of Will Jacks, they really should have seen off Liam Livingstone, but he's still there. 11 not out from 10. Curran 31 from 20. The target 146. England 89 for 4.
Yeah, Liam Livingstone given 2 lives by Nicholas Puran. England just requiring 57 runs from 42 balls. Sam Curran continues to bat well. He's 31 from 20. He's middle, majority of the balls that he's faced, he's batting well. Liam Livingstone will come, he's had 2 lives, he's 11 from 10. And obviously they will feel that, England will feel that once Livingstone and Curran continue to maybe bat another 5-6 overs, that they'll be in to win the game quite easily. But again, West Indies feel they're not being as sharp as Nicholas Puran. Two simple dismissals going a begging, and obviously with the series on the line, it's going to call for a bigger effort now from the bowlers.
Romario Shepherd is back, and this is a good-looking front-footed push through the covers, square of the wicket actually, from Liam Livingstone, who moves to 12. 56 needed from 41.
Nice looking shot there from Liam Livingstone, this time hitting it through the offside. A lot of power, precision and placement down to Hetmar. Picking up an easy single to bring Sam Curran into strike. He was just been a spectator at the other end. When he first came, he played some lovely push drive through the offside. And then after that, he's been reduced to a spectator. But he's ticking along quite nicely, 31 from 20 balls. Looking obviously to get England up to 146 and win the third T20 game.
Curran this time forgot he was playing. He's on the front foot and just trying to push this ball through long on for a single.
One thing I like about Curran is his adaptability. From Barbados to Antigua, he's adjusted his batting. His bowling to me is not as good as it should be. It's off the ball, but he's making it with the bat, which is good to see. Come in and he's read the situation quite nicely. He got some half volleys and put them away. But he's just settling and now working the ball around, knowing that it's only 55 from 40 balls. No need to take unnecessary chances.
That was the 9th time Alzari Joseph has seen a catch go down from his bowling. In a T20, Livingston will add a couple of runs to his score. This is cracked through extra cover, fielded by Hetmeyer on the boundary, and Livingston comes back for a second. Yeah, Curran's weighed in with a couple of little knocks, hasn't he, with the bat in the ODI series, and now today in this T20.
Yes, it's good to see Sam Curran coming and delivering on the night with the bat. Obviously his bowling, as I said, is not as strong as it used to be, but they're using him as a batter and he's responding well. That experience would have come through from the IPL.
Shepherd again. This is a square cut from Livingston, and a fine bit of fielding from Shimron Hetmeyer, who has had to make up a lot of ground on the boundary at deep point and has done so successfully. Fires the ball back, and another couple of runs to the score. 95 for 4 then, England.
Well, Hetmeyer needs the running, so it's good for him to see him moving left and right relatively easy and stopping the boundaries. But Shepherd is my concern. After that delivery, he was slouching over at the bowling crease, and then you see him, he's just grabbing his left groin. So maybe he's not too comfortable. We heard Captain Powell say at the interview that there's some injuries. You don't want to add to that injury list at all. So Shepherd needs to be careful here. There's some concern with head coach Dan Sammy's face. Obviously, he's flexing that left groin, so he's not happy at all. Shepherd just needs to be careful here.
Well, he's going to continue with his over. I'm not sure we're going to see more than the 3 though. He's in again. This is very gingerly done by the big man. Single taken to point.
There's a slow delivery from Shepherd, bouncing on Livingston again, but using good technique, going deep in the crease and just punching it to the right of Roster Chase, who is the improved fielder, diving to his right, but could not prevent that very important single. So again, good rotation to strike between Livingston and Curran.
One ball left of Shepherd's third over. 50 needed then from 37 deliveries. England 96 for 4. Sam Curran's ODI scores 37, 52 and 40. He's 32 not out now from just 21 deliveries, and Romario Shepherd will have to bowl this again. This is full down the leg side and call wide.
Yeah, well, if you're carrying a slight groin strain in your left groin, you don't want to be bowling extra balls. Looking for that Yorker delivery, and the ball pitching real outside the left-hander's leg stump, and clearly Lazary for Junior is going to signal wide. But again, 49 from 37 balls. England certainly in the box seat here, John.
Absolutely. Those 2 drops by Nicholas Pooran reprieving Liam Livingston. First from an Alzari Joseph over, then from Kutikash Moti, rather.
In small totals, you have to take all the chances that are available.
And, single from the last ball of the over. So 48 needed from 36. Sam Curran needs a drink. He's 33 from 22. Not sure we'll see Romario Shepherd again this evening. We shall see. Still got 6 overs remaining, but it does look like he's picked up a little strain there.
Yeah. Shepherd has bowled 3 overs and 20 runs, but he's grimacing. There's a grimace on his face. Obviously, he is in some pain, but knowing Shepherd, he'll want to finish his 4 overs. There isn't a lot left on the reserve bench. There's only Shamar Springer, who is there as well, who's been drafted into the squad actually. And we're seeing Shepherd like he's going to leave the field not being happy at all, and that is going to put another problem in the hat or in the head of Captain Rothman Powell. He has to find another bowler to finish Shepherd's over. Shepherd had bowled 3 overs for 20 runs, so he needs to find that person to bowl that 4th over. It's a big blow for West Indies, who's obviously they're hit already by injuries. Matthew Ford is also injured. We're hoping that he can come back on Saturday. But this is going to be a big ask now for the West Indies. 48 runs required from 36 balls. Sam Curran deep entrenched on 33 and batting well. And Liam Livingston, who's 17 with 2 lives, will be looking to finish this game off.
Yes, 6 overs remaining. England will be hoping that they'll only need 4 or 5. Really, all the problems in the West Indies camp.
Yes, all the problems indeed, even fitness problems, injury problems. You can see Sam from Sam Curran's shirt, John, is rather hot. He's perspiring a whole lot there.
I think it was 86% humidity earlier today, and he's down the track as Curran. He's going to take a single, running the first one fast. Again, you can see the fielders who are by the boundary, they're not burning it in, they're not pacing it because they can't trust the outfield. Is that something that will improve by the weekend, or is it just going to be part of this, the back end of this series?
It all depends on how they cover. Certainly they'll have to cover the ends by the boundaries to stop, if there's any rain over for the next couple of nights, to stop any rain from getting onto that surface, because if rain gets into those areas again, it's only going to make it softer and maybe not allowing play to start or play at all. So they need to protect it if they're going to continue on Saturday.
Here is Moti again, bowling on off stump, and Livingston, he comes forward and just pushes this towards mid-wicket, and it's Moti himself who has to field.
There's no fielder in the circle on the leg side. I remember there was a spin bowler in Barbados named Jeffrey Butcher. He used to bowl off breaks and leg breaks, and when he bowls the ball, he would go and feel it himself. It looks strange as he would chasing after that ball, and that single has brought up England 100. They need 46 more runs with 34 balls, so it's good going by England. Obviously, not showing the power of the West Indies, but they're showing good sense in hitting the ball into the outfield. Every fielder in the West on that field for West Indies is carrying a rag. So it just goes to show how wet it is out there in St. Lucia and the Darren Sammy Stadium. So that is something they'll take into consideration going into the game on Saturday, how wet it is.
Yeah, and this was an obvious problem when England were bowling towards the back end of the innings. The dew was coming in, and all of the bowlers were just spending quite a lot of time just trying to get as much moisture out of the ballers as possible. But it is impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, so the outfield is wet, and the ball will go into the outfield, so it's going to be impossible to keep it dry. And the bowler and the umpires are very reluctant to change the balls, and that is another thing. So the bowlers will have to try how well they can, or how best they can, to dry the seam.
Moti is in. This is fired in. It's full. It's wide. And Curran actually, rare attacking shot. He's been quite happy just to take the singles. He does take a single there. It's fielded at long off by the substitute fielder. Mario Shepherd is off the field, and here we go again. Yep. The rag's out.
Powell is passing the ball to the umpire, but the umpire wants the rag. He doesn't want the ball. This is really, you see, the thing is that they want the seam of the ball dry, and they're trying very, very hard to get the seam dry. If the seam is not dry, the ball is going to slip from the bowler's grasp. And Dayton Butler is just saying, look, bowl the ball, just give me the rag, please.
Problems that for the Windies. England 101 for 4, midway point of the 15th, and a rare dot ball. Livingston can't beat the fielder at backward point.
Yes, a good ball from Moti, just short of a length, but cramping Livingston for Rule, who just squeezed it to point where Roston Chase was there.
Good pace as well, just pushing 100 kilometres an hour there, fired in by Moti. Again, not quite as quick this time, and clipped off his pads by Livingston, fielded at mid-wicket by Hetmeyer, runs in from the boundary. Poor showing on his return to the West Indies side for Hetmeyer. He was out for just 2, 37 for 5 at that stage. West Indies, you could argue they've done really well just to make the contest last this long.
Well, thanks to Shepherd and Powell, Hetmeyer continues to struggle at the international level to get runs. It's not consistent in getting runs, he's consistent at getting low scores.
Last ball of the over then, and Sam Curran has drilled this. Great base, good movement at the crease, just stayed still, allowed the ball to come to him, and has lofted this ball up and over long off for 6.
It's a beautiful shot from Sam Curran, just staying in the stance, getting a good base, and just swinging straight through the line of the ball, hitting it straight over Moti's head and over the rope for a 6. I like the innings that Sam Curran is playing here. He's very composed, very compact. He's aware of the game situation. We saw in Barbados he was batting well and he got out against the run-off player, and he'd be looking, Sam Curran, to finish this game for England. 38 more runs needed from 30 balls.
And to talk through the latter stages of this run chase. Big thanks to Philo Wallace, who'll be back for following on. But, to take you through to its conclusion will be the former Ireland international Kath Dorton, Jarrah Kimber and Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, John, and congratulations on getting through that stint without nearly choking yourself. Right, we're going to get a bit more Terence Hines, but not until the umpires have had a closer look at this cricket ball, and indeed they are now going to change it. The protestations of the West Indians have done their job.
This could be interesting, actually, because if they get a better ball back and they can start to actually feel it in their fingers. We've seen a couple of games recently where a ball changes really affected the game. It was Rishabh Pant who hit the big six in the New Zealand game, and New Zealand were using a ball that wasn't doing anything, and they picked out a new one out of the box and it zipped around everywhere. And there was the MS Dhoni game for CSK where MS Dhoni hit the one out of the stadium and they changed the ball, and that was another wet ball situation. So worth noting that the ball has changed and something might change, but I think Sam Curran feels like he's on top of this at the moment, and Liam Livingstone hasn't played a silly shot in minutes.
Yeah, which is remarkable, isn't it? No, Sam Curran's been fantastic. I think we said earlier on air that he's been very composed. He hasn't really looked to take many risks at all. He's hit really well square of the wicket, punched down the ground also very well. So 41 off 25 for him, and it's been a really good innings, and it's just allowed England really to be in the ascendant seat going into these last 5.
Terence Hines is coming onto bowl. He's replacing Romario Shepherd. Shepherd, by the way, has just come back out onto the pitch. So he did seem to have a bit of a tweak. Top of the thigh and sort of the groin region. He went off to get checked out, but he has come back out. So England need 38 from 30. Hines' first over cost him 11. He'll be bowling to Liam Livingstone. So right arm over, he's wide of the crease, and that slinging action sends it wide of the blue marker. And the umpire says, thank you very much, I'll raise my arms for that one. So England 109 for 4, trying to make 146 to win this game from 5 overs remaining, 37 needed.
And straight away that's pressure off, isn't it? You run up and bowl wide, there's not that many runs needed, and you need to be on it every single delivery to make it close. Interesting bowling change. Not quite sure about it, to be honest.
Well, you also need your fielders to take their catches. Pooran grassing 2 off of Livingstone. Livingstone gets a very full wide one from Hines. He probably could have left that and got a wide. He elects to slap it out to deep point. Roston Chase will field, and they'll take a couple. 111 for 4, 35 needed from 29.
I think if they don't up the volatility at this point, they're just going to lose the game. And Terence Hines is the best chance of making someone do something silly like chase a wide half volley outside of stump and hit straight to deep point. Because realistically, Mac is right. He shouldn't have been playing that. That was way too wide to even be playing a shot to. Look, I said before, Hines is always a chance of going for 1 for 16 in an over. They probably don't want the 16, but if they get the 1 now, just puts them back in that position. And, you know, they've just slipped behind for a second, haven't they?
Hines comes in, bowls, and bowls are wide. Outside of off stump, and that one was well wide. Livingstone thought about it for a nanosecond and went, no, that would be silly. Take the wide. So 3 deliveries have been sent down by Hines, 2 of them wide. So effectively, they've got 4 off of 1 ball.
And the second one should have been a wide.
Yes.
Well, you can only assume he's bowling to a plan, because he's bowled 3 balls basically.
He's not executing.
No, well, but
he's got his own corridor.
Yeah. Hines goes in once again. Oh, and that will only just be on the cut surface. It will be another wide outside of off stump, but Pooran hasn't taken it cleanly behind the stumps, and England will take a bye. So this over has gone wide, 2, wide, wide with a bye.
The good news here is that he's not going to be able to bowl that line to Sam Curran.
Well, if he does, he's got an almighty problem.
Well, if he does, I don't think Sam Curran's going to play a shot. I said they were going to up the volatility. They have done that.
Yeah. Do you know, there's part of me thinking that Sam Curran maybe should have stayed at the other end, saying, well, if he's bowling there to you, Livy, you just carry on. He has to change that line to the new left-handed batter. England need 32 from 29. Hines goes in. Sam Curran gets up and underneath this one, and it's caught up deep point by a fielder who was falling over. Hope has overrun that one, had to put the brakes on, and in the soft, wet outfield, has ended up falling backwards to take the catch, and Sam Curran maybe could and should have been watching from the non-striker's end. He's ended up on strike, and he's uppercut this one, and Hope will take a catch at about 50 degrees as he was leaning backwards. Hines celebrates. He's got a wicket.
Is that his first international wicket?
It feels like that. He's 1 for 17 after 8 legal deliveries. England 114 for 5.
What did I say he could bowl in and over? I said 1 for 16. So off 1.2, Macca. Yeah. I'm very close. Look, that's what he does. He's so unpredictable with what he's going to do, except for the last couple of balls where he kept pulling wides, but he's so unpredictable. That was short and wide and had to be cut away. It wasn't that Sam Curran played a bad shot. It was there to be hit, and unfortunately he's been caught out on the boundary. It's remarkable when you think about it. The only reason Sam Curran was on strike is that Nicholas Turan couldn't stop a ball rolling towards him. And then the other wicketkeeper, Shai Hope, takes the catch, sitting on his bum in the outfield. I mean, what's going on, Kath?
I'm really not sure. If you're the bowling coach, you're probably hiding at this point.
If I'm the analyst, I'm saying that was the plan, the short wide one.
I'm not sure it is. It's not been the best plan to Curran, has it? You know, we've seen Curran cut really well. Just unfortunately, it was a remarkable looking catch in the outfield. 41 of 26 for Curran, though. At a difficult time for England.
It was a great knock.
It was a great knock.
Yeah. He'd put them in a situation where they were going to win the game. But this is why I don't think Hines is a good fit for this side. But in franchise cricket in general, having a bowler who can come on and can get a wicket out of nowhere, it is what he does. It's just that you have to take the fact he's going to go at 9.5 runs and over to get you that wicket. And he's been completely true to form.
It is his first in international cricket. Dan Mosley is the new batter, and he is a lefty once again, and is turning a ball off of his legs out to deep mid-wicket, where Roston Chase will field amongst all the drying agent out there near the boundary, and they will take a couple. So England need 30 from 27 deliveries, and Hines has sent down 6 deliveries so far this over, and we've still got 3 balls left minimum of a truly bonkers over.
I think we're going to run out of space on the graphic here, Macca.
He's very fit. He's a late blooming cricketer, obviously. He's incredibly fit, but he's going to need to be.
In this heat and humidity, you don't want to be bowling extra deliveries. He goes in and bowls. Hines is back of the length. Dan Mosley punches it back down the pitch. The bowler fields in his follow-through. 30 from 26 is the requirement.
Worth saying, Mosley's first ball, I thought he batted really well. He got that ball on the leg stump, got inside it, flicked it away. It wasn't that far from short mid-wicket, though. So again, it's like we just see Hines. It's this. Every ball is going to be a wide, half a chance, a wicket or a boundary. Like he just feels like that kind of cricketer all the way through.
Jared talks about him being a late bloomer, 32 years of age, making his T20 international debut this series. He's only played 14 games of domestic T20 cricket, so he's not got a huge career behind him. In he comes once again, right arm over. Mosley rides the bounce, pushes to point, and there is no run. 30 from 25, the equation.
Before the game started, I saw him out on out in the middle talking to Carlos Brathwaite. And it's really interesting. Carlos Brathwaite's obviously a very smart cricketer. And I think Carlos was asking him about his bowling style and his fields. And Terence Hines was taking him through what kind of fields he would have for different, I assume for different players because of the way he was speaking. It was really, really interesting because he obviously isn't completely in control of the ball. Like with his action, it's very hard to be completely in control of the ball. But he is someone who thinks a lot. So he's not as experienced as other cricketers, but he's trying to make up with it in effort and in intelligence. So you've got to give it to him.
Final ball of the over. Mosley comes down the pitch to him, clips it to the leg side and just clears Hetmeyer at mid-wicket, and it'll go for 6. Well, that could have been that second wicket in the over that Jared was talking about. We're only talking a metre at the most. 16 gone, 122 for 5. England need 24 from 24 balls.
I'm not sure who was down there, but if they're sitting on the fence, I think they're taking this catch. I think it's Hetmeyer. He's gone straight over his head, he's had to jump. But if he's sitting on the fence, I think he's done Gerard a really good job there, because he's probably could have picked up 2 wickets. Gutsy, to be fair to him, really poor start to the over and nearly clawed it back for the West Indies at the back end.
No, I think you're right. I think the reason Hetmeyer's not on the fence is because the ball, they've been running twos because the grass and the outfield and the sand is so bad. So you can understand why Hetmeyer's not on the fence. But you're right, he got himself out of position, didn't he? And if he was running around the boundary rather than having to run diagonally back, I think he might not have caught it, but he would have got a hand to it, I think, at the very least. So might have stopped the 6. And it's an important 6 because now it's a run a ball, but Akil Hassan comes on. And we're completely opposite kind of bowler. Akil Hassan knows exactly where he's putting the ball. He's very miserly, and he's going to be attacking probably the top of leg stump to the right-handers. And he's a big chance of sliding one through Livingston if he plays a big shot.
Big over this one. Hussain is left arm around to Liam Livingston. Push back to the bowler. No run.
Straightened a little bit, didn't it, that one?
I mean, if Akil Hussain gets out of this over for 6, I mean, that's a huge over.
I think they need a wicket though as well, don't they? Just because of the run rate. I think if I'm England, I take 6.
Yeah. You'd want Livingston, wouldn't you? You want Livingston in this over if you're the West Indies. Hussain, left arm around, bowls it into the pitch, it stands up, pulled into the leg side, almost a brilliant catch by Hetmeyer. It's a great attempt. He's coming forward, deep mid-wicket. Livingston hasn't got all of it, so he's having to come a decent amount off of the boundary edge, and it doesn't quite carry. That was the moment the West Indies wanted. That's not a dolly as some of the other ones we've seen earlier in the innings. That one is fingertips really low to the grass. On another day he holds it, maybe not a dewy ball, but that could be hugely significant.
That was the ball. It's bowling that little bit shorter, skidding it through. Instead of going through for a boulder and LBW, it meant that Livingston didn't quite time it the way that he wanted to. It rushed him. And because of that, it's gone so close. That means they've now dropped Livingston 3 times, though. I'm just going to go out on the limb and say a 4th time is not ideal. I think let's cap it at 3.
Is that your official analysis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cap it at 3. Everyone deserves 3 chances in life.
Akil Hussain, left arm around to the left-handed Mosley, swing and a miss. He's trying to force that into the leg side with his weight going backwards and doesn't get anything on it. Through to the keeper, no run. 23 needed from 21 deliveries.
Gets that on the stumps, it's not easy to play.
Hussain around the wicket again, forced off the back foot, caught at cover. Mosley goes, Hetmeyer takes the catch on this occasion, and England are 6 down. 123 for 6, and 23 are needed from 20 balls.
It's been a fantastic over from Akil Hassan, if we're being honest. The first one, he flighted one up and he got a leading edge. He then got the sort of the drop out on the boundary. A couple of balls later, he then skidded one through quickly, and he knew what Mosley wanted to do. He does this to left-handers a lot. He brings the offside in, and he makes you hit from the stumps and take a risk. And unfortunately for Mosley, I think it was just off the toe of the bat, and he's got it straight to the fielder. He made 8 off 6 balls. Of course, it was 1-6, which could have been caught itself. It's probably quite a handy innings, but again, Kath, it's now 23 from 20, and with one more, Overton to come in, but it's getting touchier and touchier for England.
Yeah, absolutely is, and I think Dan Mosley there, I was just about to say, he needs to just get Livingston back on strike. You know, he's not been out there for very long. He's been lucky with one that just evaded a fielder at Hetmeyer that went for 6, that could have been caught. And then he's played a shot I don't think he necessarily needed to play. England, this is a bit shaky now. 23 needed off 20 balls. But West Indies are just finding a way of just clawing themselves back into the game.
Jamie Overton then, the big right-hander, settles in. Akil Hussain has got 2 balls left this over. Left arm around. And Overton, oh my goodness. Straight in front of all 3. turns it into the leg side and is underway with a single. It's one of those that the commentators say, well, if he'd missed that one, but he didn't miss it. He turns it away, it's a single.
It was good bowling, actually, by Keeler Son. I thought he might fire one in for a bolder LBW, but he went the other way and bowled a traditional sort of, just a spinning ball on the stumps. But to be fair, Overton was up to that. What do you do with the field if you're the West Indies now? I'd be tempted to bring someone in and let Livingston have a swing here.
Final ball off the over. Keeler Sane is bowling almost the arm ball there. It's running in towards off stump of Livingston. Hit off the back foot out to Evan Lewis at deep cover, and that will end the over. 125 for 6. England need 21 from 18 balls here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel and here on TalkSport 2.
I think either deep point, which is where he hit that ball, or long off with the two fielders, I would have considered bringing in, because they just, a wicket there or a dot ball there is so important. But it's 21 off 18. And it's not looking easy out there at all. And Akil Hassan's got one more over. When do you bowl Alzari Joseph is, I suppose, the other question. Moti's been bowled out. And we don't know about Romario Shepherd's groin. That's not a sentence I thought I was going to say. But yes, we don't know what his fitness is like.
No, absolutely. 21 from 18.
So they are going Alzari.
Yes.
So they're playing their cards here. So Akil Hussain will bowl the next one, and West Indies will try and steal the last one with whatever they have left.
Interestingly, the win predictor has got England at 91%. I've seen worse 9% shots than the West Indies at the moment. First ball of the new over from Alzari is short, swung on and missed by Liam Livingstone. He's complaining to the square leg umpire, saying that should be a wide for height, and gets no love from the officials. It's a dot ball. 21 from 17. Yeah, I've seen worse 9% shots than the West Indies, because one more wicket here, and if it's Livingstone, then it really is pressure on.
No, I agree with you. I don't think that can factor in how bad this wicket is. I think that's essentially what we're seeing with that graphic.
Livingston 23, not out from 22. Waits as Alzari Joseph goes in, bowls a shin high full toss, and he's flicked away through deep square leg for 4. Hope is coming around, but he can't get off to cut that ball out, and it will go as a 1 bounce 4. England needs 17 from 16.
To be honest, this felt like the over that they had to take the risk. They had to bowl their best bowler, and Joseph's got it slightly wrong there. Low full toss almost into the leg side. It was easy pickings for Livingston, but this is the over you felt if they did get Livingston, anything was possible at the back end.
Just got to hit the pitch, right?
Easy to say from here.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's wet. Yeah, he's just dried the ball, so I think it's just a bit wet. But he's just got to hit the surface. He'd be better off being short, like he was on the first ball, than he is just over pitching. He don't need Yorkers on this surface. I don't think so at all.
In he goes, short ball, quick ball, swing and a miss from Livingston through to the keeper. Umpire says that's your short one for the over. 17 needed from 15. Haven't we already had the short one for the over?
That's what I was looking at you for. I was like, because the first ball, Livingston looked at the umpire as if to say, isn't that a wide? Surely the first one was over shoulder height. I don't know if it was a wide, but
apparently not.
He's got away with that. But again, he's hitting the pitch.
Yeah.
It straight away looks a lot tougher. He'll get a top edge over the keeper's head now for 6 and win the game. But
17 from 15, the equation for England to win the match and the series. Joseph goes in. It's a cutter on this occasion. Livingston hits hard to deep cover. Well picked up by Hetmar. He's got the ball in quickly. They come back for a second. The ball isn't taken cleanly at the bowler's end. Had he got a direct hit, I reckon Overton was struggling there. They've got back for 2. It's 15 from 14.
He was 100% struggling there, wasn't he? And something I've been really impressed with Hetmar and the West Indies in this outfield, England were just, jogging around the boundary. Hetmar, if that was a direct hit, Overton was gone.
Is it probably fair to say that the ground has dried out a little bit now from when England went? I mean, I'm not. You're right. They are running in a way that England weren't. I'm not sure if he'd taken that ball, Alzari Joseph, it had to be a direct hit.
It was also a very difficult ball to take because it pitched so close to the stumps. It was one of those you'd almost be getting your fingers underneath and squashing them with the ball at the same time.
So Alzari too, though.
Yes, Alzari Joseph, 2 balls left of the over. England need 15 from 14. Alzari goes in, short ball, Livingston hammers this over the the onside for 6. Massive blow from Livingston. He goes to 35. 137 for 6. The fourth 6 of the innings, and it's down to single digits for England. It's 9 needed from 13. Have some of that.
That was very dismissive, wasn't it, from Livingston? That's what he can give you, and that's why you cannot drop him 3 times, I think we said. Was it 3?
3 times.
It was only 3. You can't do that because he can just punish you on any delivery.
He actually broke a St. Lucia flag. He's taking down the nation, Macca.
A guy in the crowd put his flag up in the air to stop the ball, and it snapped the stick in half. In goes Salzari again, hammered by Livingston, short and wide, through extra cover for 4. That was short and wide and an off-cutter, and Livingston has absolutely mashed that to the boundary. 141 for 6. After 18 overs, England need 5 from 12, and 6 balls to go. We were saying this was still a likely England win, but you never know. Well, Liam Livingstone has taken 16 from that over. Alzari Joseph finishes with 1 for 37 from his 4, and it's 5 from 12, and that should be game, set and series to England.
Two important things happened in that over. He bowled the full toss and he wasn't controlling the ball, so he had to bowl into the pitch. But unfortunately, I think he just bowled too much into the pitch. Once Liam Livingstone realised it was just going to be short, he could set up for that. And the other important thing was that Livingstone risked the wicket of Jamie Overton. I mean, we could be sitting here now saying, there's a new batter in with Livingstone because of that, and everything went. But Akil Hassan, if anyone can bring something out, he is definitely their best bowler.
Left arm around to Jamie Overton then. Overton deep in the crease, turns to mid-wicket, takes a single. England need 4 from 12, 142 for 6. By the way, can we talk about the big issue of it? Jamie Overton's batting gloves. How cool are they? Deep, deep blue with pink flashes on them, or sort of purpley flashes. I think they're Miller Champion Hall ones. They will shift some versions of those. Those are naughty.
Macca is available for sponsorship, everyone.
Absolutely. 4 from 11 as Livingstone comes down the pitch, hits towards long on, but will be caught. Romario Shepherd takes the catch, and Livingstone has been thrown a piece of bait on the end of a hook, and Livingstone has taken it hook, line, sinker, rod and copy of Angling Times. There was no need to do that. He's holed out. England are 142 for 7. They still need 4. He saw the bright light flash and he took it on and has been caught really simply inside the boundary. Livingstone goes for 39 from 28. England 142 for 7.
Yeah, not an ideal way to get out, but a fantastic knock. Something that England clearly needed in this innings. And he was sensible from the start, Livingstone. He wasn't going from the get-go. I think when he realised after the third drop that he needed to knock it around and actually just pick and choose the bowlers he went after. It was a vital knock for him, and I think he just wanted to finish it in style, Macca. I think that's what it was.
Akil Hassan, though, again, that's good bowling. And he's a risky guy to try and hit a 4 or a 6 off. He really doesn't give you a lot of room. Wicket here will be interesting.
Rayan Ahmed is the new man. Akil Hassan's got 4 for 20 from the 20 balls that he sent down there. Bowls left arm around. Rayan Ahmed plays defensively, no run. 4 needed from 9.
Is he going to block out this over?
Well, we know Rayan likes to play a shot, and he won the 6-hitting competition in Pakistan a few weeks ago.
Didn't
for
expect
England.
him to knock that back like that.
Akil Hussain goes in and bowls. Rayan Ahmed stays leg side of that one, opens the blade, pushes into the offside, takes a single. 3 needed from 8. Jamie Overton back on strike. England 143 for 7.
No 6-hitting competition needed. Just knock it into the gap, win the game, walk off. Simple job.
Absolutely. Get in the bar, celebrate a series win. 3-0, 2 to play. Job, as they say, is a good one. Right. West Indies bringing cover points inside the circle.
Does Overton... I'm assuming... I know.
No, cover's going back to the boundary. Akil Hussain. Left arm around. Overton hits to Rothman Powell, who can't stop it cleanly. And you can hear the cries of anguish. because England will take a single. It's 2 needed from 7 now.
That would have been an important dot. That's a bad misfield by Robin Powell. It was really well timed by Jamie Overton. Maybe that was as much as anything what caught him off guard. It looked like he was pushing it, but it flew to short mid-wicket, but should have been stopped.
Final ball then for Akeal Hussain. Surely Rayan Ahmed blocks this out. Left arm around, gives it a little bit of air. Rayan Ahmed just plays quietly on the pitch. Rodman Powell does field, and that is 19 overs gone. So 2 are needed from the 6 remaining balls. Akeal Hussain finishes with 4 for 22. What a spell of bowling.
He's been exceptional this series all the way through. I know we talked him up quite a bit, but it's just the stark contrast. And when the other bowlers seem to be, struggling with the work ball, he just doesn't. He's just been good all the way through, and he's given them a chance in this game. When he came on, the game was over.
Why do you feel that is? The due factor is there for everybody else. Is that just a mindset thing for him, or?
I think it's because he's so good at skidding the new ball through that when the dew's on, as long as he can control it and it's not and he's not putting the same revs that Moti or Ruston Chase or someone else is on it. He can spin the ball, but he's not a big spinner of the ball. Well, this could be a triple wicket hat-trick. Let's be honest.
It's Terence Hines time, everybody.
Absolutely anything could happen here. A UFO could end up just floating above the ground. We could find out that Jamie Overton's bat is made of cheese. So many possibilities with a Terence Hines over. It could be over in 1 ball. It could be over in 3 balls.
2 overs, 1 for 25 for Hines so far. Those, by the way, Akeal Hussain's best figures against England in T20 cricket, 4 for 22. And his second best in internationals, 5 for 11 is his best. Here we go then. Terence Hines is on his way outside of off stump. Overton opens the blade, guides it down to 3rd. They will take 1. Oh, Overton was thinking of 2 there, but Rayan Ahmed only ever had eyes for a single there. England need 1 from 5.
That's the conversation you're supposed to have beforehand, and I think Overton was having it in his head while taking that run. Probably for the best that he didn't come back there. Especially if Pooran could have just turned around and thrown it to the bowler's end and run him out.
So England need to find a single. That takes them 3-0 up. Terence Hines makes his way in from the pavilion end, bowls wide of the crease. Rayan Ahmed hits inside out over point. 1 bounce 4. England win. They win by 3 wickets with 4 balls to spare. 149 for 7, having been set 146 to win the game. So England 3-0 up, 2 to play, and the West Indies will need to go back to the drawing board. Darren Sammy looks a pretty forlorn figure, sitting in the coaching area of the stadium named after him. England come to his backyard, win a match and win the series. Will Jacks 32 from 33, Sam Curran 41 from 26, Liam Livingstone 39 from 28. Did the majority of the work with the bat, with the ball. Saqib Mahmood 3 for 17 from 4. Jamie Overton 3 for 20 from his 4. As the West Indies were 37 for 5 inside the 6 overs of the power play. 5.4 overs, 37 for 5. They managed to get it up to 145 for 8, thanks to Rodman Powell's 54 from 41 and Romario Shepherd's 30 from 28. But the home side, as the handshake starts, have been pretty handily beaten in all 3 games. And it's worth pointing out that in every match of the series, including the one-day internationals and this T20s, have been won by the side batting second. So
I think the toss probably played well, it played a part in this game, but when it comes down to it, this was a very, very scrappy match, and good one for England. They'll be happy to have played in a game like this, I think, and gotten over the line. So it wasn't so much that the toss played a part, whereas I think in the other games it probably played a bigger part. But when it came down to it, what probably the difference was is West Indies needed one more bowler. If West Indies had one more bowler they could have trusted, I think they probably would have stolen this game. So England would be happy to get away with that, all things considered. But it wasn't how we saw the first two games, Macca. It was a very different kind of contest.
So it's in the book. England have been victorious. Let's get all of the reaction and all of the series analysis with the following on podcast.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker.
International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
That is high, but not far enough. On TalkSport 2.
This is the following on podcast. I'm Andrew McKenna. I'll be joined by the former West Indies Phil Wallace and the former Ireland international Kath Dalton as we look back at England's 3-wicket victory over the West Indies as they go 3-0 up and seal this T20 international series. We'll be discussing a first series win away from home in over 2 years in this format of the game. We'll be hearing from some of those involved and discuss whether it was even safe to play this fixture due to the ground conditions. Plenty to come over the next 15 minutes or so then. This is following on. So England make it 3 out of 3. This time a 3-wicket win as they chase down 146. They did that 7 wickets down with 4 balls to spare. The West Indies put into bat after Joss Buttler won the toss, posted 145 for 8, which was a major recovery after being 37 for 5. England getting there, as I say, with 4 balls to spare. Sam Curran top scoring with 41, Liam Livingstone making 39 and Will Jacks 32. Kath Dalton, from an England point of view, a very good day's work. They'll be slightly disappointed that the West Indies ended up posting them 145 for 8, bearing in mind, as I say, they were 37 for 5, but other than that everything else went pretty darn well.
I think so, and you look at England's power play, particularly their bowling power play, with Archer bowling fantastically well, although he didn't get the figures that showed that, and Mahmood bowling 3 for 17, which was absolutely fantastic. But then there was a bit of a dip, wasn't there, where their spinners came on and we saw West Indies just get back into the game with Powell and Shepherd, with that very vital partnership at the back end towards the middle overs towards the back end of the game, and that started to feel like England suddenly went on the back foot suddenly. So a tricky pitch, not ideal conditions in terms of the outfield, but yeah, if you get over the line, that's pretty pleasing from an England perspective.
Phil, let's actually just lay it out as well in terms of the conditions that Kath just mentioned there. We had a delayed start because there was some rain in St Lucia today, but actually the problem has been the last 2 or 3 days. There's been a lot come down, and you could see by the way that the players were moving in the early parts of the proceedings of this game, it was still very soft, very wet. Was this game safe to play when we started?
Yes.
You were happy with that?
The problem with the outfield is on the boundary's edge. The fielders were like maybe 5-10 meters in. There's no wetness in the playing area. That 30-yard circle is dry. The edges of the field are the problem. West Indies lost the game not because of the outfield. West Indies lost the game because of how they approached the power play. 37 for 5 and your 5 top batters in the hutch is going to cause problems for the next 6 batters. And that is where they lost the game. They did not lose this game because of a wet outfield.
But all I'm thinking is, for anyone who wasn't with the live coverage, just before around the time the toss happened, it's been confirmed by England that Reece Topley is going to be on the plane home with the knee problem that he picked up. I'm just a little bit surprised because, look, I know you're talking about it being the boundary, but we're talking about T20 cricket. A lot of cricket is played on the boundary edge.
Andrew, we look for too many excuses. Cricket was played. They have a match referee and they have officials there who would say if it was unfit. I believe if it was unfit, Josh Buttler would say they're not playing. Ralph Powell would say the same thing. Yes, the player's safety is paramount. I agree with that. But the outfield in St. Lucia was not that bad that this third T20 game could not take place. It take place. It was a T20 game. West Indies batted first and only got to 145 because they lost 5 wickets in the power play. The 5 wickets they lost in the power play has nothing to do with the outfield. And we're dealing with cricket. We look for excuses all the time and we want to pamper players. These players don't need pampering. They are officials. What happened, professionals? What happened to Reece Topley in Barbados was unfortunate. That is a one-off. Shepherd went off holding his groin. He came back out. It happens. It is cricket. It is not tiddlywinks. These are big men and they encounter all kinds of conditions. And they have to play once the umpires say play. If that outfield was unfit for play, no cricket would have played. It was fit enough to play. West Indies did not execute well in their power play, and they end up losing the series 3-0. They have 2 more to play, and then you will hear the captain saying, we're playing for pride. Pride is a flower in Barbados, so a lot of people don't eat bread now. So I don't know what they're going to go there and do something special over the weekend.
In the 2 previous games in this series, Kath, the West Indies had lost 3 wickets in the power play. Today they upped the ante, losing 5. England bowled pretty well in the early stages, but it wasn't a 5-wicket power play, was it really?
No, I don't think so. We had the early run out as well, which doesn't help when you're trying to set the tone in the power play. And I think Powell said it before the start of this game that this was the area that they needed to improve on. You know, it's massively disappointing when your top 4 just aren't firing at all. And it's been 3 games now. It's not like just a one-off T20 international and they haven't fired. This is 3 games in. And I'm just wondering who's going to stand up. Somebody's always stood up for England, normally in the top 4, and they just haven't had that, and that's massively disappointing. That's putting so much pressure on your lower order, who aren't meant to face that many deliveries, let's be honest. If you're an all-rounder in the West Indies, you're strapping the pads on far too early, and this is the area that they really need to improve on. I know we spoke about their bowling and the fact that maybe they haven't had their plans right, maybe they were a bowler short, but the guys in the top 4 for the West Indies are serious players, and they should be scoring more runs than they are.
In terms of this England group, it's obviously quite young. Bethel, Mosley, Rayan Ahmed is still relatively young in international terms. So for them to come to the Caribbean, win 3 out of 3, their first T20 series away win in over 2 years, and there's still 2 more games with, therefore, power to add, I imagine Marcus Trescothick and Jos Buttler are sitting there this evening thinking, this probably couldn't have gone a great deal better, Kath, could it?
No, I don't think so. And I think it's important when you're breeding new players into a team that the guys around them who have been there for a long time, your senior players, stand up. And Buttler did that in the second T20 international. And we've seen Archer leading the attack really well. And it just takes the pressure off those players. And if you have those senior figures that are doing well, when you're coming into a squad, you suddenly feel at ease because you're winning games of cricket. Life seems just a little bit easier. When it's the opposite and your senior players aren't performing and aren't doing well, then suddenly you're under pressure. So I think this has been perfect for England in the sense of breeding these new guys into the team, and it can only get better for them from here.
In terms of the West Indies, Philo, they changed things up today with 3 changes in their team. Okay, they were injury related as well, partly, but they then changed up the approach. We've seen Akeal Hussain bowl the first over in the 2 previous games. He came on first change today. They tried going Romario Shepherd and Alzari Joseph, the 2 seamers there. So at least they tried something different today. It might not have worked out. You know, the worst thing would have been to stay with the same policy and then go 3-0 down and go, oh, if only we tried that. At least they tried something. It didn't work, but they tried it.
Yeah, at least they changed the bowling combinations today. And Akeal Hussain had shown that he can come back and bowl well. He took 4 wickets, bowled 4 overs for 20 runs. So it shows that he can bowl in those middle overs or even at the tail end of the innings and still pick up wickets. My problem is that, obviously, Shamar Springer has just come into the side and Matthew Ford is injured. Shepherd is struggling a little bit with his groin. So we went with Shepherd and Alzari Joseph, but they bowled 1 over apiece. I thought they would have given them maybe another 1 or 2 to really push the English batters back, but that did not happen. Powell just mixed up 1-1-1 and then went for the kill in the middle overs. But at least there is hope to see that Akil Hussain don't have to bowl the first over. There is other bowlers, or there are other bowlers who can do that. My problem is that you need to have the necessary firepower, particularly in those middle overs, to get wickets. Roshan Chase has only bowled 2 overs, and he's normally very potent in the middle. Maybe he doesn't have the confidence, or the captain doesn't have the confidence in him, or tonight because of the wet ball. But he did not bowl his 4 overs. He only bowled 2 overs. So again, just a little tinkering to see how best we can get it right. Obviously, Terrence Hines struggled. Will he play on Saturday? I won't play him on Saturday. If once Ford is fit, he will come back in. He will add that dimension of swinging the ball. So there's some light at the end of the tunnel. But you don't want to go back to the drawing board. You need to be kicking on from here. If you look at England and they introduce new players and they show maturity, I think all players now have to start to show maturity and take responsibility for their game. It's not about blaming outfield ball. You're a professional. You deal with the conditions that are presented to you, and you do your best as possible. We don't mind losing, but you want to lose with a fight.